It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, August 17th, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Gosh, what a day it is. Sit back, my friends. If you got a favorite drink, if you got a pet, if you got things to do, put them all aside. We'll get the pet, have it nearby, get your drink, put your feet up, chill out with us for the next, I don't know how long we're going today. This is going to be one of our best shows to date on the 1 year anniversary week, yesterday being that official date since our return. Today is a special day. Of course, Saturday, August 20th, this Saturday is going to be a did I even say hello? I don't even know if I'm doing my usual intro. I am so fired up about today's show. How are you? How you doing? It's great to be here on a Wednesday, August 17th. We're alive, we're well, we're healthy. I hope the same for you and yours. August 20th, this Saturday, is going to be a fantastic day in combat sports. UFC 278, Leon Rocky Edwards finally gets his moment against Kamaru Usman in the rematch. Alexander Usyk versus Anthony Joshua in the rematch. MVP versus Platinum Perry in BKFC. Holy smokes. PFL making its London debut with some great fights as well, all happening in the span of like 12 hours. It's going to be great. But the first and last stop before we get to that weekend, if you ask me, is this program right here. We have a super stacked show for all of you. We have a lot to get to. We've got some unique guests, unique segments. I can't wait. Without further ado, let's run down the lineup because we have a lot on today's docket. Now, as always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of the MMA Hour. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Use code THEMMA Hour. Very important. For a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code THEMMA Hour. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. You know, I listen to a lot of podcasts, and I get excited when they come on my feed. I watch a lot of shows, but sometimes there's like 20, 30, 40 minutes of just bleh, banter. No, we get right into it. All right? We're not wasting any time. We are not wasting any time today because it's a massive, jam-packed day, and we have a lot to get to. Back into the show, I shall answer your questions. arielhelwani.substack.com. The horn has sounded. Frank, is everything okay?
Yeah, we're just bringing in talent. What did you need?
The horn sounded.
Oh.
No. Gosh, Frank, my head. The horn sounded for the question. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. What the hell?
Oh, the brr.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Should we start over? Should we do the whole
thing?
Can
we? Yeah. I mean, we have two important guests.
I came out. Anyway, horn sounded. No questions to be asked anymore. Thank you. Moderator Lewis is compiling them as we speak. We'll answer your questions. Now, at 4:15, Luke Rockhold, who returns to action for the first time in over 3 years against Paulo Costa this weekend in Utah, will join us. The former Strikeforce and UFC middleweight champion of the world will join us to talk about that fight. That's at 4:15. Prior to that, I'll answer more questions. Prior to that, Parlay Pals, we're back, baby. We're back on track. We'll get to all of that at around 3:15 or so. Check in with the guys, make our picks for this weekend, including GC's picks. Prior to that, Aaron Jeffery, who hounded me and got his followers to hound me on Twitter, he'll join us to talk about his big win over Austin Vanderford this past weekend in South Dakota in Bellator. Prior to that, Michael Venom Page, Platinum Perry, the aforementioned duo who will be fighting at BKFC in London as well this weekend, will join us face-to-face. Split screen, same time. You love the bands. Face-to-face. We'll talk to them about their big fight in bare knuckle this Saturday. That's at 2:30. At 2 o'clock, Rory MacDonald, who retired officially on Sunday, will join us, talk about his incredible, illustrious career. That's at 2 o'clock. At 1:30, Tommy Aspinall, he will join us for his first interview since the devastating knee injury back at UFC London on July 23rd. Stay tuned for that. In a matter of moments, we're going to have our first face-to-face of the day, and I cannot wait for this one because these two gentlemen have been selling their fight and doing a tremendous job of promoting it, but it's all real. It's all authentic. better than I've probably seen anyone do in the PFL. They're fighting this weekend. But before we get to that, Frank, can we get some music? Because we got to do something that's long overdue. If you recall, back in early July, our good friend, the pride of Australia, Jessica Rose Clark, said that she would walk out to Sexy Boy, the great song by the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. She did it. She walked out. She did it better than anyone could have ever imagined. It was tremendous theater. She owned it. She was smiling ear to ear. It was beautiful. And we promised her that we would immortalize her on the wall if she walked out to that song. Well, it is my great honor to present to all of you the Jessica Rose Clark picture. There it is, as chosen by JRC. Yes, thank you very much for that, Frank. JRC herself chose it, giving us the peace sign. It is going up on the wall as we speak, immortalized amongst the gods of mixed martial arts, the most prestigious wall in the history of this sport. There's nothing more prestigious than this moment right here for any fighter on the planet. We shall immortalize her right now. Please document this moment for all to come. Here it comes. Right now, I'm going to speak very loudly.
We can't hear you, Ariel.
Wait a second. There it is, Jessica Rose Clark. And I'll put up my little gloves here from the Wood family. And there it is, immortalized forever by my side, Jessica Rose Clark. How great is that? Thank you very much, Sharon. I can't wait for her to return at some point after the elbow injury. Thank you very much. Congratulations. God bless. All right, let's go to our first guests of the day. We're doing the face-to-face with two men who are fighting in the semifinals of the featherweight tournament, the featherweight playoffs for PFL this season. And like I said, I don't think two individuals have built up a fight and have made me this invested in a PFL fight in the history of the promotion. They're two incredible fighters. They're on winning streaks. They've had great 2022 campaigns, but there's no love lost here, and they're kind enough just days before their fight to join us at the same time face-to-face on this program to talk about what is about to transpire in London on Saturday afternoon here in America. I'm talking about Chris Wade and Brendan Loughnane, two of the very best fighters in the PFL, two of the very best featherweights on the planet, kind enough to join us right now to do this. I'm very excited about this. Hello, gentlemen. How are you? Chris, thank you for doing this, my friend. Brendan, thank you for doing this as well.
Amen.
Chris, you doing well?
Doing great. It's good to see you again. It's been a while.
Yes,
how you doing?
I'm doing great. I really appreciate you guys doing this. And I suspect you can see each other as well, right?
Yeah.
You just happened to see each other. You just did the face-off. And so I'd love to start there. And by the way, I'm being honest when I say this. You guys have done such a great job of building up this fight. And what I love so much about it feels very real. It feels like you don't like each other at all. And it feels like you both want to kick each other's ass on Saturday. And that's what the fans want to see. Chris, can I ask you first, where does this animosity towards Brendan come from? Because it does feel like a very genuine thing building up to this fight.
Yeah, so the animosity for me, it starts last year in the finals when I lost. And, I got some text from family saying like, yo, you got to go online. You got to see what this dude Loughnane is writing. He's like, he's on one. He's in the stands, like just going off about, the way the fight ended and that he was the real final, etc. So I went on Twitter. I looked at what he had to say. And, he said that he was going to teach me a lesson this year, first fight of the season, about respect. And because I didn't shake hands with Movleed at the end. So, being a guy that grew up wrestling and someone who knows what, about being humble and victory and taking losses, I took offense to that because, he's sitting on the sideline chirping, Twitter fingers. And at that point, I was basically like, fuck this guy. That's enough.
I could feel when he's telling this story, Brendan, that you're like getting antsy, that you want to say something in reply. So do you recall what Chris is saying here? And do you have your side of the story?
So this humble martial artist, that knocks Kyle Botany out and starts screaming in his face. And the same humble guy that gets his ass wiped for 5 rounds by Movleed. Movleed is the kindest, nicest guy I've met in the sport. Puts his hand out, and Chris is like, no, fuck you, go away. Is that kind and humble to you, Ariel? Tell me.
Did you do that, Chris?
I did take my hand away, but me and Movleed spoke, and I made it right with him. He is a good guy. But this guy is not a good guy, and he's not the fucking MMA police, and he has no business getting involved because he's a fucking alternate sitting there, and you should have just kept your mouth shut, and you couldn't. You had to get involved in the fight because you were a spectator. You had to get in the fight because you were watching. You were watching.
I didn't keep did I?
Yeah, what happened to first fight of the regular season, Brendan? What happened?
Bro,
I didn't get the text yet from your manager of you saying that you wanted to fight me. I'm still waiting for that text.
After this, so everyone knows that I asked for your ass. You're the easy ticket, bro. I was like, get me that one way.
I bet you did. You're full of shit. You want none of it. Anyone who ever put a singlet on, you're allergic to them. You're allergic to anyone who ever put a singlet on.
I was so pissed off that I didn't get you. Nearly fired. No.
Well, let me ask about that, because are you guys in the same hotel right now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Why is Chris's Wi-Fi exceptionally better than Brendan's? What's going on here? Like, Chris is crystal clear, and I want.
He's got that.
What's going on?
That shit English cell phone plan. That's why.
I want you to have your say, Brendan, but
can't even hear you.
I almost feel like we need to. What are you on? Are you on LTE or Wi-Fi? What's going on? Because I feel. Are you on Wi-Fi right now, Brendan?
I'm on the Wi-Fi, bro. I don't know what's going on.
Maybe take off the Wi-Fi and go on LTE, because I think Chris is probably on LTE, right? And that
I took it off.
Yeah, that might be stronger, because I want you to have your say. While you do that, I do want to ask Chris this, and then we'll see that you'll recalibrate, so to speak. I heard that you were saying that Brendan is, or you believe that Brendan is jealous, or who?
No,
he believes that you're jealous of him.
Yes, he thinks I'm jealous of him because he has more Instagram followers and he makes more money for no reason. And
is that true?
He thinks that it like consumes me, but I'm not a jealous guy, man. I told him in the last interview, and this was genuine. I said, as long as when you're not fighting me, I hope everybody in this community, in this MMA family, makes as much money as they possibly can. I don't understand why they pay him what they do, because I think he's useless, but he's convinced them that he has this following that doesn't exist. So they wrote him a few checks. He's making more money than he deserves. Good for him.
Money talks, bullshit walks. You're an absolute bullshit. Nobody cares about you. You're out here harping about why didn't you do the fight in New York? Because nobody cares about you. You don't sell anything. Nobody gives a fuck about Chris Wade. Unfortunately, that's the truth. You're jealous about it, but guess what? Saturday night we can have a little fist fight and sort it out. No problem. It's fine.
Is that true that you didn't want to have this fight in London, Chris?
I just wanted to, as the 1 seed, finding out that the first week was in New York City, I was like, hey, why aren't we playing this up and doing it in Manhattan? But, they went into bed with the London thing months ago. So it was a little, they didn't know who was going to make the playoffs at the time. They only knew Brendan was going to make the playoffs because they were willing to carry him physically into the playoffs with shit opponents. So they were like, listen, we're going to get this guy in. So let's go over there.
It's like the guy that's in the semi-final, that shit opponent, the same guy that's in the semi-final, you mean?
Oh, man. What is going on with the connection? Chris is so good, and Brendan, your connection is so bad for some reason. Are you on LTE now?
It's like a metaphor for just who he is.
Chris, Brendan, do me a favor. Cut out and come back in. Like, get out of the Zoom and come back in, because it's not fair to you that we can't.
Yeah, get out of here, bro.
No. I just go full screen on Chris here for a second. You feel like they've been trying to build him up, that they've just are giving him easy fights. Isn't this whole thing supposed to be a meritocracy and a playoff thing? That's what they sell, right? It's not supposed to be like that.
Yeah. No, well, listen, they had already gone in and committed to London, and he had a guy pull out of the fight. But I know from talking to people that he was turning other replacements down. And I know that the guy they chose as the replacement for his second regular season bout was 0-2 before that fight. How do you get signed to a big promotion off of 2 losses unless they're trying to carry that red coat into the playoffs.
And why do you think they want him so bad to be in the playoffs?
Well, they need him. They need him because they already were coming to London. They need somebody. He's the biggest English name that they have. So they were like, they gave him some poor guy that was out of shape.
You weren't impressed with his wins this season?
Dude, come on. They were disgusting. He didn't even win the first fight. He headbutted the guy intentionally to get out of it.
Disgusting?
Disgusting.
Wow.
Yes.
I saw you guys do the face-off earlier, and you were talking to somebody. You're like, how'd this guy get in here? There seemed to be people chirping at you. What was going on there?
Yeah, we went into this like office building at the Sun here. It was like a news thing. I didn't bring anyone with me because I don't want to put my teammates through 3 hours of nonsense. He brings all his cheerleaders, and it's real quiet. They're doing like a production thing, and he's got one asshole there just fucking chirping in the background. No one's saying anything from the PFL. I'm like, who is this guy over here? Get this guy out of here. He's like literally cutting into the audio of what we're trying to do, you know? And then I look at him and he's just smiling at me. So I told him, I'll fucking crack your skull open too.
Who was it?
Ooh. I don't know. One of his cheerleader teammates, a nobody.
Who was that, Brendan? Welcome back.
He's probably laying in his bed right now. He's underneath Brendan right now.
I'm about, yeah. So basically what happened was Chris wanted to do an interview telling everyone how professional he is. I'm this professional Chris Wade. And then as soon as anybody says anything, he starts going off like the little bitch that he is. That's exactly what happened there, Ariel.
Who was that guy yelling at him?
Oh, that's Kane. That's my boy. My boy just, bro, it's on. The thing
boyfriend.
about Chris Wade is he's online talking about,
what's the thing about
I'm going to do this in the street. And he's online talking absolute rubbish, bro. Yeah. So when you see us, keep the same energy. But no, he sits in the hotel with his head down like the little bitch that he is.
Dude, listen. Anytime after this fight, you bring that fucking pussy over by us, and I swear to you, we'll go out in the road, and I will take him, and I will slam him on the concrete over and over again until he seizes. I will. That's the kind of guy I am. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. What are you, Conor McGregor? You'll do nothing. Doesn't he remind you, Ariel, of like a sickly Conor McGregor?
No.
Look how mad you are. Little bit. Oh, wow. Relax. Chill out, Chris.
That's what he keeps telling me, to relax. Dude, I am relaxed, but I also will snap your teammate's neck while being relaxed. I'm relaxed. Trust me. I've been around the block.
Calm down.
Yeah.
Brendan, can I ask you?
Your Wi-Fi sucks, just like you.
Brendan, can I ask you? I was looking at the odds. You are the underdog going into this fight. How do you feel about that?
Exactly where I like to be. I love to be the underdog. That brings the best out of me, Ariel.
Do you feel like people are...
You know what they call that? They call that easy money where I'm from.
When you were off, he was saying that they're trying to like set up, you to get to the playoffs, give you easy matchups. You're the guy. They're going to London. Do you feel like there's anything, any truth to that? Do you feel like you are getting an easier road to the finals as opposed to someone like Chris, who has been in the PFL for what, since 2013, 14, something crazy like that?
No, since 17 when they started, yeah.
No one cares about you. Shut up. All right. So basically, Ryoji Kudo is in the semi-final. Where are the two guys that he fought, bro? Kudo's in the other side. He's ready to fight. Where are they?
You were a minus 1,200 favorite in both fights you fought. That's disgusting. Disgusting. That's almost criminal. That's almost criminal.
My opponent sat here in the semi-final ready to fight Bubba. Where are your guys,
dude,
bro?
He's in the semi-final because he touched that dude on the chin, luckily in the first round, or he would not be here. And you know what? Maybe he should be in your spot, and you shouldn't even fucking be here because you didn't beat him, you headbutt him, and then the judges took one under the table to send you over here.
All American wrestling, bro.
You're shit.
All American
Watch.
Chris, let me ask you. You've been in the UFC. You fought some tough guys. You've been in the promotion for several years now. I was referring to that picture thing that they did of you, and obviously some of those were from the UFC days of your transformation over the years. But where would you rank Brendan? You know, because Brendan was on Contender Series. A lot of people, including myself, thought he should have gone in the contract. There's always this what if he would have gone in that contract? How far would he have gone in the UFC? Where would you rank Brendan and what he brings to the table in terms of the guys that you have fought over the last few years, his skill set, how tough he is? Where would you rank him? Is this one of the toughest opponents you've had to date?
I mean, I've fought guys like Islam, you know, so you can't, he's definitely up there for sure. He's an experienced fighter. He's a tough fighter. I think he's a top 10, top 15 guy anywhere in the world, no matter where you put him. I have respect for definitely his fighting ability. And I would definitely put him up in like the top 5 guys that I've ever competed against for sure.
Wow, this is nice. You see, Brendan, he just gave you a compliment there. I thought he was going to say you were like one of the worst. That was very nice.
Ariel, we just did a face-to-face. I said the exact same thing. As a martial artist, I respect him, but I think he's a dick of a person, and that's the truth.
I agree. You're a piece of shit too.
The feeling's mutual, bro.
I know it is. It's amazing.
Brendan, have you ever felt this way about an opponent going into a fight?
What it is, Ariel, I get on with everyone backstage. We spend a lot of time together here at PFL, especially when we do the 17-day bubble and all that shit. Like, we're all cool. Guess what? The back staff don't like Chris Wade. That's why they kicked him out of the PFL at 155 and he cut all this weight to make 145 because they don't like his ass. None of the fighters like him. None of the other coaches like him. So I'll do everybody a favor on Saturday night.
Is that true, Chris? No one likes you there?
Yeah. But, you know, what's funny is they say the same thing about you behind your back. So,
wow. What's going on at PFL?
Yeah.
Got kicked out of the PFL at 155 because you didn't want you no more. They're like, bro, you've done it 4 times now. Relax, get out. And you're like, how about if I cut one leg off and cut 30 pounds? Can I get in then? And cried about it. So they're like, oh, okay, go on then.
Is that true, Chris? Did that really happen? Did you really get kicked out?
To say.
What really happened was during I had a clause in my contract that every time I make the semifinals, I come back for another season. And then I lost in the semis in 2019, and a force majeure clause was used during the pandemic to break my 155 contract. And they basically said, we only have a spot for you at 45, or you could be the first alternate if someone goes down at 55. And I said, I haven't competed in a year. I need to make some money for my family. And I'm not taking an alternate situation. I need to fight multiple times this year. And I committed to go down to 45.
Okay. Brendan, Chris has been, vocal about, some things that he was unhappy with regarding his pay and this situation and whatnot. How would you describe, where you think Chris is at going into this fight? Do you feel, he's been in the promotion for several years now, hasn't quite gotten over the hump and gone to that $1 million. Do you feel like all the pressure is on him? How would you describe where you think he's at going into this fight?
Bro, there's no shame in not winning the PFL. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, he's not won it yet, because this is the hardest thing I've ever done. Rory said it. I said it. Pettis said it. Alban Mercier said it. So in terms of that, there's no, you didn't win the PFL because this is the hardest thing ever. In terms of pay, the only reason I brought that up is because he put on a Twitter status saying, I'm sitting by the phone waiting for my pay rise. And I was like, bro, the phone won't ring. They'll just replace you. And that's basically how that came around.
And I told you the phone rang.
Allegedly, yeah.
Has that been sorted, Chris? Are you okay now with everything?
It's been sorted. We're good.
You're all good? Because I saw you were doing you were speaking up about it, and that sometimes that could be, a little dicey, right? Sometimes that could bite you.
Yeah, it sucks. And I've been put in that situation a couple of times, unfortunately, in my career. And all I wanted was just to not take a pay cut and go backwards from the Bochniak fight. I didn't think it was fair to move forward deeper into a playoff format and to get a reduction of pay. And that was my point. And it's been made right. And I appreciate them. And that's it.
Brendan, I heard that you say that Chris likes to block punches with his face.
Yeah, he's a zombie, bro. Like after watching his fights, especially with I forget the guy's name, the Russian fella. He took a lot on the chin, spinning hook kicks, jabs to the nose.
Yeah.
He's just that typical wrestler. The one that just eats everything with his mouth and then just grabs hold and like holds on like this. That's basically what it is.
Like what you've done all season with your eye fucking shut last fight, grabbing onto the guy. Wait a second. Bro. Yo, pull up a picture of his face last fight. Pull up a picture of his face. He's got a vagina for an eye, and he's hanging on to the guy. Dude, you're a mess. You are such a hypocrite. You're a shit wrestler, and you've been getting by on shit wrestling. I'm going to get you a singlet after this fight and some wrestling shoes. We're going to teach you.
So what is your prediction, Chris? How do you see it going down on Saturday? How do you see this fight playing out?
We were talking about this before. He's a very tough competitor, and I see definitely it being a war in there. But I think that at the end of the day, he lacks severely in the ground game department, and he's going to get exposed there.
So you're going to try to. I mean, we know what your skill set is. We know what kind of fighter you are. You're going to try to bring your American wrestling to him, right?
No, I mean, I don't force anything anymore at this experience level in my career. I would prefer to stand up and strike, but when opportunities present themselves, I will take advantage of them for sure.
What's that, Brendan?
You do not want to stand up and fight. Why are you talking rubbish, bro?
You think that I'm afraid of your fucking pitter patter? Really?
13K. Bro, you got 2 stoppages in 40
You've
fights.
been fighting tuna cans over in England. 13 KOs. You've been beating up.
There's you, bro.
Yeah, those are your first opponents. Those are your first few opponents. That's who you knocked out when you went fucking 5-0, 6-0, 7-0. You're fighting slow people.
Bro, Kyle Botniak, relax, bro. It's not the end of the world.
He's never been finished, you fool. He has a deeper UFC career than you ever had.
Brendan, can I ask you the same question? How do you see it playing out on Saturday?
Listen, like he said, he's a tough-ass guy. I'm not sure if he's been finished before, but I haven't. And it's going to be one of them. It's going to be a dog kill. And we're going to fight out Saturday night. Ariel, the fans are in for a treat, man.
Are you expecting 15 minutes here? Do you foresee this going the distance?
It depends if that zombie chin holds up. It's been holding up pretty well so far, so let's see.
The zombie chin. Wow. I mean, I have to say, he looks pretty good here right now. I mean, you both look great.
Yeah. He acts like I'm the dude that they put in to fight Sean, O'Malley, that took a fucking beating.
Oh, yes.
Like, come on, bro. Get over it.
Brendan, do you think that, I mean, maybe, you're in London, a lot of hype surrounding you coming to PFL. Is there actually a case to be made that you have more pressure on your shoulders on Saturday?
I always have pressure. I put the pressure on myself, Ariel, and the fact that we've got this rivalry going on, he has no idea how much that has helped me in this camp. It's pushed me to places in this camp that I didn't even know I could go to anymore. And I'm just so happy, and I thank him for that. And I can't wait to show everyone Saturday night.
With all due respect to the other side of the bracket, I feel like this is the unofficial final. I feel like the winner of this fight is winning the $1 million. How big would that be for you, Chris?
That'll be huge. I was talking about it before, but like I just think back to last year and how I felt coming up short, and how I felt like I let my daughter down, and how emotional that makes me, and also just for my legacy. Like I need to be the champion of a major promotion, and my goal, I'm fixed on it, and I'm gonna get it.
When you hear that, Brendan, is there a part of you that's like, you know what, I'd like to see this guy win? Legacy. This is important stuff.
He's a dickhead. He is a dick. So you're joking me? The guy's a dick. That's all fake. Don't listen to this guy, Ariel. You're my boy, innit? Just know this guy is a dickhead, Ariel, and all that is fake.
You're my boy. Anyway, fuck this red coat.
That $1 million is one thing. It really is. But to get that gold belt in the PFL, after what you have to go through to get there, that is a whole different story. This belt has to be the most respected belt out there because of what we have to do to get it. And that's a fact.
All right. Well, we'll see how it all plays out. Saturday, London. It's on ESPN here in America. I believe Channel 4 over there in the UK. Brendan Loughnane, Chris Wade. Guys, honestly, tremendous job. And what I like most about it is it all feels very real, authentic. Two guys who, aren't friends, who don't really like each other, who are going to battle on Saturday. You've done a tremendous job of building this up. Thank you so much for doing this. A lot of guys wouldn't, so I appreciate you guys very much. Good luck with the weight cut. Good luck on Saturday.
Ariel, man, thank you.
All right, there they are. Brendan Loughnane, Chris Wade. That was fun. Great stuff there. I appreciate both of them for doing that and stopping by. And I do want to let you know specifically, because I have it right over here. Main card starts at 2 p.m. Eastern, Copper Box Arena, 2 p.m. on ESPN. ESPN Plus prelims start at 1 p.m. Eastern. And then main card starts at 7 in the UK on Channel 4. So there you have it. PFL in the UK. Second show for them in the UK. First in London. The first show in the UK was last week. That was the show in Cardiff. And now they're coming back for round 2, so to speak. And this is the semifinals for the featherweight division. Also, Kayla Harrison fighting in the main event. Finals of the women's lightweight tournament. Larissa Pacheco on the other side of the bracket over there. Kayla Harrison fighting Martina Jindrova. Chris Wade, Brendan Loughnane, Kudo Jenkins. Something for everyone in what should be a very busy day. That card and the BKFC card happening at the same time. Also both in London. And later in the program, we're going to have MVP and Mike Perry, Platinum Perry and MVP, doing the same thing. I think they actually like each other a little more than those two, but I'm looking forward to that very much as well. Now, very much looking forward to talking to our next guest. Of course, we last saw him in action July 23rd. That was just a few weeks ago in London as well. And it ended in heartbreak. It was tough to watch. We were all so very much looking forward to that main event fight between Curtis Blades and Tom Aspinall. Unfortunately, it only lasted a few seconds. We found out afterwards that Tom suffered a serious knee injury. He has had his surgery. He has taken a little bit of time, but he is still very fresh off of all of that. And so I give him a lot of props, a lot of kudos for coming on today's show to give us an update on how he's feeling. Thank you, Frank. We're still singing. It's still in our heart. It's still on our minds. Without further ado, come on, Tommy. We're not going to let it die. We're going to sing that song until the big return, until you hoist that title. How are you doing, my friend?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing. I don't know. I don't feel like I deserve the song right now, to be honest.
You deserve it.
I've not listened to it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm good. Thanks. I'm on the mend. I'm doing well. Thank you.
So let's start with the surgery and the recovery. You had the surgery, what was it, maybe 10, 14 days or so ago?
It was 2 weeks ago today, actually.
2 weeks ago today.
Yep.
Could you tell us, for those that may have missed it, and by the way, I urge everyone to check out your YouTube channel. Tom Aspinall just put it in there. You're posting some high quality stuff, so kudos to the team that is putting that together. Exactly what was the injury that you suffered against Curtis, and how did the surgery go?
Thank you. Yeah, if you head over to the YouTube channel, you can see in-depth details. You can see the actual surgery being done, which is pretty disgusting. But yeah, so the surgery that I had was, the name of the surgery that I had, but what I had fixed was a torn MCL, a torn meniscus, a stretched ACL, and I had some removed. I had some femur bone readjusted, like shaved up, so it fit better in my knee socket. So yeah, pretty big deal, pretty big stuff from the fight. When you're talking about the fight and stuff, it actually still I've not really even watched MMA since, to be honest. I've not even really kept up with anything that's going on in the MMA world. I've been a little bit out of the loop with everything and just keeping a little bit of a low profile, to be honest, because I've been a little bit down in the dumps over it. I didn't want, that's as fighters, that's not what we want to happen. In 15 seconds, that's not what we want.
Well, I don't think anyone would blame you. Would they say right now, I know it's a little bit early in the process, but was the surgery a success? Like, were they happy with what transpired in the surgery?
It seems to be, but we don't know yet. So
Yeah.
I got to go back in. I got to go and get the stitches out on this Tuesday coming. So in like a week or so. I got to have some tests and stuff then. And then I got to go back in 16 weeks to see. And then I'll know if it's fully successful or not. So I got to do like a full rehab program and everything. And in 16 weeks, we're going to go and then we'll have more answers for everybody then. But right now, it seems to have gone well, but he said he doesn't know until we need to do fully healed scans and stuff like that.
Leading up to the fight, did you have any issues with your knee? You still got me?
Yeah, it just blurred out a little bit. Sorry, go again.
Leading up to the fight, were there any issues with that knee?
Now, this can always be a sensitive subject, and I don't want to get this twisted among fans, because I know that there are a lot of uneducated fans who watch this sport, who are new to the sport and stuff. And I realise people say, "Oh, you shouldn't fight with an injury" and stuff like that. This injury that I had with my knee, it's been going on since way before I was in the UFC. As a high level athlete in any sport, not just in MMA, in any sport, we compete with injuries. That's part of professional sports at a high level. And I've actually been managing the knee really, really well, especially this camp. The knee felt amazing this camp. I barely had any issues with it at all this camp. But to say that I didn't have any knee problems, I would be lying. So, yeah, of course, I had problems with the knee beforehand. But that doesn't mean, I fought another 7 or 8 fights with this injury. It's not a new injury.
Okay.
This is an old injury. This is an old reoccurring injury. So, I've managed plenty times before with the knee, and one day I knew that it's gonna go for real, and it just so happened that it was in front of 20,000 home fans, millions watching around the world. So not the ideal situation.
I know, your career, you were on a rocket ship and you're getting big fight after big fight, headlining 2 shows back to back in London in the span of months. At any point were you thinking, man, I need to take a step back, let me fix this before maybe something bad happens, whether it's in training, in a fight, etc.? Were you ever contemplating that, or did you not allow yourself to contemplate that because you kept getting big opportunity after big opportunity after big opportunity? You didn't want to step off that train track.
No, of course. I got greedy, Ariel. I got greedy. I'm not even going to lie about it. I got greedy, and I got, when you're on a roll and you're going, it's like you just want to keep it going. So I actually got this injury before I got signed by the UFC.
Wow.
And then I was like, look, I can't not get this UFC contract. I'm going to fight. I'm going to manage it, and I'm going to fight with the knee. That's no problem. So then I got the first fight. Then they offered me another fight. So I took the next fight, and then I won that pretty quick. And then they offered me a fight with my hero at the time and forever, Andrei Arlovski. Everybody knows, who's followed my career, that he's been my hero from day one. And I was like, man, I can't get the surgery now. I can't rehab the knee now. I've got to fight Arlovski. Then I fought Arlovski in Vegas. Never been to Vegas before. Never even been to America before that. Then they offered me another fight with Spivak with a new contract. Then I got a new contract. And I was like, oh, man, they're offering me twice as much money. I've got to take this one. I've got to go and fight Spivak now. Then I beat Spivak. And I was like, right, now I'm going to rehab the knee. Now I want to get the knee sorted. And then they offered me a main event in my home country against Alexander Volkov, who was ranked number 6 in the world at the time. And I thought, right, I'm going to beat Volkov. I'm going to fight Volkov. And then I'm going to get the knee sorted. No problem. fought Volkov, everything went smooth. Spoke to Dana, begged Dana to come back to the UK, begged the UFC to come back to the UK. And they said, yeah, sure, we're going to come back, and we're going to come back in 10 weeks. So I thought, man, I can't get the knee sorted out now. Like, let's just do one more. Let's just do one more. We can do one more. I've managed it for this many fights so far. I've managed it for like 6, 7 fights. Let's do this one more, and then we're going to get the knee sorted out. And I gambled a little bit too much on this one. And but that's just what we do. You know what I mean? That's as high level fighters, like, you got to gamble on yourself, and you got to believe in yourself. And I just pushed that stuff to the side. I pushed that shit to the side, the sore knee, and I did it one too many times. And now I'm paying the price for it.
So in the cage, when the injury happened, I would suspect, based on all of that information that you just shared, you knew exactly what happened, right? Like, were you thinking, oh man, this is what I had been fearing?
So it was a big build up. A lot of excitement, a lot of tension. It all started off back and forward action, all action. 15 seconds in, it was all over, and then everyone leaves disappointed. So very, very similar to my sex life, Ariel. Very similar. No surprise to me. Nothing new to me, boy.
Right.
No. In all seriousness, no. I've got to. I spent the last few weeks down in the dumps, to be honest. And if I don't start laughing about it, I'm going to cry about it forever. So that's why I'm making jokes. But so my knee kind of locks up from time to time. It's actually, this is the weird thing. It's been locking up way less. Like the last 2 training camps, it's locked up a couple of times, and that's it in the whole camp. So when I landed the kick, my knee locked. And then as I went to step back on my foot, my knee was still locked, and I just mistimed the step, and that's when everything just gave way under me. So I felt all kinds of pops and crunches and all kinds of stuff going on in the knee then. So I knew that wasn't good at all.
Can you possibly just, like you mentioned, everyone leaving, and the crowd clears, the dust settles, all that stuff. But I feel like you were getting a lot of love. Like the general sentiment was, this sucks, heartbreak for Tom. He's still going to be champ. He'll be back. This will be like GSP's knee injury. Conor had the knee injury. They all came back and won belts and whatnot. What kind of feedback did you get from people? Did you allow yourself to go on social media to listen to what people were saying, and how did that make you feel?
Yeah. I mean, I've seen a little bit, of course. The first couple of days, I stayed clear of social media and all that stuff. I was just, I wasn't in the best place. But then, I mean, I got a lot of love. I got a lot of love before the fight, and a lot of love after the fight. I'm constantly getting stopped in the street and stuff, people wishing me well and all that kind of stuff. And, it's just massively appreciated, because people can turn the back on you real quick with stuff like this. I lost the fight, and still people are showing me a lot of love. Even in the arena, like, I got clapped out of the arena. People were clapping and cheering as I was leaving, and I think that's what really upset me the most, is like people give up the time and money and stuff to come down and support me, and it was over in 15 seconds. You know what I mean? If it was longer, and we could have actually had a proper fight. And I was upset for Curtis as well, because in one of my Cage Warriors fights, the guy kicked me. I checked the kick, and he broke his leg. So I know how it feels to win by injury as well, and it's like an empty feeling. You don't feel like you really won, even though you did win. It's not a nice feeling for either guys. I put my heart and soul into this training camp. I trained so hard. I sacrificed everything in that training camp, and that's the stuff that a lot of people don't see. You know what I mean? The training camps are hard. I spent a lot of time away from my family, and a lot of time. It takes a lot out of you mentally, especially doing 2 back-to-back 5-round main event training camps. It takes so much out of you mentally as well as physically. And that's just stuff that people don't see. People don't see that when you have to drag yourself out of bed, you have to be away from your family, and you can't be there for your responsibilities and all that kind of stuff. And for it to be over like that with an injury, and me being sat on the couch for however long, it's difficult.
Saw some great photos, some great footage of you and Curtis in your room sharing a beer, him coming to say hello to you. Could you tell us your side of that story? We spoke to him about it as well. And what did that feel like to see him come, at least wish you well for a few minutes after the injury?
Yeah, so after the fight, we thought, right, we're going to go to the hospital and get everything checked. And the doctors just said, look, if you go to the hospital, there is no way that you're going to get a scan on that today. It's way too swollen. Like, you're not going to be able to get that scan today. So we're just going to take you back to the hotel. So we went back to the hotel. I had some friends with me, like a few friends, a few teammates and stuff were around. Not many, like 4, 5, 6, something like that. And they came back to the hotel, to the room, to put me in the room because I was on crutches. I couldn't walk and all that kind of stuff. So we sat in the room. And one of my friends, my teammates, he said, do you want me to go to the bar and get you a couple of drinks? And I said, yeah, go on. Let's go and get a few drinks. So we got a few drinks in the room. And when he went to the bar, he brought back a few more friends who were in the bar. And before I knew it, honestly, in my hotel room, I must have had 50 people in the hotel room. Like, it was a little room party going on. There were all kinds of people in there. There were other UFC fighters in the room. UFC staff were in the room. A couple of BT Sports staff were in the room, and then Curtis came in the room. Curtis and his team. His dad were there. His dad came in. His whole team were there. There were like 5, 6 guys there, and good guy. You know what I mean? Like, we had a good conversation. We had a good chat. It wasn't like we didn't just have one little chat. We were there for a good 3 or 4 drinks, so an hour or 2 at least. And we had a few good drinks together, talked a few stories, told each other our little game plans that we were going to do, what we thought, and talked about life as well. It wasn't just about fighting. We spoke about life and everything. And, my respect for Curtis is very high. He's a good human being, and I wish him all the best. I wish him all the best with his title run.
You talked about the things that people don't see, don't realize. I saw on your YouTube channel, I was watching the videos, I have subscribed as well, that, you had to leave your family vacation to go do the surgery and all that stuff. That to me is the stuff that, that hits home because we don't get many vacations. You don't get many vacations. Family vacations, they come once, twice a year, if that, if we're lucky. Just, to go through this whole process, to leave the kids, to leave your family. And, it's scary to do all of that. Could you describe what you were feeling in the days, the hours before the surgery?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've been due a rest for quite a while. I've had 7 fights, 6 UFC fights in under 2 years. In that time, I fought 4 ranked opponents, 2 former champions, and I did 2 back-to-back main events in 4 months. That's a lot of work, especially for a heavyweight on the body. Like, that is a lot of work on the body. So, yeah, we had this like family vacation planned for. I wanted to do a month away in Poland to see some family, travel around Poland a little bit. And like I said, after the fight, the doctors were like, "Look, you might as well." Well, obviously, at first they were trying to stop me flying first, and I was like, "Look, I've had this thing booked for a year. Like, I need to go away, and because my family were already in Poland, my wife and kids were already there." And I was like, look, I need to go there and, just spend a little bit of time away from everything, away from everyone. I just want to be with them. So, yeah, I managed to get the plane and stuff, flew out the next day after my fight and spent a week there. But then we got the surgery date was a week. So I had to come back alone to London, but I'm from Manchester. So I had to fly into London alone, leave the family behind and stay in a hotel alone in the hospital. Alone to get the surgery, and then came back to Manchester, and to be honest, this was actually one of the most depressing moments for me in the whole thing. This was one of the most depressing moments. Was I got the surgery, and for like a week, I was basically unable to walk. I was unable to move on my own, really. And in this time, we planned on getting the house renovated. The house is getting not completely renovated, but we get a lot of work done on the house. And this was all planned because I'm still supposed to be away. I'm still supposed to be in Poland now. And one day, all the workmen came in. I couldn't walk. The kids were there. I got 3 small children, as you know. And the kids are bored as hell. The kids are not at school. They're off school. They're bored as hell. And I've got 10 workers in the house. There's all kinds of stuff going on. and I'm just sat there in the chaos, unable to move, in pain, just like, what the fuck has gone on? Like, I'm just literally sat there, the legs up, I can't move. The kids want me to do all kinds of different things. Workers are coming over asking me questions on this. What do they want this doing, this doing? And I'm just sat there like, fuck, I can't even move. I'm just sat here. I'm supposed to be a one now with a win bonus over in Poland, traveling around, seeing the family, experiencing all different kinds of things. And I'm sat here on my ass with my leg up in pain, and I can't even fucking move. So that was one of the lowest points for me.
What are you doing in these moments to try to stay positive, to get your mind off of things, watching things, listening to things? Like, what are you doing to try to lift your spirits whenever you can?
I mean, the kids are a blessing and a curse. They're a blessing and a curse because it's hard work to entertain small children. My kids are 6, 3, and 3 because I've got twins, and they got a lot of energy. But at the same time, like that's hard work. But at the same time, they're not bothered. They're not feeling bad for you. They're not doing any like you're just their dad, and that's it. That's all they're bothered about. So no one's really treating me any different than usual, which is quite nice in a way. It's quite nice. No one's monitoring, my mood. Are you doing this right? They're just treating me like dad, and that has been a bit of a saving grace for me, to be honest, because they're just treating me normal. So that's nice.
Do you feel at this point? Do you feel like can you move around? Are you able to at least walk? Like, if you need to go get something, or are you still immobile?
Yeah. So the last few days has been way better because I can actually walk. I can walk. I've been going to the gym a little bit, doing a bit of upper body.
Oh yeah.
All seated. Everything's seated though. I can't stand for too long. It's all like really shit stuff, really, but it's better than nothing. So. I can walk around the house and stuff, so it's way, way better. Like the last few days, I'm up and around. I'm speaking to people, I'm seeing people, and yeah, I'm just definitely feeling much better because I can walk. You take for granted so much stuff. Like I was not even just the fighting stuff. Like I say, I've been back to back with the fights and stuff. So my life's been really fast paced constantly for the last couple of years. Because you got to remember, Ariel, 2 years ago, like I wasn't even in the UFC yet. No one had any idea who I was. I was just a guy. And now I'm like 2-time main eventer, ranked, nearly breaking into the top 5 and stuff. And yeah, it's just been really fast paced the last couple of years. So it's been kind of nice just to slow it down a little bit and kind of just be normal. Well, it's difficult because I've not really felt normal. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Just to be still for a couple of days has been it's not been nice. But it's been different to what I'm used to. Definitely.
Are you in pain?
No, not anymore.
That's great.
Anymore. I mean, if I was to bend my knee like a lot too much or pull it and push it around, but I can walk. I'm in a little bit of pain when I walk. Like I'm walking with a limp and stuff. But if I'm sat here talking to you right now, I'm not in pain. No,
Okay.
I feel good.
Sometimes when I've talked to athletes who have suffered, setbacks, injuries, they like to read about, watch stories on other athletes who have overcome similar injuries to give them inspiration about, the comeback and all that. Have you done anything like that? Do you find any inspiration from anyone else's story who maybe has suffered something similar to yours in MMA or any other sport?
Yeah, so obviously I'm a UK guy. Basketball for us, we don't have basketball.
Right.
Basketball's not a thing for us. I don't know any basketballers really. But the guy, Kobe, the guy who died, unfortunately, a couple of years ago. Yeah. I've seen a documentary on him where he snapped his Achilles tendon and people were like completely writing him off. And he came back and did what he did, and obviously he was like a legendary basketball player. Like I say, that to be honest with you, no disrespect to basketball or I don't really know who he is before. Basketball's not a thing for us. But I really, really enjoyed that. Like that was great to watch. Like I took a lot of inspiration from that for sure.
Oh, he's one top 10, 6, 5, depending on who you speak to, 3 greatest players of all time. I mean, he is akin to name, better than anyone that you can, a Beckham, like way better than any of these guys. Way better than anyone who's ever played for England. Let's just put it that way.
That was rightly so.
It's not that difficult.
It's not that difficult.
That was a little joke. By the way, did you hear? I'm a Nottingham Forest guy now. I've joined the Nottingham.
Why? Why?
Well, I was Everton, and I had my heart broken. It's a long story. We don't need to go over it. And I love their story. Out of the Premier League for 23 years, they've really embraced me. They brought me in as one of their own. In fact, I might be going to the Nottingham Forest Manchester City match on August 31st. I will be there, and I might be going to that. How about that? David versus Goliath.
Why?
Why am I?
Why are you going to be in?
I'm going to.
Yeah, where is it?
It's in Manchester. I'm going to Cardiff for Clash at the Castle, WWE Clash at the Castle, covering it for our good friends over at BT Sport. So I will be in London for 2 days prior, and we might make a little pit stop to see the David versus Goliath matchup. Of course, David being Manchester City, Goliath being Nottingham Forest.
Well, if you're in Manchester, you know who the big dog is. Who the big dog is.
Of course, yes. I've already reached out to Darren, and Darren said we might meet.
Oh, whoa. Wow. Come on, man.
No, he's dead to me, Darren. So at this point, what are they saying in terms of potential? I know it's early days, but potentially when you could return. Have they given you any kind of timeline?
Yeah, so they say with this kind of injury, 8 months is when you can start working out again properly.
Not bad.
8 months, not too bad. But you got to bear in mind, I'm a big guy. That's what he's telling me. I'm a big guy, and I don't really want to go into it too much about my specific what's wrong with it, but mine's a little bit more complex than usual. Like this injury usually is a little bit more complex. So usually it's about 8-10 months. 8-10 before you can start working out again. So we're just going to see. At the minute, I'm not even focused on timelines, to be honest. I'm just like, let's just get let's get this scan done. Let's get my rehab done, and let's see where we're at, because I know these things can be changed. You know what I mean? 8-10 months for a normal guy, but we're talking about a frigging super athlete, Ariel. I've not got the mindset. I'm not the mindset of a regular person. So we're going to see. It's all individual stuff. You can talk generally about these stuff, but every case is different, isn't it? So when people keep asking me when you're going to be back, I'm like, I don't know. Right now, I'm focused on. I can't even move my leg at the moment, so I'm not even focused on coming back right now. Let me start rehabbing and stuff first, and get into. I'll throw myself deep into the rehab stuff. I'll throw myself deep into the weightlifting. This is just what I do. I get obsessed with this stuff. So. Yeah, I'm not even thinking about a timeline of when to come back, because I ain't rushing back. I see a lot of people rushing back, and of course I'm hungry to fight again. I'm so hungry to fight again, but I need to keep my ego in check, because my ego is essentially what didn't cause this injury, but it kept me pushing on these fights all the time when I should have really took a break. So my ego needs to be put at bay right now, and I need to think about getting myself back to full health before I even think about my next move, fighting wise.
What about my good friend Chael? Has he shown you any love? Has he reached out? I mean, seems like he's taken a great interest in your career, giving you advice. Any words from Chael?
No, Chael's one of the few people he's given me the cold shoulder since the loss. Yeah, he's giving me the cold. No word from
nothing.
A lot of word from a lot of other people. Chael's he doesn't want to know anymore now. Chael, so
should we call him?
Chael, we were like that. We were like this before.
Yeah,
we were like this before, and now a little bit of separation. But
I don't believe that.
If he reaches out, I'll offer the hand, and we'll make up.
I feel like he probably doesn't know how to reach out to you. He probably doesn't have your phone number.
Come on, me and Chael, we've been like that for a long time.
I know.
Of course, he's got my number. Of course, he's got my number.
Sorry. I could call him right now. Do you want to hash it out or no? Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that later. We'll do it on the side text. No. Yeah, he should reach out to you. By the way, another thing I learned on your YouTube channel, and I feel like we're sort of kindred spirits in this regard. You were talking about the handshake versus the fist bump. I personally feel like the handshake should be abolished at this point. No more handshakes.
No,
we're done.
No.
Yes. Fist bump, okay. I think we should all just go with the bow. At this point, the bow is the ultimate sign of respect. It should be universal. No more touching, no more handshake for sure. Fist bump, 50-50, maybe with loved ones. But to everyone else, bow. What do you think?
Strongly disagree.
Really?
Strongly disagree.
You were saying you didn't like the handshake.
Yeah. No, I said I don't like the handshake. It's not that I don't like the handshake.
It's gross.
If it's a stranger, if it's a stranger and I've never met the stranger before, I would rather not. I'd rather give it the knuckle bump because I don't know. It's just, but that if I know somebody, like if I know somebody well, you better believe I'm going handshake, or I'll throw a hug in. I'll throw a hug in there, no problem, absolutely no problem. If I know somebody, but if it's someone I've met for the first time on the street, it's not that I'm uncomfortable with a handshake because I'm not, but I'd rather do a fist bump with someone I don't know.
Oh, for sure. Someone you don't know. I mean, a handshake is just absolutely absurd. It's crazy.
I don't know. You're taking a bit. You're a germaphobe, aren't you?
I mean, I was watching this and I was like, wow, he's speaking to me right now because I have had the same internal conversation and external conversation. I don't want to shake hands anymore. I'm sorry.
Do you know what? That particular time it was hilarious. Because me and my guy James, who does the camera stuff, I didn't even realize that was on camera. By the way, the bit when we were talking about the handshake and the because he's sneaky, you see, sneaky with the camera. He just holds it down here. I don't even know he's there a lot of the time. And we were talking. He said, "Oh, what would you rather do, a fist bump or a handshake?" And I said, "You know what? I'd said exactly what I just said. I'd rather with someone I don't know. I'd rather just keep it to a fist bump." Literally 5 minutes later, a guy come over for a picture. And we shook hands, and his hands were soaking wet. But the worst bit was, Ariel. The worst bit was, we were speaking for like 5 minutes before, and then we shook hands. And his hands were still wet.
He's nervous.
No, they were wet. It wasn't sweat. It was something else. I don't know what.
Oh,
but
weird.
It shouldn't have been wet for 5 minutes. Is what I'm saying. We spoke for 5 full minutes, and his hands were still wet after the 5 minutes. I was like, "What is that?"
Well, I don't know if you've ever. I mean, sometimes I'll get sweaty. I'll get nervous sometimes. If you've ever, why are you looking at me like that? You shake someone's hand and they're sweaty. It's not the greatest feeling. Well, I thought he was. I thought he was giving me the side eye, and all of a sudden we lost him. Where did he go?
He's just catching up there.
It's a great pose. I mean, this is a great way to end it. This is the way Tom Aspinall looks at me. Did we lose him?
He's still on the Zoom.
Tom, you there? This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. Just completely frozen.
What you said was very profound.
Thank you. Can we just reconnect with him because I want to say goodbye properly? We'll say goodbye to him very quickly here, and then we'll get to our next guest. But I do want to say goodbye and wish Tom the best. Always fun when that happens, when the internet goes out literally with like 10 seconds left in the conversation. But I'm happy to hear that he is in relatively good spirits. He will make a comeback, no doubt of that. And it is a severe injury. It is a complex injury. It is a complex surgery that he just had. But, I mean, this is a once-in-a-lifetime athlete right here. Great on his feet, great on the ground, tremendous jiu-jitsu, tremendous grappling. And, crap happens. I appreciate him being so honest about, like the ego getting the best of him and saying, I'll do it next time. I'll do it next time. I'll do it next time. Unfortunately, when you do that, when you keep pushing it off,
he's coming back.
Things will happen at the worst time possible. And it certainly was heartbreaking to see, and no one, even Curtis, wouldn't want it to go down like that. Oh, Tom, I was just about to say goodbye to you, and then you froze up on me.
I knew you'd be kicking me off.
No,
I knew you'd be kicking me off soon.
That is not true. I mean, we're over our allotted time, but I did want to say, I wish you the best. I appreciate you coming on. Keep your head up. Keep your chin up. Keep your nose up. Everyone still believes you're going to be a champion. And until that day that you return, on this here program, we will be singing this song. We will be humming it. And then we'll look back on this moment when you hoist that title and say that you are the best in the world. We'll say, remember when you were down in the dumps and you didn't know when the timeline, when it would, we'll look back on this moment and laugh about it. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
You're the man, Tom. I wish you the best. Thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you.
There he is, Tom Aspinall. Join us, and we will remember this moment. I have no doubt that he will be a UFC champion one day. Now, let's move along to our next guest, one of the greatest of all time, announced on Sunday that he is hanging up the gloves after 17 years in the game. Most recently fought for the PFL, has fought, of course, for the UFC, had one of the greatest fights in UFC history, has also fought for Bellator and so many others. He is, in my opinion, top 2 greatest Canadian MMA fighters of all time, alongside his longtime friend and teammate, George St. Pierre, one of the greatest to ever do it. Rory MacDonald, kind enough to join us. Great to talk to him as always. Rory, my man, how are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
It's great to talk to you. I appreciate this very much. I know it's probably been a couple emotional days for you. And so could I ask you about that? Because it's always interesting when someone retires and then you probably get a flood of nice things said about you, written about you, people reaching out, kind of akin in a weird way to like when someone dies, right? Everyone starts celebrating him. What has it been like for you since you announced Sunday morning-ish that you were going to hang up the gloves and then seeing this outpouring of love that has come your way?
It's been amazing. I didn't really expect that kind of response. It's been really touching just to see so many thousands of people reaching out, texting me, DMing, or just commenting on my posts. It's just it's really nice, you know. I really didn't expect that, so it's been very touching.
Yeah, it's amazing to look at your Instagram posts and read all the messages from very well-known people, and to see the things that they are saying about you and how they respect you and hold you in such high regard. Incredible to read. I'm maybe asking a tough question here, but I'm just wondering, like, was there a message or two that really stood out, that really hit you in the heart?
Nothing that really stands out right now. No. It's been a lot, and they've all meant a lot to me. So it's really nice.
Why did you decide to retire now?
Well, it's been on my mind for a while. I feel like it's been quite a few fights actually where I've questioned it, but just wasn't ready. I felt like I could still have that resurgence in my career. I had a goal that I was driven to, and I know in the practice room I could do certain things, but I just wasn't able to do it in the cage when it came time, when rubber meets the road, so to speak. And unfortunately, there's a difference between what you can do in the practice room and under those lights. And I don't have that certain thing, that spirit, that heart to go out there and get it done anymore. And every fight for a while now, it's been diminishing. I've seen it more and more. And this season was kind of my last hurrah to basically, I was all in. I was going to put everything I absolutely could into this. And if I was successful, I would just keep going with it and go towards my goals. But if I fall short, then that'll be the end. And this last fight, I mean, even if I had put up a better fight and lost, or even if I had won, just the feeling I had in that fight was confirmation to me that this isn't for me anymore. It's not who I am anymore. So I gotta listen to that.
Could you describe what that feeling is like? Like, even if you win, you say you know that it's not for you anymore. What does that feeling feel like?
Just being in that under those lights and face to face with your opponent, and not wanting to be there, not wanting to to push through that 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 intensity that you meet when you're in a fight, when someone's trying to attack you, and when you feel that intensity, usually you have like some sort of resistance to that, and mentally, and it's just not there for me anymore. I don't have that passion to keep doing this with 100% of myself anymore. I just and I think that's confirmation to me that I shouldn't be in there doing this anymore.
Do you remember when you first started to feel this way, when you first started to think that the end is coming?
Yeah, it was when I fought Mousasi. I also, that fight, I didn't prepare like I should have prepared, but that was kind of the beginning. I think after the injury I had in the Lima fight and the injuries I had from like the second Lawler fight, it really like started to play with my head. Being on that couch for like 3 months, not being able to walk after the Lima fight, it just started like, I tried to ignore those voices, but your body and your flesh like kind of cries out to you, and I try to ignore it for as long as I can, but subconsciously it's there. You can only take so much punishment over the years, and I guess you have to be willing to be able to go through that, and I think I just kind of came to my wits' end.
I remember after the Fitch fight, you sort of hinted at some of these feelings. I thought you were going to say the Fitch fight, but then you came back, obviously, and you have fought plenty times since. Could you point to that fight, the draw, as a moment as well? Because it did seem in the cage afterwards that you were sort of questioning how much you had left.
Yeah, that was for sort of different reasons. But I was still having those similar feelings in the cage of not sure I wanted to be there. I was still able to push past those voices, but even the Neiman Gracie fight and a lot of it almost got worse and worse from that point on, of just not being able to have that comfort level in the heat of battle anymore. And yeah, so that's it. It just kind of seemed to get like more and more pronounced, just that feeling of that I shouldn't be doing this anymore.
You said that was for different reasons. Could you share what those reasons were?
Yeah, it was just like conflicting thoughts with like my faith, becoming a new Christian and things like that. But I mean, there were obviously, those same feelings of what I was talking about before from the Mousasi fight and things like that. That was beforehand. So it's just that there was some additional things there. I'd become family man, married, got a house, and became a Christian. Life had changed a lot when I started fighting in Bellator. So at that point, when I fought John, I was just a little bit mixed up. I think I still had more fight in me than I do now, but yeah.
Do you wish you would have ended the career sooner? Do you regret sticking around?
No. I think I needed to. I needed to get it right out of my system. And now when I walked out of that cage, obviously I was disappointed getting knocked out, but I'm very much at peace with it. I know for certain that I don't want to fight anymore. And if I would have maybe hung it up before, I think I would have probably, I circled back to it, and it would have been more of a drawn out process than it is now. I just had to, finish whatever it was, and get it out of my system, so to speak.
Do you wish you had an opportunity to speak in the cage on Saturday? I know you took off the gloves, but we didn't hear from you. And obviously, after a knockout, sometimes the broadcast doesn't want to go to that fighter, and I understand completely why. Were you hoping to have a few words? Like, did you want that moment, or do you not care about that?
No, not at all.
Okay.
You're the only interview I accepted to do post. My plan was to just like disappear into the the darkness and just fade off into the darkness in my career, and disappear into regular life. But we were texting back and forth, and I felt like I owe it to my fans and people to maybe have a final word, and I wouldn't want to do that with anybody but you.
Oh man,
so
that means you just gave me chills. That really means a lot, and it meant so much to me when you had my back in 2016 with all that stuff that went down, and I'll never forget it. And just I think so highly of you, and so that really does mean a lot to me. Thank you for that. Obviously, people, I have the guy right over here, and he'll always be on our desk. This is you. You may not recognize him. Yeah, that's you from the Lawler fight. People speak of that fight with such love and admiration and reverence. And you said online, you told me way back in the day, greatest moment of your career. Do you still feel that way?
Yeah, I mean that fight, like that was the pinnacle of my career. And because of that fight, I've been able to have a legacy in the sport. I've been able to provide for my family and a future from fighting. If I never had that fight and it was just a so-so fight and I lost the title and I went on the exact same road, I probably wouldn't have made near as much money. That really put me on the map, I find. And I have diehard fans that are lifelong, whether I've had bad performances since then. It's really the staple of my career, that fight with Robbie.
So even though it was a loss and even though you took that damage, you still look back, like there's no regrets or no like what ifs about that fight. You still look back on it with those kinds of feelings, nothing negative.
The only thing I would change is probably like leading up to the fight and preparation. But the fight itself, I mean, it changed my life forever, and I'm forever grateful.
What do you mean by preparation? What would you have done differently?
I would have taken it more serious.
You would have taken the title fight more serious.
I was a little immature at 25, and I had I was doing things I probably shouldn't be doing, but I was going down a bad road at that point in my life, and I thought I was invincible at 25 years old. I was fighting in the UFC and winning and had my name like pumped up, and I thought I was bigger than what I was. But I mean, I'm not making excuses. I think I could have prepared better for the fight. I should have took it more seriously. I should have had a better game plan, a direct plan of action. But I went in there and I said, you know what? I'm just going to fight this guy as hard as I can. And that was probably the wrong thing to do against Robbie Lawler.
Damn, I've never heard you say that before about the fight. Does it like, do you feel like you take that fight seriously? Like you would have, a fight later on in your career? Do you think you'd become UFC champion?
No, I can't say that. I mean, no, I probably shouldn't even have said what I said because it's going to come across as an excuse.
I appreciate the honesty.
I really, Robbie was so sharp that night. No matter what I brought to him, he just kept coming forward, and he was an absolute Terminator. And he did awesome. Even in our first fight, I took him down, and I was trying to do ground and pound and do submissions. So I can't say I would have won that fight. He beat me twice, fair and square, and I'm just grateful for being able to share the cage with him. We had some epic times that I'll never forget.
Do you care at all that you never got the UFC belt? Does that mean anything to you?
Yeah, it hurts. It stings. That's what I set out for. But I made a lot of mistakes in my youth, and I have to pay the consequences. But in this next chapter of my life, I've learned so much from fighting, from making bad choices and reaping the consequences from them, that I feel like I'm gonna be better served in my next chapter of my life, because I'm not gonna make those same mistakes. And it was a good lesson going forward.
Do you want to stick around with MMA? Do you have any interest in still being a part of the sport, or are you moving on completely?
I mean, as far as career things, I'm probably gonna take a different avenue. I'll always be a martial artist, so I'm always gonna be in the gym training, and that's for sure. But as far as me being involved in mixed martial arts, I don't know. I don't know how involved I'll be. We'll see where the road takes me. See if my son wants to get involved with it. Hopefully not.
Why hopefully not?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I would have a hard time dealing with my son fighting professionally or competitively. But if he were, I would definitely be there 100%.
And so, do you have any idea what you're going to do now?
Probably go down real estate road. I've been really interested in that. I've been doing a lot of researching and planning, so that's kind of the next step at this point.
And just curious about like going off into the darkness and never being heard from again and all that stuff. Why is that? Like, I can understand maybe you don't want to coach a team or run a team or something like, but why this sort of idea? And it doesn't necessarily surprise me knowing you a little bit and kind of how you think, and you never really seemed like someone who loved the limelight or anything like that, but why do you just want to disappear?
I don't know. I just I don't know. I never, like you said, I never really got into this for recognition or anything. It's very touching. Like, all these messages I've been getting, it's unbelievable. I never would have imagined that in my retirement. But I don't know. I just felt like I don't really have a lot to say. I came into this sport to achieve something personal. It was a very personal thing for me to get involved in this sport and what I've done in it. And I never really thought of getting any attention from it. It wasn't a popular thing when I first started. And now that it's become like a major sport, and people are paying attention to it, it never really changed for me. I'm not really interested in what people have to say or getting on TV or anything like that. I guess I don't know. It just wasn't something that I was interested in doing, having a big speech after a fight or, get any recognition. It's just, move on to the next thing and live life.
And when you say personal, like the reason why you got into the sport, what do you mean by that?
Well, my reasoning for the sport was that I was driven to be the world champion. I felt like God had put that into my heart, that I could be the best in the world. I could be world champion, and that's what I was set out to do. Unfortunately, I fell short, and I feel that it was because of my own mistakes that I'd made, and so I own those mistakes. I just have to carry what I've learned through those mistakes and make it better for the next part of life.
But you don't, and I don't know everything that happened, to you and what the mistakes are that you're referring to, but you don't let this beat you up inside, right? Like you're kind of viewing this as like, I'm going to, do the right things in this next chapter. You don't let this, you know, eat you inside and harp on it, do you?
Not at all.
Okay, good.
I'm yeah, no, I mean, obviously it's scary leaving the thing that it's all I've ever known. You know, I started this when I was 14 years old, and I started fighting professionally at 16, completely sold out to fighting and being world champion at 16. So it's all I've ever known. And now I have a family. So there's some scary, it's kind of scary transitioning, you know, to, you know, another career. But I'm excited. You know, there's it's a new journey, and I'm looking forward to what's in store.
Have you allowed yourself to look back a little bit, reminisce a little bit? You don't necessarily strike me as that kind of guy, but you know, I was doing some, like I was looking at the Mike Guyman fight, and Condit in Vancouver obviously was a big deal, and then you rebounding, and you know, 133 Mike Pyle, 129. Like, have you allowed yourself to look back and smell the roses a little bit the last couple of days?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on my flight back home from London, I was sitting in business class, just thinking about my first plane I ever took to a professional fight. I think I was fighting in King of the Cage. I was probably 17 years old, and I got flown to New Brunswick. And I remember that feeling, and we were in like this tiny little like propeller plane, and it was like the middle of winter, tons of turbulence, and I was looking out the window at 17, just, you know, so pumped that I was on a plane. Couldn't believe it. People are flying me to go across the country to go and fight for a national title, and it was a very proud moment for me. And just seeing, you know, I had made that post about my retirement, and I was sitting there, and it was just, it was kind of a cool moment for me to, you know, be on that first flight, you know, to one of my beginning fights of my career, and to be on that last flight home from London, England, um, in business class. You know,
Yeah.
just seeing how it kind of all kind of went full circle, and it just went so fast. So I've definitely been reminiscing about my career and all the experiences. I've got to experience so much. I'm so grateful. I've met so many cool people. I've went all over the world because of this career, and I've learned so much about myself. Like I said in that post, it's just it's been an unbelievable 17 years. Unbelievable. Can't believe it.
It's amazing to see someone retire. Sometimes with retirement, there's sadness, there are tears. You're smiling. Like I feel the relief. I feel just the happiness, like that you could just kind of move on. Is that a fair way to describe how you're feeling?
Absolutely. It's been a pretty heavy weight on my shoulders, fighting the last little while. So it absolutely is a bit of a relief. I felt like when I actually committed to retiring after this fight, I felt like it was just a weight that fell off of me, and my heart just felt lighter. And obviously, like I was saying before, I'm still, you know, that this transition is nerve wracking. You know, I have responsibilities. I'm not a single guy. I have a family to look after. So I plan on doing a good job, but that's always a nervous thing. But I feel good about my decision. I feel like there's nothing left in this sport that I need to try to do. I really gave it all. I invested everything I could into this year in my final push into it, and it didn't work out. And I'm happy with what I did. I tried my best, and I can leave with a smile on my face knowing that's what I did.
And just to be clear, had you won the tournament, you still would have retired, right?
No.
Oh,
If I would have won, kept going. It's just the feeling I had in my last fight was confirmation that, you know, this is not for me anymore.
okay. To take that story about being on the plane one step further, I don't think that there's a person on the planet who would argue with the statement that as far as greatest Canadian MMA fighters of all time, it's GSP and then you. And I don't think you would take exception to GSP being up there considering your relationship and what he's accomplished. Second greatest Canadian MMA fighter to ever live is a pretty damn good, spot to walk away from. I don't know if you'll agree with me, but that's how I feel, and that's how I think everyone else feels. So congratulations, man. You did it all. You were an absolute pleasure to cover. Always loved your fights when you'd show up in the suit and get your hands wrapped and, give us you were never in boring fights. You were always great with the media. You were always great to cover. You represented this country so well. I hope you'll be staying in Montreal. Are you staying in Montreal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be here.
Great. Thank you for everything. Thank you for all the great memories, all the great fights, all the great interviews, all the time that you gave us. And thank you for doing this one last time. Hopefully we'll talk again, but to come on the show after your retirement really meant a lot. And again, thank you for what you did in 2016. You may not think it meant a lot, but it really did, the tweets that you sent out. So all the best to you and your family, Rory. Thank you for everything, and congratulations on a legendary Hall of Fame career. You will go into the Hall of Fame. That fight is going in there, and you will be in there as well. I have no doubt of it. So all the best, my friend.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much, Ariel.
All right. Talk to you soon. Rory MacDonald, what a great career, legend, and such a great honor to have him on the show after his retirement. Really one of my favorites of all time, and just an absolute mensch, absolute legendary Canadian fighter. And I put the Canadian part in there because for me, it's important as a Canadian, but it's really not important to the rest of you. He's one of the greatest fighters of all time. And I know there's a lot of new fans who maybe weren't even watching the sport back at UFC 189. I know there's a lot of fans who don't remember him in the UFC, just know the Bellator Rory MacDonald or the PFL Rory MacDonald. That's one of the greatest fighters. And when he came into the sport as this young teenage phenom and fighting in the UFC at such a young age, in his home province of British Columbia, such a young age, it's really just an amazing thing to see what he's accomplished in 17 years as an MMA fighter. Most people couldn't even dream, possibly allow themselves to dream of lasting that long in the sport. So I wish him the absolute best. Happy trails. Congrats on a great career, the great Rory MacDonald. And can't thank him enough for coming on the show. That was really, really cool. All right, we're going to do another really cool thing right now. We're going to have two individuals who are fighting in the main event of the BKFC card in London this Saturday. Earlier today, we had Chris Wade and Brendan Loughnane together at the same time. A lot of bad blood there, a lot of animosity. Well, on the same day, August 20th, we're getting a really special fight that I don't think anyone saw coming. We know that Platinum Mike Perry is a part of BKFC. We didn't think that MVP Michael Venom Page, Bellator welterweight title contender, was a part of the organization, but it appears as though he has been loaned, if you will, sort of like Dean Henderson of Nottingham Forest fame. From Man U to Nottingham Forest, he has been loaned from Bellator to have this special attraction fight. It's Platinum versus Venom, and they'll be meeting inside the BKFC cage on Saturday. First, they meet each other here on the program, and this is very fun. Hello, gentlemen. Mike, it's great to see you. Mike Perry, great to see you. Mike Page, it's great to see you. Thank you guys for doing this. I appreciate it.
No problem, man.
Well, guys, I know we're just days away. I know you're both in London right now. Mike, I'll start with you. Mike Perry, I'll start with you. When you heard that this was a possibility, you versus MVP, such a great striker, renowned striker, dynamic striker, but a Bellator fighter who wasn't in BKFC. What was your initial reaction?
Let's go. I'm ready for it. You looking skinny, Mike.
Okay. What weight cutting is, bro?
How much do you weigh,
Cutting
MVP?
that weight too.
How much do you weigh? I don't think...
Me too.
If I'm being honest, I don't feel like MVP looks so skinny. You guys think he looks skinny?
Yeah, I can see like his cheekbones a little bit more. Looks like he's going through the weight cut like I am. That divot in the middle of his head is a little tighter now too.
How is the weight cut going for you, MVP? And could you tell us what is the weight for this fight?
Oh, it's 175, so 79 kgs. So I'm used to cutting a little bit more. So it's to be fair, it's definitely helpful. Not having to stress too much about the weight, but it's never easy. Kind of doing the weights that we have to do, but I feel good, feel great, good energy, and I'm just rearing to go.
How did this whole opportunity come about with BKFC for you?
So it kind of went like weird way around, because my coach is good friends with David Hay. And I'm not sure. I know David Hay had some kind of conversation or something with the guys from BKFC. I'm not sure if he's doing any work with them. But, I think they kind of asked his opinion on who would be a good fight. Like, does he know anybody that would be a good fight to try and get a main event in the UK? And he put my name forward and was like, oh, look, I know his coach. I can talk to his coach and find out. And it just happened to just time perfectly, because he spoke to my coach, and my coach spoke to me, and I was just 100%. Let's make it happen. Obviously, we got to speak to Bellator and see. We had a couple of conversations with them. They had conversations amongst themselves and came back and said, gave me the thumbs up, the okay. So I was like, whoa. I wasn't sure if it was going to happen, but if you don't ask, you don't get. So I put it out there, and we're here now. So it was definitely worth it.
And what did you think when you were offered Platinum Perry? Are you a fan of his? Do you like watching his fights? Were you intrigued by this opportunity?
Yeah, no, I think it's a great fight. I think one thing I like about him is it's a great character, great energy. And for me, the build-up is always exciting when you have somebody that, is not boring on the other side. So great character, tough guy. So it's going to be a fight when you get in there. So many people, they have the massive build-up, and then they get there and they don't actually want to fight me. I don't think this is going to be the case with someone like Platinum. He's going to go in there and really try to, put the hurting on me, but the same results will still happen.
What are you thinking?
Yeah, bro, it's gonna be such an honor to go in there and knock you out, bro. Such an honor, bro.
Yeah. Platinum, are you a fan of his style? Very interesting, very exciting fighter. What did you make of the MVP? And just like, have you watched his fights? Have you checked them out over the years?
Absolutely. I've seen him around. He's definitely made some viral videos knocking people out in Bellator, and definitely, like I said, I'm very excited to get to test my skills against a fighter like him, long and slippery, and it seems to be smart, and he likes to say that some people are too stupid, but I think he knows I got a couple clever tricks up my sleeve, so we're gonna see.
Genuinely don't believe that. Genuinely don't believe that.
And that'll be your downfall then. I don't care. This is gonna be a different night for you, man. This might be the end for you, man.
BKFC. Only because it's BKFC. That's the only reason it's different. Outside of that, it's the same. It's another fight.
Back to beating up.
I've been fighting all my life, bro. I've been fighting all my life. It's nothing.
Yeah,
it's another walk in the park.
Yeah, fighting cans your whole life.
What's crazy? What's crazy though?
With footlocks and Bellator, but you don't got cauliflower ears. You ain't doing real grappling rounds with people. If I grab somebody's foot and they
I hate that shit. I hate that shit. That was my goal coming into the sport. I said, if I ever had cauliflower ears, I'm leaving the sport. I made sure I never had that shit.
Well, I'm don't worry about cauliflower ears. I'm going to give it to you this weekend.
But hold it. Don't you think it's crazy that? Don't you think it's crazy that after this fight, you're going to be classed as a can?
I'm going to be what?
You're going to be classed as one of those cans.
All right, yeah. This will be the can that got you. They call me that. These people, these fans that watch who never fight anyways, who call these people cans or journeymen, they can say what they want about me, but I fought the toughest who's who that's ever stood across from me, and I fight them like nobody else. So I'm much different than anybody you've ever faced. The only similarity that you got with me and any other people you face is I'm a short, stocky white dude. That's what you mean by when you say you fought people like me, is I'm a short, stocky white dude, but you never fought nobody like Platinum Perry.
I know you're wishing for that, but unfortunately, that's not a fact. That's just not the fact. The fact is you're the same as every other. I think
it's your running away that's going to get you into trouble.
Guy. And then
see, Michael Seals was he was a savvy boxer, but he was down to fight with me in the pocket and try to land solid blows in the pocket when I came at him. You not. You're going to try to exit and catch an angle and try to fire a shot from a range and then get back to your range. And that's going to be your downfall.
So doing what's made me successful is going to be my downfall. Oh, no, that's interesting.
It's not going to work on me.
That's interesting.
You hit weak people. You hit weak people.
Think.
This isn't karate class. You're not about to break boards with your bare knuckles. This shit don't break.
It's okay. You can go to sleep, though. There's a sleep mode in it. Trust me. It's right.
I'm always awake. I'm always awake.
There's sleep mode. Don't worry. I'll find it.
Platinum, can I ask you this? You just had your BKFC debut a few months back. He has not fought in bare knuckle. Do you think he is in for, a rude awakening, if you will? This is a different kind of game. Do you think that he is underestimating just how brutal this sport is?
No, I think he's here to find out some things about himself, to see if everyone he's been fighting over the years is cans like everyone on the internet be saying about him. And I could care less about his past fights or anything, because Saturday night he's going to be in front of me and I'm going to teach him a few lessons. I'm the teacher this weekend. He thinks he's going to show me something. I seen your little rubbery ass before.
I definitely don't think I'm going to show you anything, because you're not going to be seeing it. You're going to be asleep. You're going to miss that. You have to watch it back. Don't worry. You'll watch it back and find out why.
I see everything. I see everything. I look it right down the barrel and I take every shot in the face, because I don't let people set me up. You try to set me up with a straight shot.
It says otherwise, bro.
Say it again, MVP, what you just said. It just cut out. What says otherwise?
His face says otherwise.
Oh,
you can say you see it all, but boy, you've been hit way too much.
Your head looks like a ball sack. You look like testicles, and the hair on your chin look like gooch hair. And I'm gonna shove my fist up your ass.
MVP, did you see his bare knuckle fight? Did you see it? And if so, what did you think of it?
No, I've only seen like clips of it. I haven't actually sat down and watched the whole fight.
Really?
I've only seen clips.
Why? Why did you watch it?
To be fair, in general, I don't tend to watch my opponent's fights anyway. So it's not nothing like no disrespect to anybody. I just don't like to do it. I leave it to my coaches. My coaches will kind of tell me, okay, this is how they do. This is what how they like to move. Blah blah blah. I usually just watch a couple of clips just to solidify what they've said, and then just go in there and do me.
What did you think of what you saw?
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same old. Likes to fight, enjoys being in a battle, enjoys taking shots, enjoys trying to give shots. That's just not my style, And I think there's a lot of people that there's a lot of fighters out there that are very similar, which is why it's kind of easy to kind of prep and train for somebody like him.
You seem to disagree with this, Platinum.
He's gonna break. I'm gonna break him. Whether it be defensively, offensively, pressure, making him miss, making him pay, all of the above. You're gonna miss too. And if you don't miss, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt you.
Platinum,
you only have one option. You only have one mode. And I've only ever seen you in your career in that one mode. You don't do anything else, unfortunately.
I believe watching the Julian Lane fight. I mean, it's out there now. Maybe you should look at it, because I control when and where the fight happens. Whether you coming forward or whether you going backwards, I'm gonna control that.
The drugs you take are really strong, right?
I mean, I get down.
They seem very strong right now. You're a bit delusional, but it's all right. Yeah. The reality will kick it soon.
The only
Saturday.
thing I'm worried about is when I punch you in that big ass grill of yours, how them teeth gonna cut up my knuckles. I'm not really sure yet, but it's gonna happen. I'm gonna try to knock some of them things out of your mouth.
No problem. You do your best.
Platinum, can I ask you,
Thanks, bud. You too.
Based on what you've seen of him, would you say one of the most, I don't know, dynamic strikers you've ever fought, if not the most? Is this one of the best guys you've ever fought?
You know what happened last time I came to England and fought? Yeah, you know what happened last time I came to England and fought. That was in Manchester. This is the big show here too. So I'm looking to do that again in London. I fought in Manchester.
Yeah.
I fought Danny Roberts in Manchester. Boy, that was a good fight. Man. It was a fun one. I beat the hell out of him.
But would you
telling me about your opponents don't mean anything? Trust me, I'm not the same. We're two different fighters.
That's okay.
And not even the same in terms of style. So again, it's not relevant.
I don't know. You guys look alike a little bit.
Sounds racist to me, boy.
But I'm comparing.
Platinum, do you feel like his style could work in BK? Maybe not against you. You may not think, but like, could that style that we see in Bellator work in BKFC based on, you know, what you know of him and of bare knuckle fighting?
It depends, man, on because he said, you know, I was thinking about it wrong with the draw and making it through the rounds. I plan on enjoying the moments in the ring with him. I think it's going to be a great time for me. And, you know, once he realizes what I'm capable of, it depends on if he ever wants to get back in there again and deal with, you know, I mean, but I don't think there's going to be anybody else like me in here to do stuff like what I'm going to do to him. But I don't know if he's going to want to get back in the ring.
Wow, period. MMA or bare knuckle?
Maybe he'll go back to Bellator and put the gloves on, but when I hit him in the face with these bare knuckles and I cut your face open multiple times, I don't know how you're going to feel.
Big statement. He's laughing. I don't know if
look forward to it. Look, it's all talk until the reality kicks in. There's no point.
Yeah.
I'm going to be there, though. I'm always there. And I always show
and I look forward to that. That's one thing I don't doubt. You're coming to put hands on me, and I love that. But yeah, we're two different calibers of fighter. I'll tell you that now.
MVP in the training.
You coming to dance. I like to dance too. I like bust a move.
Shame you ain't got the moves though.
Shit.
I'll take you out. I'll take you out.
MVP's got nice moves. I would say Perry's moves were pretty good there. I mean, not bad. Right, look at that.
I'm gonna twerk on you when I knock your ass out.
Oh. MVP, when you trained for this fight, did you use like what are you using to train? Like, did you spar with bare? Like, how do you prepare for a bare knuckle fight?
Nah, it wouldn't be. There's no point in sparring because there would be too many cuts non-stop and blah blah blah. Do a lot of conditioning work, but to be fair, it's a lot of boxing, a lot of like Greco work because there's a lot of heavy clinching. That go on, but that obviously it's different in boxing. You clinch and then they kind of break you up. In here, they kind of allow the dirty boxing to keep going. So you kind of have to be good, kind of Greco style as well. And then yeah, it's just boxing. Like I said, I know I'm slick enough. I know my timing's on point. I feel strong, fast, all the normal. And then it's just a condition of the hand, so it's all good.
Platinum seems to agree with what you were saying there about the preparation, right?
I was saying, I was thinking, you better grab on tight. I'm going to take you for a ride.
I told you, bro. This is the third time now. I do not swing that way. Stop that.
You're going to feel me, baby. You're going to feel me. You better grab on tight.
Good.
Grab on time.
I actually feel like there's a part of MVP that you really enjoy, Platinum. Like, I feel like there's a scenario where you guys are going to be friends after all of this.
I mean, listen, he might not like me after what I do to him, but
That's true.
I will always respect you, MVP. I know I don't always say the best stuff. I'm trying to. I want to piss you off a little bit, but we're gonna fight. It is what it is. We're gonna fight. Oh my God, we're gonna fight. I'm so excited. I cannot wait to get in there. This whole game is like hurry up and wait. I gotta wait to make weight, and then I gotta wait to get in there with him. And I'm patiently waiting my turn, and I'm gonna get in there and I'm gonna shock the world. I don't know if it's much of a shocker. A lot of people seem to know what I'm gonna do.
Oh, I don't know. Do they put out odds for bare knuckle fights? Are you the favorite?
I don't know if I am. I don't think I am. Maybe he's the favorite, but comments.
Okay, the streets.
I'm gonna walk you down, dog.
I'm being told that MVP is in fact the favorite.
Yeah, I didn't even need to say anything. You already knew. You already knew that.
I just want
I'm a hungry underdog. Let's go.
MVP.
I think I don't think I was the favorite in my last couple fights.
Okay. And did you enjoy it, by the way? I haven't talked to you since did you like getting punched in the face, bare knuckle?
I'm gonna come and ask you that question, Ariel.
Okay. You're gonna come and ask me that question?
Yes.
After you punch me?
Studio.
After you punch me in the face? I don't know. I mean, you got paid good money for it, right?
It ain't about the money at all. There's nothing I want more than to get in there and put my hands on that scrotum over the face over there. I'm going to hit that thing like a speed bag. I can't wait to get in. There's nothing I want more than to get in there and fight him.
I like the new hair. MVP, what do you think of the new hairdo?
It's terrible. It's terrible.
Come on. What do you mean?
You're just jealous, Baldy.
It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. I'm sorry, but I'll still take you out and associate with you afterwards. It's fine. You know what I mean? I'm sure somebody would like it. I'll take you to the clubs in London. I'll show you around London afterwards.
Is this a one-off for you, MVP? Like after this, are you back to Bellator, or are there multiple fights on this arrangement?
Yeah, it's fun. It's for now. It's a one-off. Obviously, if I enjoy it, I think I'm going to enjoy it. If I enjoy it the way I know I'm going to enjoy it, I'm sure I'll try and find time to come back. But for now, it's one fight and then back to Bellator. You know, I got some business to handle over there. A bit annoyed about the last fight and how it went down, which is why I was so eager to get another fight straight back in. They weren't, Bellator weren't capable to facilitate that, but allowed me to then do this, which is perfect.
Still thinking backwards. You still thinking you stuck in the past.
What? Why? Why do you say that?
Because you say you still...
It doesn't matter what you think, bro. Shut up.
Oh, there he is.
Hey.
That was polite.
You got Dwayne Johnson on that one. The Rock special.
Platinum, did you see his last fight?
Your opinion, bro.
Did you see his last fight?
Nah, man, I don't. Nah.
You don't watch?
I didn't see Bellator. I don't really see Bellator fight.
Fan.
You don't watch?
You're a big fan.
You don't watch MVP fights? He's must-see TV.
I saw... No, man, I don't be seeing Bellator fights like that. I don't know. I think I'd be out. I think I'd be out enjoying my life with Bellator.
Don't worry about it. You know that. You're a liar. I supersede it. Doesn't matter what happens in Bellator. It will come out. You'll see it.
I don't know if I've ever watched Bellator fights. Just the highlights. No, the highlights. Yeah, the highlights come out. But there was no highlights of your last fight.
No, 100%. This is why I need to go back and handle business.
They went decisions. That's real. I mean, I gave you props on I thought it was very admirable that you got defeated and you came back and you fought that guy and you got the victory. That's awesome, man. It's one of the reasons I'm excited to fight you because it shows your heart and your grit. And I'm going to show the world how much grittier I am.
Respect. I like that.
I like that.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, that's really nice.
That's what I'm saying. There's respect here, 100%. At the end of the day, we have to go to war, and it is what it is. We're prize fighters, and we're about to show down. There'll be a showdown in Chinatown, so let's make it happen.
Oh, what?
Oh wow!
Kiss it, bro. Kiss that shit. 'Cause I'm gonna knock you out, MVP. I'm done with this shit. I'm gonna knock your ass out.
Final thing, Platinum. I wanted to ask you. Give us a prediction. When does it end?
I guess now because he's knocked down his phone.
1 to 3, somewhere in there.
All right. And
1 to 3 rounds. And if it don't, then we go on 6.
MVP, your prediction?
I just find it crazy because he says the 6th round is based on if 1 to 5 is a draw.
Yes.
So there's no reason to be like, oh yeah, if it's not, it's gonna go 6. That means it's an even
because you're gonna
fight,
be
right?
running all night, and I'm gonna be trying to find you. You're gonna be running away.
Anyway, yeah, I'm saying 1 or 2.
1 or 2.
First one to figure it out, show off a little bit, you know.
Yeah, you going down in 1 or 2? Damn, man, you think low of yourself.
Make him realize how fast I am. Make him realize,
Nobody get me out of there.
Guys are real.
You out of it.
And then, number 2, you're going. Peace.
Thank you for doing this, guys. He's out. MVP, you're the man. Thank you for doing this. I appreciate it very much. Good luck on Saturday, my man.
Thank you. Thank you.
There he is, Michael Venom Page, Platinum Mike Perry. How about that? Wow. I was saying before all of this that they were the guys that seemed to have a lot of respect for each other. And it seemed like that one was even more heated than the first one today with Chris Wade and Brendan Loughnane.
Right?
Respectful heat?
Yeah.
Well, it's BKFC London, BKFC 27, this Saturday, August 20th, at the OVO Arena, Wembley. By the way, OVO, isn't that the Drake thing? OVO. Anyway, it's OVO Arena in Wembley, which is in London, England. The main card starts, by the way, on Fight. You can watch it on Fight TV at 2 p.m. Eastern, same time as the PFL main card. So I don't know what you guys are going to do. I mean, I'm doing nothing on Saturday. In fact, my family is actually going away. I'm going to be all alone. I'm going to sit in front of the TV for like 14 hours. Starting with Nottingham Forest and Everton at 10. Then we'll move on to... So I've gotten conflicting reports about the Anthony Joshua, Alexander Usyk fight. It sounds to me like that ring walk is going to be at 5:30. There's going to be a point, I believe, that the MVP Perry fight, the Usyk Joshua fight, and the finals of the PFL card, like the Kayla fight, maybe the Brendan Wait, are all going to be happening at the same time. And that will lead us into UFC 278, of course, headlined by Leon Edwards versus Kamaru Usman. We spoke to Leon on Monday. We'll talk to Luke Rockhold later in the day at around 4:15. August 20th, this Saturday is going to be nuts. Really appreciate MVP doing that and Mike Perry doing that. I had to switch from calling them both Michael. So I went with, I don't know if you guys noticed that. I went with MVP and Platinum. By the way, everything okay with our stream over there, Frank? What's going on?
Everything's fine.
There was a period there. Did we miss
some network issues?
But we're back?
Yes.
Are we on a delay or something?
No.
Am I breaking the fourth wall right now?
A little bit.
Okay, so everything is up to speed.
Correct.
How much did we miss out on? This was like old school stuff, huh?
Just laggy, that's
laggy,
all. Yeah.
Okay. MVP minus 245, Perry plus 195. GC, tell me the truth. Is everything okay?
Yeah, it looks like everything's good.
I just heard the laugh. Who just laughed?
Nobody.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, I think we're doing good.
How much did we do? I feel like it actually went out on the moment where Rory said that I was the only one that he spoke to. Like that was a great moment. Is that like literally when it went out?
We might have to just re-rack the whole show.
God. Like he like this guy retires legend and he's like, Ariel, you're the only interview that I've agreed to do, and the thing went out.
Yeah.
Like no one heard that? I won't get that moment.
Now we're just taking your word. I actually didn't even hear him say
Wow.
that,
It'll be
so
in the podcast.
Is that moment just gone forever? Like, what happens in the replay?
I'm not sold that it ever even happened.
Wow. I mean, literally, like chills up and down my spine when he said that. Emotional. I think he even got emotional.
Well,
No one will ever see it. No one knows it happened.
Correct.
Wow. Okay. What timing? But we're back now.
Supposedly.
You can rest assured that we're back
So why did he say supposedly?
because he's just liking stirring the pot with you.
The one thing I really need to do is mute my Slack because it's like it's basically like taking this pencil and putting it right into my soul. You know what I mean?
That's what happens when there's a network issue.
Who's to blame for all this? Tell me.
Network people.
Who's the network? I'm calling them right now. I'd like to have a word. Anyway, speaking of having a word, there I am yesterday, having a lovely Tuesday, a lot going on. Spoke to Billy Corgan. Stay tuned for that. You know Billy Corgan?
I'm familiar.
Smashing Pumpkins?
Big fan, actually.
Tonight,
All right.
tonight.
No, let's not do this to him.
Today is the greatest. Anyway, great Tuesday. And all of a sudden, I'm starting to get bombarded. Now, this actually started on Friday. Bellator's going on, South Dakota. Aaron Jeffery of Canada scores a big knockout of one Austin Vanderford. 8-day notice fight for him. Big opportunity, massive win. Another big win for him in Bellator. Had one in June. Has a tremendous look, mullet, stash, the whole 9 yards. And I'm starting to get a couple of tweets, mainly from our good friend Sarah Rose, who's like, you got to get him on the show. Then I get hit up by Danny Rubenstein, and he's like, you got to get him on the show. By then, the Monday show was kind of packed already. You know, we're trying not to go 7 hours here, even though our shows are getting longer and longer. But we're like, all right, yeah, we'll get him on. But then on Tuesday, I see tweets starting to come my way. And then I see the catalyst, the impetus, the embryonic stages of say, oh, there it is. Can some followers tweet at Ariel and get me on the MMA Hour? And then I started, this is at 12, I think it says 58 there. More tweets. And I'm like, you know what? I appreciate the effort. I appreciate that young Aaron Jeffery wants to be on the program. Who am I to say no to an up-and-coming Canadian star? These are the fighters that I need to look out for. These are the ones that I need to put on this program and, give them the platform to share their story with the entire world. And so we pivoted. We actually, had the show already booked out. He said, no, we got to get Aaron on the program. And so without further ado, here he is, the man who scored the big knockout win over one Austin Vanderford last Friday in South Dakota, the pride of Ontario and Canada, Mr. Aaron Jeffery. Aaron, how are you?
I'm good, man. That was pretty surreal to hear that intro from you.
Well, here we are. You called your shot. You shot your shot, as the kids say, and you made it happen. You put me up against the wall there. I was feeling the heat, and I had to relent.
That's awesome. I love it. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right? Isn't that Wayne Gretzky, a good old Canadian boy himself?
I believe it was Michael Scott of The Office who said that. But yes, Gretzky, Jordan, who knows who really said it. By the way, has anyone ever told you that you, we have to talk about the look, but you look a lot like Justin Trudeau. Have you heard this?
I've been told that too many times.
Okay. How do you feel about this?
A few years ago, it was fine. It was kind of like a funny compliment. And I think now more often than not, it's not a compliment.
Okay. So does it bother you when people say this? I mean, you're a very good looking guy. Trudeau, politics aside, good looking guy. I mean, I think we could all agree on that, right?
I agree. I think the stash and the mullet differentiates me a bit. So I get it less often. Back when I was clean cut, it was every other day I was getting Justin Trudeau comments.
Wow. I think this is a phenomenal decision on your part. It makes you stick out. You got the mullet, you got the stash. Who came up with this idea to do this?
I don't know, man. I think it kind of happened organically. During COVID, everyone was growing out their hair. Like you weren't allowed to see hairdressers. So we were all growing it out. And then when I got back into the gym, it was in my face all the time. So I had to cut it, but I liked the flow at the same time. So I think the next best option was to chop the top and leave the back. And then my first fight, all the commentary was talking about was the mullet. So I figured I would keep it. And now I think at this point, it's almost career suicide to get rid of it.
I couldn't agree more. Even your Twitter icon thingy is, like a silhouette. It's very important in the sport to stick out, right? It's very important to look different. And I think you're doing a great job of that, in addition to the wins and whatnot. So this is very good. Please don't get rid of it. I'll be very disappointed if you do so. By the way,
I have some merch, some shirts and stuff. Maybe we can get one of the shirts up there.
Where can people get it?
Just through me mostly. I'm gonna have to figure that out because there's been more requests coming in. But right now it's just through me. But we'll get you one sent and we'll post it up there in your studio. That'd be pretty cool.
I appreciate it. By the way, your family, friends, loved ones, how do they feel about the look?
I don't know. I think they like it. I mean, my girlfriend is my hairstylist. She's she's a hairdresser. She's the one who cuts it. So I think she likes it. My brother looks almost exactly like me. He has a mullet and a mustache too. So that's pretty funny. Yeah.
Wait, your girlfriend is a hairstylist? This is like the dream. You don't have to go to the actual barber. She can cut it for you?
That's it. Yeah.
But wait a second. You just said during the pandemic you couldn't get haircuts. So what's going on? You actually had it. You had the best scenario, unless you just met.
I just wasn't using it. No.
But you used that as an excuse?
It was an excuse.
Wow.
You weren't allowed to see the hairdresser, so that was my excuse to grow out the mullet.
Even though you were seeing an actual hairdresser. Wow. That is, that was like the biggest problem for everyone. How are we going to cut our hair? How are we going to cut our hair? You had it made and you still grew it out. I appreciate the solidarity. All right. So the look is great. The fighting is great. Now 2-0 in Bellator. You get this opportunity, 8 days notice against the guy who just fought for the belt against Gegard Mousasi. What are you thinking?
Everything, man. Excited, nervous, all of the above. Everything happened so fast, from like finding out the fight was a potential, to like getting in talks with Bellator to signing it, and then already we're talking about like flights out and getting medicals done and fight week stuff. So I barely had any time to really like sit and think about it before everything happened.
You were, biggest opportunity of your career, big name guy, right? Nervous before the fight? Like, how would you describe how you were feeling?
Pretty normal, man. I mean, once you're in there, it's always kind of the same. I don't know. Most fighters probably say that. Like once the door locks, you kind of feel the same. Leading up to it, definitely more media, more interviews, more people talking about like betting odds, this kind of stuff. So that kind of puts pressure on you before. But when you're warming up and you're making the walk, it's all kind of the same.
What's that headline? We saw a headline. GC, what is the headline? It was Paige Van Zandt. Here it is. Watch Paige Van Zandt's husband, Austin Vanderford, get brutally KO'd at Bellator 284. Not even a mention of your name.
I know. I
disrespect.
I posted that today.
Yeah.
Disrespect, man. No.
Paige Van Zandt's husband. Two names in there. Neither are yours.
I'm just the guy that beat up Paige Van Zandt's husband.
But I
disrespectful to both me and Austin.
I agree. But I did see you say like lay off the, because I think sometimes Vanderford, Van Zandt, they invite a lot of perhaps criticism because they're kind of out there on social media. But I saw you say, give the guy a break. Were you seeing a lot of hate come his way? Is that why you did that?
For sure, man. I mean, probably every fight he's been in since he's been with Paige. That's all it is. He's just Paige Van Zandt's boyfriend or husband. Yeah, it sucks, man. I mean, we put our whole lives into this, and he just gets shit on all the time by everyone for being that guy. I don't know. It sucks.
Yeah.
And then when there's articles coming out that I'm just the guy that beat up him, it sucks for both of us a little bit.
Some people might not remember this, but you have been on the Contender Series twice before. Unfortunately, those fights didn't go your way. After the second one, maybe even after the first one, did it force you to reconsider your MMA plans? Did you ever start losing hope?
No, not really. Like the first one, I was still pretty young in my career when I lost to Brendan Allen. I think I was 6-1 going into it and 6-2 coming out. So I was still pretty fresh. The last one against Kaio definitely stung a little bit more. Like I had put in a lot of work for that fight and won a bunch of fights leading up to it. And I think I was the favorite leading into it. And it seemed like the UFC really wanted me. And I just couldn't get it done. So yeah, that one stung a bit. I wouldn't say I was like reconsidering my career or anything, but it was definitely kind of like back to the drawing board after that one.
And then you had, after the second one fight outside, I believe, CFFC, and then you get the Bellator opportunity. When you got the opportunity, the first one in Bellator, What did that feel like to, get a shot with one of the biggest promotions? Some would say number 2 in the world. Here's your opportunity to finally make something of your career.
Yeah, it's huge, man. It's like childhood dream come true. I've been working a long time for this, and to finally get signed to one of the big promotions and like finally make a livable paycheck and kind of get my name out there a little bit, it felt rewarding for sure.
Do you feel like you're starting to make that money now? Like, do you feel like you can not worry so much, or you're not quite there yet?
It's definitely a lot better than it was before. Not to like shit on the regional promotions or anything. Obviously, they don't have the money, right? So, yeah, this is definitely a big step up compared to that.
Why did you get into MMA?
Good question. I mean, I don't really have a good story. I was asked in an interview a couple of weeks ago, like leading into the fight, they said like, "What's your biggest obstacle in MMA?" And I said, like, my obstacle is that I don't really have any obstacles. Like, I kind of have to do this because I want to. Like, I don't have like a bad upbringing. There's guys that like it's their only option to make money. They didn't go to school. They dropped out of high school. They couldn't go to university, whatever it is. I just got into it because I liked it. I was kind of athletic. Didn't play many other sports, but once I started training MMA, I liked it a lot. And yeah, I kind of just do it because I love it.
Did you grow up watching it?
I did, and I grew up watching you a lot too.
Oh, wow. Who were some of your guys?
Anderson Silva was always my number one. It took me a long time in my career to realize I was never going to be the Anderson Silva type fighter. Surprisingly, I was never a big GSP guy.
Come on.
I was always cheering for BJ when those two fought each other.
Stop it. What? As a Canadian, you're rooting for BJ against George?
I know.
Why?
I know.
Why? Is it because he's from Quebec?
No.
You don't like Quebecers, right?
My girlfriend's from Quebec, actually, so I can't say that. I don't know that's for sure. No, I don't know. I think I just like BJ Penn a lot.
All right, fair enough. But even the other, he had other fights against other people not named BJ Penn.
This is true. Yeah. No, I liked him. He was just not my number one guy.
Okay. You didn't. What about Rory? Just retired. You're on the same show as Rory, who just retired. How about that?
I know. The lineup today is pretty crazy. To see my face along with those other guys is pretty wild. No, I like Rory a lot.
I remember there was a time not that long ago where Rory was, the up and coming fresh face, the prospect, the super prospect. It's amazing how quickly everything can change, right? Everything can change in an instant. Those 17 years probably for him were a blur. When you see things like that, like this guy, how old are you? You're in your mid-20s, right?
29.
29, okay. You still have some ways to go. You're just getting started in some respects. Does that make you feel like I got to get to work? This is not like a full career, right? You don't get to do this until you're 70 or 80. You get to do this until you're 40 or something like that. If you're lucky, you got to strike now.
For sure, man. And yeah, like you said, it was probably a blur for him. And like this last 2 weeks for me, like 2 weeks ago, I didn't have this fight against Austin booked. I just had a Bellator debut, and now I'm getting interviews with you, and they're talking about like title shots and what's next for me. I'm in the top 10 at Bellator, so yeah, things change fast, man. It's hard to sit back and take it all in.
After, like, if this opportunity didn't come about, who do you think you would have fought next?
I have no idea. I don't even know like how many guys are in the division outside the top 10. I don't think it would have been a top 10 guy yet. I think they probably would have given me 1 or 2 more fights even before I broke in.
Yeah. And in Bellator, you like them? They're treating you well?
Oh, they're awesome, man. Yeah. Very, very professional, very good to me. Everything's super smooth. Like they put together this whole thing within like 8 days of signing the fight, right? Like they flew me out there early. They got my medicals done. Everything was very smooth. So yeah, they're very good to me.
Obviously it was a business trip, but South Dakota, not exactly the most exotic spot, right?
No, but it's nice. I'm a rural guy. I'm from Tillsonburg. I don't know how well do you know like Ontario region?
I know Toronto, obviously. I know Ottawa.
London?
I know of it. I've never been.
I'm like 45 minutes south of London, and it's like rural. It's just fields everywhere. It's like the heart of tobacco country.
Okay.
So Sioux Falls was nice. It kind of felt like right at home for me.
And how far is that from Toronto?
Like an hour 30.
Okay, that's not too bad. I know of Marineland. You know Marineland in Niagara Falls?
I know Marineland.
You know that commercial? In Niagara Falls, Ontario. Yeah. Marineland.
I'm pretty close to Niagara Falls. I live in like Thorold. It's like 10 minutes from Niagara Falls.
Wow.
And I train in St. Catharines, which is right there too.
And so what's the big, like, where do you train?
Niagara Top Team. It's a solid gym, man. We're on the way up. I don't know if you know who Anthony Romero is. He was on Contender Series and he won. Didn't get a contract. We have Jazz Davicious. She's in the UFC now. She won Contender Series, 2 fights in the UFC. And we got a lot of up and comers, man. And it's nice to kind of be putting our gym's name on the map finally.
Isn't Jasmine the pole dancer?
Not to my knowledge, unless she's like hiding stuff from.
Maybe I got her confused with someone else. There's someone else.
I don't know. Maybe you know something we don't know.
All right. Your manager, the great Danny Rubenstein, asked me to ask you about making Austin Vanderford go night, sleep. What is he referring to?
So I don't know who the guy was. I need to figure out who it was. He asked me in an interview. He used those words and asked, "Are you going to put him out? Or are you going to put him night, sleep?" And I repeated his phrase, and I said, "Yeah, I would love to get a finish. I would love to put him night, sleep." And they clipped it, and they only posted that part. So now I'm the night, sleep guy, which is, I mean, it's not something I would typically say. So
not bad.
Strange. It's okay. Not my style. It's okay.
By the way, speaking of merch. Jeffery, mullet, mustache, night, sleep on the back. I feel like that's not bad.
Yeah, I'll get that one made just for you.
I appreciate. What's the Jeffery Brothers shirt you're wearing?
So me and my brother have this running joke. Like every time we're doing something around the house, it's Jeffrey Bros Construction. This one's Jeffrey Bros Lifting, actually. But I think he works in medicine, does something that I don't understand. But I think he actually just wrote his taxes as Jeffrey Bros Medical. So now we're an official business.
Wait, but didn't you say that your brother trains too?
He used to back in the day, not anymore. Now
okay.
Guy stuff.
But you said he's got a mullet and a stash.
Yeah, and he's a healthcare provider. So
wow,
imagine that.
Man, so you go to him he's not a doctor though.
No, he's a physician's assistant.
Wow, so you go there and he's looking like you with the mullet and the stash.
Imagine this guy.
Wow.
You when you come to the doctor's office.
That is unbelievable. Now, with the win, did Danny, being the great manager that he is, did he get you a new contract with Bellator? You getting paid?
I think he's working on it. I don't know anything yet. I told Danny and my other agent Jake to kind of leave me alone a little bit this week.
Oh.
They're not doing that great of a job of it. I just wanted to kind of relax and rest my brain a little bit, But no, I think they're working on that.
Wait, and they're not doing a great job of that? They're bothering you is what you're saying?
Yeah, they're always bothering me.
Incessantly?
Yeah, incessantly.
I mean, to his credit...
I love them both.
To his credit, literally 2 minutes after the win, he asked me to have you on the show. I just want to let you know.
Really?
Yeah. So he's doing it.
And he's a good guy.
By the way, why did you want to come on the show so badly?
Like I said, man, I've been watching this. I don't know. How long have you been doing the MMA Hour for?
2009.
I bet I've been watching it since 2009.
Wow, that long? You're that hardcore of a fan?
At a table just like this, eating my breakfast before work, watching the interviews from the day before. Yeah.
Wow, crazy. That means a lot. Thank you. Now, why didn't you ask to be on earlier?
I don't know. I guess I didn't think. Some dude fighting for like CFFC or something. You're probably not bringing on the show.
Listen. I'm a proud Canadian too, all right?
I should have shot my shot.
You should have shot your shot. There's a lesson there. You learned the lesson yesterday, but there's a lesson to be learned. You should have shot it earlier.
Next time.
When's the next one?
I don't know yet. I think they're coming to Long Beach, California in October. I kind of like the idea of going there. And then I think they're back at the Mohegan Sun in December. Maybe I can squeeze in 2 more this year. Make it a 5-fight year.
Jeffery versus Eblin for the belt. Possible?
Yeah.
Crazy.
I think that's possible.
You think it's possible?
Crazy. I think so.
Why not?
You don't think?
I don't know. Who else is there in the middleweight division there?
There's Mousasi, who he already beat.
Yeah.
And there's, I don't know, a couple other guys. I think one of the guys he trains with, Dalton Rasta.
By the way, what would be cooler for you? You versus Mousasi non-title fight, or you versus Eblin for the belt?
That's tough. They're both pretty cool. I think it would make more sense to go Mousasi and then Eblin.
Yeah. I mean, that's a legend right there.
That's a legend right there. Like I said, man, my life has changed completely in a very short time.
It's an amazing thing. One day you're eating breakfast, watching MMA Hour. The next day you're in talks to fight Gegard Mousasi.
Yeah, wild. It's wild.
Wow. That is amazing. Well, I'm very happy for you. Congratulations. Thanks for putting out the tweet. A lot of your fans, followers, I mean, they were really pulling at the heartstrings. Oh, you call yourself a Canadian. You won't have a Canadian on. I mean, it's crazy, the stuff that I was reading. And I finally, tapped out. And I was very happy for you. It was great. I will say, I like Austin a lot. I think he's a great guy. I was, bummed to see him get knocked out now. 2 losses in a row for him.
Too.
Yeah.
I like him too. Yeah. I didn't talk to him a whole lot, but he seems super respectful. And that's why I'm telling the haters to slow down a little bit. Because he's a good guy to put life into this shit. They don't need to be treating him like that.
By the way, though, when you knocked him out, what could you even describe what that felt like?
No, it was crazy. My coaches were right on the other side of the fence. I don't know if you saw the finish, but I kind of just stood there like this, and it wasn't like me, I don't know, celebrating. It was more like, what just happened?
Holy crap, right? Like, would you call that like an out-of-body experience?
It was. I said that actually in the warm-up room. I was warming up, hitting pads and moving around with my coach, and I kind of realized I wasn't even like controlling my body. It was almost like I was witnessing what was happening.
Wow.
It was like an out-of-body experience. Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Amazing. Well, congratulations. Always great to see another young Canadian do big things in the sport. Thanks for coming on. The first of many, Aaron, all right? If you fight for the belt at Mohegan, I'm going to be there, sitting cage side with my Canadian flag.
Let's do it, man. Let's go.
All right. All the best to you, my man. Congrats.
Thanks, Ariel. I appreciate you, man.
All right.
What an honor.
All right. My pleasure. Thank you so much. There he is, Aaron Jeffery. Big win for him this past weekend. In Bellator in South Dakota, massive win over Austin Vanderford. And now if you look at the Bellator rankings, I mean, a fight against Mousasi, heck, maybe even a title fight. Not the craziest idea when you win in that kind of fashion against someone like Austin Vanderford. All right, in about an hour or so, we're going to be joined by Luke Rockhold. How's the stream, Frank? Everything okay over there?
Yes.
Okay. But first, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook, and then Parlay Pals. Dun dun na 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 dun dun na 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 dun dun dun. MMA fans. It's when you usually start playing the music. UFC 278 has an action-packed fight card capped off by the much anticipated Kamaru Usman versus Leon Edwards rematch. How many of you could say you were there for the first fight, huh? I was there. Orlando. What a card. 2015. Diaz was on it. Cerrone, RDA, Shevchenko. Craziness. Overeem, I think. Anyway, throw down and grab your own epic victory, as they say, with DraftKings Sportsbook, the official. Oh, I like this. Sports betting partner of the UFC. This Saturday, new customers can bet just $5 and get this, $200 in free bets instantly, win or lose. If that's not enough action, you can also get a $10 risk-free same-game parlay. Just combine multiple bets like which fighter will come out on top, how long the fight will last, and more. And oh my gosh, I was just about to make a critical error here, Frank. It says in red, please talk of matchups/pairings that interest you, who you'll be keeping an eye on, who most excites you, etc.
I was supposed to read that, and you just did.
I was about to read it as part of the script. Could you imagine actually doing that, like reading?
That would be silly.
That would be crazy. No one would ever do that. No professional broadcaster.
No one that I've ever met.
No. That's right. That was good. That was amazing. You don't get enough credit for how quick you are. No one that you've ever met. Tremendous. By the way, here's a call to action for you, highlighted. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code DMMAR, bet $5 on UFC 278 and get $200 in free bets instantly. That's code DMMAR this Saturday at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for details. All right, so we had an off week last week. Of course, it's been much discussed. Frank was the only victor, the only one who got a pick right some way, somehow. But we're back on track. It's a big fight week. It's a big fight day on August 20th. So let's bring in the guys here. There they are. Mr. New York Rick joining us, as always, from his fuzzy background estate. And one GC rocking the, what is that, the Grateful Dead version of the Nigeria jersey?
No.
No.
It's just a Nigerian football jersey. Number one.
Football or soccer?
Soccer.
Football.
Well, I mean, if you're,
Sure.
we got.
If you're a man of culture.
Wow. Look at that. Wow. Is that a Newsman jersey?
Yeah, Nightmare. Nigerian Nightmare.
Is that custom?
Yeah.
You're that big of an Usman fan?
I like Usman a lot.
Wow.
I had, like I said, I've mentioned one time on the show, he has finished a number of parlays for me. He's, typically main event. He typically wins every time he's been in the UFC. I had a few beverages.
You just did it.
Won a parlay. I was like, let's do it. Let's get it.
Wow.
It's a sick jersey.
It is sick.
Like, the Nigerian jerseys are sick. The Nightmare. Yeah.
Wow. I guess this is a sign of things to come. For you, at least, maybe your pick is Usman. We'll find out in a moment.
We're going to see.
Frank, how do you feel about his jersey? Feels like a bit of a homer pick, no?
I just hope that they don't start losing.
Yeah. Oh, what are you trying to say, Frank?
Frank is, I think Frank has burners and he's the one pushing the shirt curse.
What's the shirt curse?
People claim that when I wear a shirt of a fighter, in support of a fighter, they lose. So
wow.
If Leon Edwards, we'll say it now, if Leon Edwards wins this weekend, it's official, the shirt curse is in.
So, okay, I'll ask a different type of question, same type of thing. If Leon Edwards wins, you will then never wear the shirt of a fighter that you're picking or wanting to win.
I'm going to be hesitant about it for sure.
Wow.
I'll be very nervous.
This can't be a thing.
I think the superstition only works if you give it
Lupita
power,
last week, Jack Shore, Kai.
Right.
Were you wearing a Serrano shirt to the fight?
I wore Amanda Serrano's shirt.
Right.
These are really starting to add up.
Maybe we should just do what Rick does, black t-shirt.
Black t-shirt, yeah.
You
Keep
can
it
project
neutral.
to like...
This is a big test for me now. I'm actually a little bit nervous.
Frank, I mean, I would imagine you're the opposite of nervous, right?
Yeah, I'm completely confident.
You're feeling good. Yeah. You're on a winning streak here. You've won 3 in a row. By the way, did we get the MMA Hour parlay thing? There it is.
Asking you shall receive, my man.
Thank you for that. I mean, I like it. I feel like it should see the light of day. All right, let's not... and by the way, am I allowed to... Is, just for the record, BKFC, PFL, UFC, Joshua Usyk, those are all in play here.
UFC.
What?
DraftKings currently has...
Oh, this is... I mean, again, it's like last week I wanted Bo Nickel, then Pat... I can't even do PFL?
They only have 4 PFL fights up.
What do they got?
And they don't even have Kalo or Pacheco.
This is crazy, dog. All right. Here we go.
Unfortunate. So, yeah, you're pretty much sticking the old UFC.
Draft Simulator?
Draft Simulator, but I mean, you're bearing the lead here. The big news that got broken yesterday, the parlay will be boosted this week.
Wow.
We're just going to give you some odds here and then a rough estimate of what it's going to become. It's going to get boosted. We're going to be on the front page of DraftKings, both the webpage and the app. You're going to see the MMA Hour logo on there. You're going to be able to just click it, and your bet slip's just going to get filled up with our parlay.
Wow, yeah, a lot of people were asking you about this, right, last week?
Yeah. Even though we explicitly said on the show it's going to start with UFC 278. Right now, it's only going to be for pay-per-views. But here we are. UFC
Which I think is crazy. I think it should be for all cards.
We're taking baby steps with DraftKings.
All right, fine.
Baby steps. We've accomplished this much. A few weeks ago, this was just a dream. And now here we are.
It was all a dream. We used to read Word Up magazine. All right, so that's big news. Can we get the draft? I'm very anxious. I want to get back on track. I want to right the wrong of last week.
We actually have to get back on track. Beautiful. The order will be number 1, Ariel. Number 2, Frank. Number 3, Eric. Number 4, Connor.
Oh my God, I'm first? I hate this. Can I just say one thing about DraftKings website?
Sure.
How come when I go on it, I can't see like the props or anything?
So are you on there right now? Sportsbook.draftkings.com. Right up there at the top. Total rounds.
Sportsbook.
Alternative total rounds.
Home. Odds. Oh, here it is.
Let's go to sports, MMA, UFC.
UFC, okay.
I've seen this before. The problems between the chair and the keyboard.
It's interesting the way you say that. Okay, here we go. So it's fight lines, money line. I just go to best fight odds. I mean, I feel pretty confident in my if I'm going to be first. There's a few guys that I'm thinking about. I just want to throw them out there if I can. Miranda
Haven't you learned your lesson on that?
We're doing this again.
Miranda
so when you list
Maverick.
8 people and you go 7 of 8, and the one you pick is the loser.
I'm just telling you who I'm eyeing. Miranda Maverick, Sean Woodson. Of course, we're also looking at Jared Gordon, Tyson Pedro, of course, Alexander Romanov, Luke Rockhold, Leon Edwards.
Gave you a couple nice props.
So the whole card,
Gave you a
right?
couple nice props.
I'm going to go final answer, Frank. Do you have that thing like when they say final answer, who wants to be a millionaire, then it all comes in? There needs to be like another transitional.
Yeah, I agree. We do. We're building this.
Yeah.
Building this. I like that. A light show.
Yes.
I can't lie. I'm a little bit nervous to hear what you have to say. First pick. This should be, just a lock.
With my first pick in the 278 Parlay Pals draft, I'm going with the pride of Australia, Tyson Pedro. Oh, that was good, Frank. That was good.
Yeah,
Why do you look so disappointed? Connor looks very disappointed. He tried to steer me in a different direction earlier today.
We've allowed him to change his pick in the past, right?
Well, what's so wrong? What's so bad about this pick?
He's probably going to win. He's probably going to win.
So what's the problem? You're saying I should go over 2.5?
No, for like the 4th time, under 2.5. These guys never, ever go to decisions.
Those are the fights that always go to the decision, if you ask me. Listen, I'm happy with it.
All right. Yes.
Tyson Pedro.
Pick. Tyson Pedro is the pick.
I think I'm going out on a limb. He's a minus 740. A minus 800 would have been better, but I feel good about it.
I offered you a minus 900. The under 2.5 is minus 900.
No, I'm going with Tyson Pedro.
Rick loves it.
Love it.
Do you not like it?
Tremendous pick. I hate it.
Why?
I think this is terrible odds.
Really?
I hate this. I hate this so much.
You think Pedro might lose?
I just don't think Tyson Pedro should be minus 800 in a fight.
I agree.
It's just not.
Wait, so should I change it? Should I go Miranda
I think he's going to win. I think he's going to win.
Blasted. That's all I know.
Oh, so
Yeah, this feels a little dicey. But look, I'm gonna ride with you. If
Let's also remember, he is fighting Harry Hunsucker.
Yeah.
So you say it's safer to go with this fight isn't going to last because someone's getting knocked out. We just don't quite know who.
That's
again,
conventional
for the
wisdom,
4th time.
for sure.
Yes.
Well, that would be the 5th time. So you're saying I should go with Miranda Maverick?
You do what you want to do. I'm okay.
I'm going
with Tyson
Pedro.
Pedro.
I'm going Pedro.
I'm going. Yeah.
Do it.
You
going Pedro.
We'll ride
do
with
what
you.
you want to
We'll
do.
ride with you.
Of course, I'm going to ride with you.
All right. Thank you. Who's next?
So that brings us
Frank
to
is next, right?
our next selector.
There are a lot of names, a lot of people to pick from. But I'm going to do Sean Woodson.
Wow. Sean Woodson is Frank. I'd love to know the thought process behind
the
that.
reach.
Yeah.
It's definitely
built
that.
like a tank.
Minus 320 for Sean
Built like a
Woodson.
I don't know about that,
built
but there's definitely the
opposite of a
reach.
tank, but
It
Definitely
depends
the
on what
reach.
kind of tank you're referring to.
he does have the reach.
Going up against Luis Saldana, who's plus 265. All right, so there's 2 picks: Tyson Pedro, Sean Woodson. Who's next?
I'm next. Let me confer with GC. Do I need to make a prop or
No, I'll pick a prop. I'll pick a prop.
Oh,
You're
there
gonna
has
prop?
to be a prop?
It's
have to have a
strongly
prop in it.
encouraged that we do have a prop. Yes.
That means yes.
I'll take the
Because
prop.
the
I
way-
can.
by the way,
if you like one up, go ahead.
No,
Sorry,
I got a prop.
who's encouraging this?
We are.
The people at DraftKings.
All right.
The powers that be. The powers that
I'm trying to think of the word for the Illuminati at DraftKings.
All right.
The
No,
dark shadows and the
powers that be.
suits that pull the puppet strings.
Basically, look, we can't all just pick minus 700 money line prop.
What
Why not?
What they
so
want,
they don't want
what they
that.
want is that they want props so like you can show the diversity that they offer on their sport.
Got it.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so if my friend GC is confident in a prop, I'm going to go money line fighter as well. And it could be none other than, although leaving Maverick on the table was interesting for me.
Leaving
but
who?
it can be none other Maverick. I like Miranda, but I am going to go with who I think is an even better pick and a little bit more money for the odds. The Nigerian Nightmare, Kamaru Usman.
Wow.
Gotta be. Easy.
Wow.
Awesome.
So I'm sorry to all the Leon fans out there, but
Yes, how disappointed are
tomorrow's
you,
time.
Ariel, for real?
You were telling me about something. Leon via decision is like a plus 1,000.
Yeah.
I mean, that's. I was actually going to pick that.
Books are hanging that.
I was actually going to pick that as the ultimate H-Dow.
Oh yes, I thought you meant for the parlay. I was like, that's your H-Dow.
Oh, I was going to do it for both.
Is Leon by decision?
I like that for the H-Dow.
I have nothing against Kamaru Usman. He has something against me because, he listens to other people in his ear. I posted a very nice video of the last time he was in studio on this program when I was hosting it. And, when you tag someone on Instagram,
right,
it goes to their DM. Saw it, didn't even give me the double tap. I mean, come on.
Wow. It said seen. He saw it.
Oh, it said seen, yeah.
Oh,
I don't know.
Unfortunate.
Listen, when you listen to people in your ear who are and I have another clip from that same interview where it's him talking about his relationship with Dana White and how Dana White doesn't show him the love and how he wants to get a meeting with him and all this stuff. You forget, not that long ago, Dana White was calling him Mr. 30%. You remember all that? And
That's right.
there was
to be fair, that quote
there were people, who had his back then.
That's right.
Before the bright lights, before the days of not wearing a shirt. But that's how these things go in the sport.
Tremendous line by Leon, but yes, they do forget.
They do forget. They do forget. In any
what
event,
will not be forgotten is Kamaru Usman picking up the win on Saturday.
All right. And do we have a method here, or is it just straight up win?
No, GC is gonna take a prop.
Just straight up win.
Money line.
Your prop is gonna be on the main event too?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
My prop will be on the co-main.
It's a lot of disrespect towards Leon. Go ahead.
Paulo Costa.
Mm-hmm.
Luke Rockhold. Thank you, Frank. I was waiting for it. Fight to not go to a decision minus 300. That will be my pick for the parlay. I just think if it stays standing, Luke Rockhold, all 5 of his losses are by knockout. I think he's going to get knocked out. If it goes to the ground, I think he's going to finish Costa. Rockhold hasn't been to a decision in 10 years.
Wow.
I don't think that changes on Saturday night.
All right.
So that gives
I like
us
that number too.
Yeah, minus 300. I like that as well. That gets us to plus 150. I can't say an exact number with the boost, but I'm guessing can maybe get it to like plus 190, plus 200 maybe.
Wow.
DraftKings will have it up tomorrow afternoon for us.
So to recap, Helwani goes with Pedro.
Biggest favorite on the card.
I mean, out on a limb. Mysterious Frank goes with Sean Woodson.
Big reach.
That's right.
Built like a tank.
Built like a tank.
Depends on what kind of tank you're talking
Sean
about.
Woodson.
There are different tanks.
Rick goes with the Nigerian Nightmare, Kamaru Usman. And I thought you wearing the shirt, and maybe we'll get this with your official picks. I thought you wearing the shirt would signify you being GC, that you're going with Usman, but last pick. So you pivoted and went with Rockhold, Costa, not going the distance.
Correct.
All right.
I can't let GC put that hex on him. So I had to do it before he did.
I may have already put the hex on him by wearing the shirt, period.
It's true.
And supporting him as a fighter. We're going to find out.
We're going to break it.
I mean, this could be I'm praying we break it. Pays out plus 150. Hopefully we can get that thing close to plus 200.
How do you find out?
Not plus 200. They have an algorithm. They were like, yeah, we can maybe send you the algorithm at some point. But yeah, it's essentially like 20%.
And so how do people get the boost?
You're gonna click a button. We're gonna put out a link. You're gonna click the link. It's gonna upload it right in your bet slip.
There's gonna be a logo,
boost.
right?
Oh, logo and everything.
Wow.
It's gonna be easy.
We finally made it.
Easy.
And just ask
we
for
made
a friend. We don't get the boost, right?
Why not?
Huh?
Do we get the boost? We'll have to use the link, is what you're saying?
Of course we're gonna get the boost.
All right.
What do you think this is?
Everyone gets the boost.
Just making sure that we all get our boost.
One simple button is going to put all 4 of our picks into your bet slip, and it's going to give you the boost automatically.
And then you could post the slips.
And the only place you can get that boost is DraftKings Sportsbook.
Soon we're going to have a themmaahour.draftkings.com.
Yeah. And it's just a live stream of us to their sports live stream beyond the show too.
I was talking about picks.
Yeah.
The streams.
Let's do it.
Down. All right.
Once we get back on track. Yeah. Once we get back on track, we
need to get back on track. This
you
week,
guys get back on track.
Yeah.
Love Frank.
Oh, Frank.
No one picking Miranda Maverick, huh? All right.
Miranda Maverick was a good pick.
I would have gone with Maverick if the odds were
they've gotten blown up
closer to Kamaru, but they've
Right.
gotten really blown up.
She opened at like a -300. She's like almost -600 now.
All right.
But yes, I like her in that fight. Can I just say one thing?
Yeah, please.
This is related to our previous guest.
Oh yeah.
I can't believe. I mean, what a debut. I mean, just a man of taste and class.
Who? Aaron Jeffery?
Aaron Jeffrey. Just
What are you talking about?
what a man. What a man.
What a heel turn here. What a
as a Canadian to go in there and say your allegiance to BJ Penn. I mean, a man after my own heart.
That was
Can't
weird.
believe that he was even like, it took this long to have him on. Tremendous debut.
By the way,
for Aaron Jeffrey.
come on. The Justin Trudeau resemblance is pretty
sure.
uncanny, right?
Yeah, looks exactly like him.
It's crazy. It's like a mix of Justin Trudeau and Ashton Kutcher, but it's really Justin Trudeau. Like if you can just, it looks like Justin Trudeau wearing a mullet and a fake mustache.
I think that was probably part of the reason he did it. To be like, all right, I have to change this look up and make some bolder choices here. But tremendous.
Well, it's been a very entertaining day so far. We still have Luke. And we've had angry Luke over the last few months. He shoots from the hip. I don't find that it's angry. I just think it's very like, I'm going to tell you how I feel. I'm going to speak from the heart, Luke. And I think he's become a very entertaining interview. So I'm looking forward to that. Before we get to that, though, we do have to get to your weekend picks, GC.
Sure.
So why don't you hit us with them?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's start it off. The flyweight unders have continued to be good to us, so we're going to continue to ride them. Albazi Figueiredo, +140. Amir, 12 of his 15 fights have not gone to a third round. He's got 8 first-round finishes. I just believe he's the better overall fighter. In this one, Figgy Jr., he's been finished before, getting plus money on it. I'm going to keep riding this until the train runs off the tracks. Next up, another flyweight under. We're going to get these out of the way early. If they both hit, I'm going to be insufferable on the weekend. I can promise you that. De Silva, he's never seen a third round. 12 of his 14 fights have ended in the first round. Whether he's the hammer or the nail, his fights do not go to a decision. So I like that one to end early as well. We're sticking with the props. It is a heavyweight over. Probably will be a little bit sweaty. But if you just look at the guy's careers, Romanov, most of his wins are coming by submission. 10 of his 16 wins, 3 of his 5 wins in the UFC are by submission. Tybura, I think he's pretty solid on the ground, 82% takedown defense. He's never been submitted in his career. I think he can hold off a submission even if it does get taken to the ground. And when you look at Tybura, 12 of 15 fights in the UFC have gone over the 1.5. That's 80%. 60% for Romanov, 3 of the 5. I think we can make it to the 7.5 minutes in this one. So
solid logic.
Oh, thanks, Frank. Of course. It should be a little bit sweaty, but hopefully we can get there. Next up, a lot of people are going to be on the underdog in this one. Jose Aldo coming in at +105. I took Merab as soon as the odds open. I'm not going to go against my guy from Georgia. I will back Merab Dvalishvili. This is more of a homer pick. You said that the Usman pick might be a homer pick, but I believe the Merab Dvalishvili one is more of a homer pick, backing my guy from Georgia. I think the way that he wins is finding the pressure, getting this one to the ground. If he can't get it to the ground, he's going to get styled on by Aldo over the 15 minutes or even get finished. We saw him struggle against Marias on the feet. I think he's going to get the takedowns. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to lean on him being able to get the takedowns, even though Aldo having a gigantic sample size and a 90% takedown defense. The statistics and just the history of his career, you should probably be betting on Aldo. But as a Merab fan, I'm going to be backing Dvalishvili. I like that. I got him at dog odds before the line moved. Next up, Paulo Costa. Inside the distance, -160. Try not to overthink it. How does Paulo Costa win? Almost exclusively by knockout. 11 of his 13 wins are by knockout. How does Luke Rockhold lose? Only by knockout. All 5 of his wins are by knockout. 3 of his last 4 fights have ended in him getting knocked out. He's coming back off of a 3-year layoff. Unless he gets this thing to the ground, I see Costa finishing him inside the distance.
Yeah, keep going. No, I mean, listen, I wanted to get the full slate of picks, and then This is your time to shine, man.
No. I feel you, man. I appreciate that. Lastly, I don't even know how to approach this. So we talked about the decision with Leon Edwards, very big number on Leon Edwards by decision. So I took some of that. I took a little bit of action on Leon Edwards by decision. I mean,
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, if you just look at it, Usman, 10 of his 15 UFC fights have gone to a decision. Edwards, 10 of his 13 fights have gone to a decision. Not counting the Bilal no contest in that one. Edwards just isn't really much of a finisher. We haven't seen Kamaru knocked out in his entire career. There's nothing really that leads me to believe that he's going to get knocked out here. Plus, Leon isn't that high volume of a striker. I just don't really see him TKOing Usman. So I think his path to victory is by decision, and getting it that juiced, I think it's worth a small sprinkle, because I do think this is going to be a tough fight for Usman.
Wow, this is the ultimate curveball here. You wear the Usman jersey and you're picking Edwards by decision?
That's not my official pick. I just think the number is outrageous.
It's just worth a sprinkle.
Just worth a sprinkle because Usman is the anchor in two of my parlays. I think Usman's going to win. What got him to this point? The wrestling. What got him the win last time against Leon Edwards? The wrestling. He can always lean back on that wrestling. I think he's going to be the more active striker. Whether, Edwards is probably the better technical striker, but I think Usman will be more active. I think he has the higher capability of knocking Edwards out. And I just think he's going to be able to outpoint him over the 5 rounds and still maintain the belt and get it done. I got him with Miranda Maverick. We talked about her. I think she's just going to ragdoll Young. We've seen her taken down in every single one of her UFC fights. I think Maverick's going to do the same here. The game plan is clear. Stick to it. Take her down. Don't try to get cute. Just staying with your hands on the feet. Sean Woodson, Frank, shout out. I do think he's got the range. I think he's got the striking advantage. I think Saldana's going to come in and try to use that pressure fighting. I don't think it's going to work out for him. And then I juiced it up a little bit more. Added Amir Albazi. I think he's just better than Figgy. I think he gets it done. And I added Pedro to those same as well. So a lot of the similar ones we're finding in the MMA Hour parlay. So if one goes down, it's going to hurt me pretty bad. So hopefully it doesn't. Then I just took a real nasty chalk parlay. Little bit of PFL action. Larissa Pacheco. Pedro Hunsucker doesn't go to a decision. Pudilova Wu over 1.5. It's combined 16 of their last 18 have gone to a decision. Usman Edwards over 1.5. I really do think this fight goes long. High level fight. I think it's going to be fantastic. And then close us out. Last but not least, got to get a little action on it. Usyk.
Oh, I was wondering. Oh, look at that.
I'm taking Usyk rounds 7 through 12 plus 333. I think Joshua has to come out and know that he's not going to be able to just outbox Usyk to a decision. I think, we've heard the quotes that he thought that he could probably do that last time. I think he knows he cannot do that now. What got him to the titles in his career? Knocking people out. He flatlines almost everyone that he wins against. I think he's going to come out trying to do that. I don't think it's going to work for him. I think Usyk is just too tactical on the feet. I just think he's such a talented boxer. I think he's going to be able to dodge the power, stay alive, and in the later rounds, he puts Joshua out.
I love the pictures.
TKO. Yeah, earlier today. Look at that get up. How are you going to bet against the guy that looks
people are saying that he looked like a genie, looked like he needed a lamp. I think that's some kind of traditional Ukrainian outfit. So, I don't want to be disrespectful. He looked somewhat terrifying and intimidating. I like how Joshua always shows up with the athletic gear, the Under Armour stuff. This dude with the mustache, the hair. We have that footage, right? Don't we have that?
It looks like his dad picking up his kids from soccer. We do have that footage.
What a stare down. Frank, did you see this? What do you...
That hair is amazing.
Tell us about the outfit, Frank. What do you think of it?
I approve.
You like...
But the hair especially.
The hair is great. He's got when he turns, you can really see it. He's got... one just strand there, right?
Yeah,
what would you call it?
Curl almost.
It's amazing.
I respect Joshua fist up pose
the entire time.
You like big respect there.
Doesn't even move.
Take it down. He
doesn't take it down.
Fist down. That's respect right there.
Looks like he just came from a run, and there you have Usyk just standing there, all stoic.
Very still.
Yes, he's got the Fu Manchu going. And look, when he turns, it's really something. I'd love to know what that's called. What is that called? Shaved head, skin, right? But just this one little thing, comb over. I don't even know what that is. It's incredible.
Look at E. Hearn in the back looking stoked, too.
Yeah, always. He's got the double-breasted, I believe, over there.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, does Joshua only have one earbud in?
So I believe the reason why he's wearing the headphones is because some of the questions I think were in Arabic.
Oh, okay.
And also, I believe Usyk and his coach don't speak English. So there was a translator going on. So I think that's why he was wearing that. But it was a Beats one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saturday's going to be sick.
What are we doing Saturday, guys? I mean, golly.
Well, what are me and Frank doing? Well, me and Frank will be out in the town celebrating, all the beautiful sports that are going on throughout the day.
The Nottingham win? We got a lot of heat for the way we said Nottingham last week, by the way.
So what do we say, Nottingham?
It's supposed to be Nottingham. Like
Nottingham.
You don't pronounce the H. We got a lot of heat for that.
I do have a friend that's jumped on board to the Nottingham train.
Oh, multiple friends have jumped on board.
We're actually incorrect for calling it Nottingham. I think we just call it Forest.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Someone who lives in Nottingham hit me up and was like, yo, there's two clubs here, and they hate each other, so you got to call it Forest.
Wow.
I hope I'm right on that, or I'm pulling
I'm
a
sure
Frank
Twitter will
East
let you
London
know.
type thing.
Excuse me, sir.
What's that?
It was
Oh,
an
right.
accident.
That's right. No, I think there were plans to go watch together, but Frank broke the plans yesterday, right?
We're not getting into that, especially because I'm not allowed to say why yet.
Okay,
But
got it.
They're in flux.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to give away your...
I think you were. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. No, I was not. I would never do that. Not like when GC mentioned the bird watching thing like 2 months before.
That's right.
Remember that?
We were so excited for it.
Who knew?
Who knew?
All right, it's going to be a great day. I can't wait to watch it all. It's all going to be happening at the same time. And then it will all culminate with Leon Edwards, Kamaru Usman, late Saturday at around, 11 p.m. Mountain Time over in Utah, right?
Shout out to Salt Lake City.
Yeah. They're saying, I'm starting to be a little skeptical of this sold out gimmick that they're doing because like even yesterday, Dana was doing media like, we still have tickets, but it's going to be a sellout. And then Nate Landwehr on Monday said, oh, they cut off the arena and they put everyone on one side to make, did you notice that? I don't know if you guys noticed that. It feels like it's starting to become a bit of a gimmick where they want to say 22 in a row, 23 in a row.
Wait, they did that in San Diego?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Landwehr said it. Yeah, because they shoot it only one way.
Huh.
He said it. He's like, the way they cut the arena and it was half the, I was like, what are you trying to say, Landwehr?
Wow.
Clarksville's finest?
Clarksville's finest.
But I suspect a pay-per-view. I mean, you go to Utah, you expect a sellout, right?
I would think so. I think they're going to sell it out.
All right. It's going to be great. Shall we answer some questions?
Please do.
In about 25 minutes from now, hopefully we're going to be joined by Luke Rockhold, our final guest of the day. It's been a very entertaining day, but until then, let's go to everyone's favorite segment of the week, shall we?
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
So we'll do a little here on the front end,
Ladies
a little Rockhold meat
arrived
sandwich in the
to
middle,
hear from the man
and then
himself,
we'll
Ariel
finish up
Helwani.
on the back end. How about
From the
that?
Box
Yeah.
Studios
Sounds like a great
beautiful
plan.
New York
Yeah,
City.
so when they're cutting this up, they
It's
could
on
just
the nose. And now,
ignore that
to
I said
answer
all
your
this and put the
questions,
two parts
get out of
together.
your
You get what I'm
seats and
saying?
On your feet, because here he is.
I get what you're saying.
Ariel Helwani.
All right, here we go. Wow, how about this? I believe this is the first time that this happens. Moderator Lewis, who does such a great job of putting together all the questions. Frank, would you believe it? He's first up. Good afternoon, Ariel. This is from the great Louis Gilmore. In recognition of the one-year celebration and return of the show, with all that it has brought, I return to the original Ask Me Anything post to find a question that, A, was not answered, B, is as relevant now as it was then. I found such a question over to a familiar name, one Troy Farkas, TST, August 18th, 2021. How about that? So I guess we're going back to, so he's just, what a mensch. He's just setting up the first question. How about that? That's a great producer moment here from Lewis, from moderator Lewis. He went back into the archives, August 18, 2021, the first time we ever did On the Nose. I don't even think it was called On the Nose back then, and got a question from our old pal TST, who asked back then, I guess we didn't answer it, when you look back at your earliest days covering the sport and where you are now, in which area do you think you've made the biggest strides? Wow, what a question. Huh. I will say that I feel a lot more comfortable just being myself. I used to feel like every moment of every show needed to be guest, segment. And now, we'll leave 30 minutes open, an hour open, and I don't worry about how are we going to fill the time. I feel very comfortable. And a lot of this came when I was at ESPN. I feel very comfortable just being myself, being a personality who can just rely on himself to fill time, say what's on my mind, not be worried about saying something that might upset someone. If you say something that's with respect and backed by facts, people are still going to get mad, upset, whatever. But as long as it's not disrespectful, I can live with that. So I feel like developing that voice, feeling comfortable in the chair by myself, so to speak. Obviously, there's other people here, and that's why I love having the other people here, because I can play off them and ask them questions and not truly feel alone, but sans guests. I feel like it's something that has been developed over time. I feel like as an interviewer, I've gotten better listening, asking follow-ups, being confident in my skin. But, I still, I say this, but I still feel like there's a ton more to do and a ton that I could get better at. Like I could pinpoint 5 things today that I hated about today's show. And that has nothing to do with the stream, like about my own quote unquote performance. So we are a long ways away, but I appreciate that. Danny Breezy, my dear friend Helwani, our boy Rocky, finally getting that title shot this weekend at UFC 278. My question is this. What do you feel is the best route for Leon after he defeats Kamaru on Saturday in terms of excitement for the division? Get revenge on Jorge for the 3-piece, trilogy bout with Kamaru, the fight we have all been waiting for with Khamzat. All good options, but I feel like the buildup for the Leon-Jorge fight would be wild. But does Jorge need a win after 3 straight dominating losses to justify making that bout? Probably. Would love to hear what you think. All up to the nose. If he fought Jorge, it would be very much like when Michael Bisping fought Dan Henderson after he beat Luke Rockhold. That was a fight where if Rockhold was still champ, Henderson's probably not getting a title shot, but the reason why Henderson got the title shot was because it was a rematch of a fight that happened in UFC 100, and they had a rivalry. So if they went the Jorge route, which I don't think is a crazy thought, that's the only reason. That being said, I do think it's a long shot. If Leon wins, I would say the front runner for his first title defense would be a trilogy fight with Kamaru, because Kamaru has been so good, because he's won 18 in a row, because he's defended the title 4 times and pound for pound, all that stuff. I'd say that would be number 1. If he is not available, I would say if Khamzat beats Leon, that would be number 2. And then number 3 would be Jorge. But yes, a ton of possibilities, a ton of options. I saw Dana say that if Nathan beat Khamzat, that he might get a title shot. I was like, man, how's he getting this title shot? Are we just going to ignore the whole contract thing leading up to the fight? Is that just going to be something that we're not going to talk about and pretend like isn't out there in the open? It's not out there in the open. In any event, I would say those are the 3 options. Probably Kamaru trilogy would be at the very top of the list. Usually when a dominant champion loses, they run it back right away. Chisanga, my good friend, one of the best to cover the sport. Happy anniversary, Ariel. My question is this. Will Leon Edwards actually get his flowers if he beats Kamaru Usman, which myself and the great, powerful Pete C. Carroll have predicted for the last 2 years this weekend? Yes, that is true. The MMA community always seems to find a way to rain on his parade. It is a good point. It has been quite the journey for one Leon Edwards, and he has had many a setback, dating back, of course, to what happened in 2019. He gets this big win in London, and all of a sudden it's completely overshadowed by the fact that Masvidal punched him backstage and he never got revenge. And I always thought that should have been the fight, and they went in a different direction. They went with Askren versus Masvidal. He never got that opportunity. And then, of course, they go back to London the following year, and it's the first event canceled by the pandemic, and he can't seem to get a fight. And then he sees, Colby fight Woodley. Another fighter, Gilbert Burns, as well, gets that opportunity. So he's had some bad luck. Even the eye poke situation didn't do him any good. Even the way he beat Nate and that last minute kind of overshadowing the performance didn't do him much good. But I think if he beats Usman, come hell or high water, he's going to get his flowers. Now, people might say, oh, it was boring, or he didn't deserve it. There's a million ways, and I agree with the pick. I could see Edwards winning, by the way. I can't see him stopping Usman. So I do think that plus 1,000 pick from GC is a worthy pick and a really interesting pick, especially with those odds so crazy. And then when you think of a decision and how good both guys are, is it going to be like a 48-47 where people are talking robbery? You hate to see that. You don't want to see that. So yes, I could think of a multitude of ways. But yeah, what a moment, especially for the UK scene, for those that have stuck by him, that have, supported him, where it seemed like, there's some guys where it seems like they only have to win a couple in a row and they'll get a title shot. Yuri Prochaska, 2 in a row, title shot. Other guys, they've got to do so much. So much has to go their way for them to finally get a title shot. Leon's in that category, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of happy people who will want to celebrate him if he's able to pull it off. Luis Diaz. Hey, Ariel, this past week, Luke Rockhold spoke with CBS Sports' Shaquille Majuri, does a great job, and referenced 2 to 3 managers being in the pocket of the UFC as a contributing factor to fighter pay issues, specifically that they won't speak up. Is he onto something? What's your take on this? Of course he is. And you know who we're talking about, especially one in particular, but there are multiple. There are many managers, I would say, in this sport, and there aren't that many in total, but the vast majority, or I'd say maybe the majority, let's just put it that way, who are more concerned about their relationship with the UFC than their relationship with their clients. What I mean by that is it's more important to be in good standing with the UFC than to fight for certain things that would benefit their client who has 5, 6, 7 years in the organization. And so you'll have, 80 or so fighters on your roster, and it's good to be that factory where you can, get your guys in and tell them, look, I got you into the UFC and I got you this, I got you that. But ultimately, if you have this cozy, you obviously want your managers to have a great relationship with the brass, 100%, but not so good to the point where you're hanging out and drinking beers together. I wouldn't want that from my manager. I want there to be a lot of respect, but also a little bit of tension because, when I just poked myself damn in the face. How about that? When you're fighting for something, there's going to be tension. Did you guys see what just happened? I had a pencil and I just literally poked myself right in the chin. When there's tension, when you're arguing, when you're negotiating, there's going to be tension. But then at the end, you can shake hands and walk away. I think one of the managers that's in a really great spot with the UFC right now is Tim Simpson of Paradigm. I know he battles them, but I know there's respect on both sides. He's not out drinking beers and hanging out with them. There's this mutual respect. They'll battle, they'll make a deal, they'll shake hands, and they'll be on to the next. I think that's a very healthy relationship to have. I don't think it's healthy for you to do things like you're working for the company to be a house manager, for you to get clients from other managers who can't cut a deal with the UFC and bring them, to the UFC and say, hey, look, this is what I did. I think that's very unethical to go to someone else who's represented by another manager on behalf of the UFC, who's in not such good standing with, the company, and try to cut a deal with them and be sent on their behalf as a quote unquote house manager is just not a good place, in my opinion. But there's some people who feel like that's the best spot to be in and best for their career and best for their longevity in the sport and all that stuff. But if you're asking me if what Luke Rockhold said is accurate, yes, what he said is accurate. Excuse me. I know that probably pissed you off, Frank, but I couldn't help it.
Music to my ears.
Adriano. Hi, Ariel. I'm a massive Seinfeld fan. Can you just mute this for one quick second? Hi, Ariel. I'm a massive Seinfeld fan, so I always get a kick out of when you try to get the crew into it. Out of everyone you've worked with, I would assume you're Jerry. Who is your George? Who's your Elaine? And who's your Kramer? You can also add who would be your Newman. Appreciate everything you do. Congratulations on your one-year return to a platform and stage where you are valued and belong. Wow, what a tough one. I don't know if I could do that. I would probably say Elaine would be New York Rick, right? Been around together the longest. We've had our our ups and our downs, but like, ride or die, right? I would probably say Newman is Frank, right?
How dare you?
I don't even know if any of you will even understand these references because none of you watch Seinfeld.
I mean, look, there's a difference between watching Seinfeld and like knowing all of the nuance to Seinfeld.
Mhm.
I'm more in the first category.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen shows, episodes.
Okay. I don't know. George and Kramer.
I feel like a George. If I
You
could
feel like a
just-
George?
Yeah.
All right. I'll give you George. Elaine will be New York Crick. I don't know if it's fair to say Connor is Kramer. Although I actually feel comfortable with that.
Makes sense.
Really?
Yeah, like Kramer's just like he's always down for a good time. You're down to show up here, you're down to show up there, I feel like that's
And
accurate.
he burst into rooms unannounced. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll take it.
But this is assuming you're Jerry, right?
Who's George's dad?
My namesake.
This is Frank Costanza. My Newman would probably be my arch nemesis, right? But I don't have any arch nemesis. I feel like I get along with everyone.
There's a guy on TikTok that's been like doing modernized versions of Seinfeld.
Have you seen my TikTok?
Oh, you have one?
Killing it these days.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Anyway, you should check it out because he does all the different parts. And he does them pretty well, but it's like talking about modern things, like, as if the show was still going on.
Oh, wow.
Speaking of your TikTok, have you seen the Instagram account Ariel Helwani every day?
No.
It's a great account.
What are you talking about?
It
Are they mocking me?
No, it just posts the exact same picture of you every single day.
Why? How many followers? 1 million, 2 million?
I don't know if it has any. It just popped up.
How do you even know this?
It popped up on my follower recommendations. You found it?
Yes.
I'm actually going to follow it
The
right
same
now.
picture of Ariel Helwani every day. I'm following it right now.
It just went from 4 followers
to 5. Oh, wait. We just followed it at the exact same time. So there's actually
Wow.
6 followers right
Now
now.
it's 6 followers. I mean, it's a great account.
Shout out to Albert Entity, Jessica Zarco, Parry Punch, Kemish, Connor Burks, Ariel Helwani. Frank, you going to follow it?
Yeah.
How would you even know such a thing? I'm going to like the last one. There we go. Shout out to Ariel Helwani every day. What? You couldn't have picked a better picture of me? Jeez. It's not one of my best, if I'm being honest. El Cubano. Hola, Ariel. Happy 1-year anniversary. Quick and simple this week. If Paulo Costa misses weight again this weekend, how would you handle him moving forward if you were the UFC? Would you let Costa go or keep him but refuse to give him a bout at middleweight moving forward? I would strongly suggest that he moves to 205. Remember when they said that he was going to move to 205? They were going to force him to go up? If he misses weight again, I feel like it's time. He's a character. He's entertaining, not so reliable. So I wouldn't necessarily get rid of him. But he is one of those guys where it feels like the end is going to come in a very dramatic way. And then he'll be fighting on some, random card somewhere on some stream. I do think like 205 might behoove him. So we'll see what happens on Friday. Hopefully we don't get to that point and it won't be an issue. Stefan, what's good? Or it could be Steven. You never know these days with the PH. What's good, Ariel? Looking at some potential non-title matchups in the welterweight division this week, I've seen rumors of a Wonderboy Kevin Holland fight for MSG in November. I had a couple questions. How do you feel about this? Don't hate it. Is this another fight where Wonderboy could get dominated on the ground? With Kevin Holland? I don't think so. Or will this be a more exciting performance where both are looking to put on a show? More the latter. Is Kevin Holland in need of a win over big names like this? Yes. If so, is Stephen Thompson the right choice to bolster his popularity and ranking? Sure. I like it. How much longer do you see Wonderboy competing? 1 or 2 more years? Could this be his last fight with the UFC? I think he signed a deal not that long ago. Depends on how it goes, but we're certainly reaching the end. There's no doubt about that. Matt in Montreal. Have you ever wanted to walk away from MMA/interviewing people? If so, what would you do? Yes, I have thought about running my own promotion. I have long believed that I'm the best promoter in MMA and that I can run the business side of things better than anyone. No, I mean, obviously I've thought, there's a few like bucket list things that I would like to do, and some I've had a chance to do. I got to do sideline reporting, got to do a whole bunch of stuff like host radio, be on SportsCenter, this and that. I would love just once, if I could put it out there, I would love to be a character on a pro wrestling show. I really think I could be like a really good heel manager. And wouldn't you know it, Helwani, I mean, I feel like it all kind of flows perfectly. Would love that. That would be great. As far as like my actual job is concerned, no, I'm very happy interviewing people. I still really, really love it. Are there moments where, you get tired of something or you get a little annoyed about things or less? Yeah, sure. There's ups and downs, but I still feel very interested. I was like considering at one point, oh, would I like doing this exact show, but for this sport or that sport? And I love the Aaron Jeffries of the world and the Rory MacDonalds of the world, the Tom Aspinalls of the world. Like, I love these characters. I love these stories. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The fights are great. They're entertaining. They're big. You look forward to. The thing that keeps me interested, motivated, excited to be a part of this sport, if you will, covering it, doing this show, are the characters, are the fighters, are the personalities. I think that they're the best in all of sports. And so the fights are great, but it's the personalities and getting this type of connection with them, interaction with them. That's what makes me still love doing this all these years later. Steve Pitts. Thank you for asking this. Hey, Ariel, what do you make of Dana White admitting they should have re-signed Shane Burgos? He said, this was to Kevin Aioli of Yahoo Sports, 100% mistakes were made. 100% big mistakes were made over here. In the past, Dana has said he wishes the best for the fighter, but doesn't really comment about wishing they re-signed a fighter. If Dana was more involved, like in the past, so you think he gets a deal done with Shane? Thanks and have a great day. Thank you for that great question, Steve. What a fascinating, there was a lot in that interview that, we can talk about, and I don't know if anyone else is going to ask about any other parts, but as far as the Shane Burgos comment, to me, it was fascinating for multiple reasons. Number one, here you have, this is akin to the owner of, let's say, an NBA team, and let's say a big free agent walks away. Let's say RJ Barrett walks away and goes to sign with the Chicago Bulls. And all of a sudden, James Dolan is doing an interview. He wouldn't do an interview, but, just stick with me here. And he's like, he's talking to the New York Post, and he's like, yeah, we messed up. We should have signed him. I don't know what happened there. We messed up. That was a huge mistake. I wish him the best, but like, man, we effed up. Completely throwing his GM under the bus, right? The same thing just happened here. Instead, he was talking about the matchmakers, Sean Shelby and Hunter Campbell, who's general counsel of the UFC. That's exactly what was happening here. Now, I go back to what I've said about the business. I don't know what's going on in my throat. Over the last year, he's not as involved as you all think he is. And so, yeah, would the Dana White of 2009 have said this? No. Would this have happened under his watch? No. But when you're throwing 80 as opposed to 98 back in the day, these things are going to happen. And that's not me knocking him. Them's just a fact. This is something he said. He literally said it himself, proving my point. Not as involved, not as, invested, doesn't have his finger on the pulse because he won, because he got the big bucks, because he made it. He succeeded. He won. That's what I've been trying to tell you guys. This is exhibit 200 of what I've been saying. It's an amazing thing. And if I'm Shane Burgos, I'm like, wow, I feel great. I'm getting these types of comments. Dana's saying that we messed up. We should have signed them. There's no hard feelings. And I'm getting paid in PFL way more than I would have gotten in the UFC. What a win-win for me. Incredible. But this is just another example. And I don't think that this is the type of comment that would break through into like the general sports. But if an owner said this about his GM who just let a free agent walk away, it's an incredible statement. It's an absolutely incredible statement. It would very rarely happen. I know it may have happened once or twice, maybe a Jerry Jones comment here or there. Jerry Jones works as the GM, but someone may have said it in the past. You don't hear this often. Everyone is in sync. Everyone knows what's going on. And of course, we're talking about 400 versus 15 or 53 or whatever the case is, but you've never heard Dana say something like this before. So yeah, I do think if he was more involved, he would have known about this. And I do think this is an example of him being less involved. Him not knowing about this, or him saying that mistakes were made, or him saying that we should have, done X, Y, and Z is an indication, an admission that he is less involved. He's not getting involved. Like, they didn't talk. Even Shane himself said it. He didn't talk to him on the way out. Now, I know there are people out there who are just like full on, you can't say anything critical, anything negative. Who will say, this is Ariel hating again. No, this is Ariel telling you the truth. This is Ariel telling you what the vast majority of the other people covering the sport who want to, get a pat on the back in their great little Zoom interview with Dana White, who won't tell you because they're afraid to tell you this. This is the people who will sit there and let him tell you stuff that are blatant lies that you know are lies, and he'll be like, yup, yup. Oh, these fights are going to be bangers, boss. Boss, these fights are going to be so great. Those Apex fights are great, boss. No, I'm telling you the truth. I'm not being a hater. I'm not trying to be critical. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not trying to be anything. I'm telling you the truth. Sometimes the truth is great. 98% of the time, it's can't wait for Leon. Can't wait for this. Can't wait for that. But then 2% of the time, it's like, hey, finger not on the pulse. Throwing 80, not 98. I'm sorry. One day you may say the same about me. Certainly not now. Not now. But one day you might say it, and I'll have to live with it. A. Feldman, MMA. Oh. This can't be good. I just got a video from Luke Rockhold. Should I play it? Can you mute my microphone for a second? Is it muted? He was just telling me that he's ready. Is he in there?
He is, yeah. That's what we were doing.
Oh, okay. Wow. Luke is going to do this guy's the man. All right, let's take a pause here. 10 questions. We'll finish the rest after this great interview, but this is one of the biggest fights happening this weekend, so you can get rid of those questions. Massive fight. 3 years in the making, the return, the massive return, the much anticipated return of one Luke Rockhold, the former Strikeforce middleweight champion, the former UFC middleweight champion. Yes, I remember talking to him last June. He said, I'm coming back. It's been almost a year since then, but this Saturday he's coming back against Paulo Costa, and he's kind enough to join us, I think, like from the, are you like at the, first of all, that's a fantastic sweater, Luke. There's a lot going on here. Thank you for doing this, first and foremost.
Always a pleasure, Ariel. Good to do it. It wouldn't be right, honestly. Have we ever done a fight without? I've never done a fight without you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. You're in like the room where they do the shadow boxing thing, right?
No, I chose this room. I shut down the whole place just for you. We got the whole cameras, we got the light, we got the lighting ready, I got the background. We got it. This is fight night interview room.
This is incredible. Are they mad at you that you chose to do this right now?
Dana's having a hissy fit right now.
Is that true?
No, no.
I mean,
if Dana knew I was probably doing it with you, he might say that.
Come on. Listen, no. You've said enough about, the UFC data. This is like number 10 on the list of things.
I know, right? They must love me.
You're the man. By the way, is that Lucy over there?
Lucy is she's hanging.
Wow. Did you always bring her around?
Not always. No, I think I brought her maybe. No, I mean, she's just here. The first fight. It's 3 years, man.
Okay, I know it has been freaking 3 years.
I had her at the last one. She was a puppy at the last fight, the only fight, and she was just puppy energy.
Okay,
but now we got both dogs. I got a partner in crime to manage everything at the same time, so it's great.
Can you describe what it's like 3 years later? Over 3 years, because it was July, so it's a little over 3 years. What is it like being back, doing this whole thing again, right? You're part of the Process Fight Week, big pay-per-view. What is going on in your body, your mind right now?
Feels good. It really does, we thrive. People like me, we thrive off this, like these nerves and those tests in life. And it's good to be back. I know I'm not here chasing this one to the end. And so it's like I'm doing this because I want to and not because I need to. So there's a sense of relaxation that I have in this time. And I'm just ready to fight, man. It's been a long time and the preparation and this is all coming, you know, to an end. And I'm just like, I want to go out there. I want to do myself justice. You know, I don't think I've I have done that in the last 5-6 years. Ever since I won the title, you can see like the difference in my fight style. It was forced. I was kind of reaching and pulling from places that wasn't me.
I saw you say in an interview recently that like you were fighting with hate. Like hate was the thing that was pulling you. What did you mean by that?
You know, it's after losing the title, you know, you get disrespected. This is a mafia, the UFC. You know how it is. You know, Ariel, Dana ripped you from my seat that night. From my event, he ripped you from there and ripped you out of the UFC for doing your job. You know, and there's no rhyme or reason in this game. And when you lose your leverage, these people try to step on you, and then you just fight back, and it's a constant fight. You know, it's like it's annoying. It's fucking sick. It's disgusting. It needs change. I'm not scared to say it. Everyone's like, oh, I did DC and RC yesterday, and they're like, why now? Why speak up on fighter pay? Why do you do this now? Like, you're just coming back. Like, don't you want to like? Because everything I'm saying is right. Everything I'm saying is true. I'm not gonna bite my lip and not tell it like it is. You know what I mean? And because wait till I get power and position, it's like fuck off. This is exactly how it is, and you know, it turned me sour in the game, and it made me like go at this thing and force the issue and try to like, you know, injuries and all things, everything kind of came into be, and losing kind of just creates a different mentality, you know, and you try to chase back and get to like where you're at. And I lost sight of everything. I got caught up in the whirlwind that is UFC, and I lost the reason, the why.
The other thing is, a lot of people have said what you have said, but they always say it on the way out, well, like when they're done, right? You're saying it now, still on the roster, on a pay-per-view, fight week, you're like in the room right now, and you're still saying this stuff. Like there's nothing that speaks to you being afraid of any consequences. Have you felt any heat this week? Have you felt like here you are, you're there, and you're still saying it, which I give you infinite amount of respect for. Do you feel like you're unwelcome or that there's any sort of tension there?
No, not so far. Everything's been good. You know, everything's been great. They've been pushing me hard, and I've been doing my job. So, I mean, they put a boatload of media on me. Like I've never like, you know, just as much as, you know, when I'm like champion. So it's this is real, and I'm just gonna be me. I'm always gonna be me. Now at least. So here we are. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna go fight. I'm gonna do what I do best.
When did you start to feel this strongly about like the underbelly of the sport? Do you remember like what really kind of exposed? You know, I just posted last night an interview like me and you 11 years ago in Cincinnati. You're a fresh face. You're a young guy. You just won the belt. The whole career is ahead of you. I remember talking to you at AKA. You're coming off a win over, I think it was Corey Davella. You don't know any of this stuff, right? You just want to fight and you're hungry. But when did you start to learn about, you know, how the sausage was made, so to speak, and it turned you off?
Oh, I think it happened the moment I came into the UFC.
Really?
You know, there's not. Yeah, of course. I mean, I came in and I was disrespected right off the bat. You know, I had to go fucking fight Vitor Belfort while they knew they were protecting him so he could do all the steroids in the world and be their Brazilian fucking, you know, superhero down there and drive the needle, push the needle down there. So, disrespect you, make you go fight Vitor Belfort in your first fight in the UFC while he's just pumping full of steroids and like have complete disrespect for you. Yeah, that was disrespect right off the bat. The moment I walked into the UFC, I started to gain that respect back. Like when you learn leverage and you win and you start to like get your momentum. Yeah, it comes. But you know, life is a game of leverage, and I think it's not just the UFC. It's everywhere in business and life. It's understanding your leverage, understanding your worth. You know, and if you don't, people are always gonna fucking belittle you and play hardball. You know, the rich get richer, and it's just like it's always a battle of suppressing one and building another. You know, so it's not just the UFC. It's not just Dana. It's really everywhere. You know, there's not a lot of fairness, not a lot of real true people in this game, in this world. In Strikeforce, it was different. You know, there was definitely like there was a hierarchy and there was a way to get up, but it was a lot more fairness, and it was a lot more fun back then.
So when you decided to come back 3 years out, was there any part of you that just asked them like, yo, I want to come back, but can you just let me go? Like, I want to be happy. I don't want, like, did you try to not come back to the UFC?
That doesn't exist. What are you talking about?
They've done favors for guys.
Come back to the UFC. Come back to the UFC. No, they would not let me go.
They would not. Did you try? Did you ask?
I mean, not really. I mean, it was interesting. I mean, like, I had offers elsewhere to do other things, but yeah, I wasn't going anywhere. And I really didn't want to go anywhere. I want to, in the fight game, I want to be the best, and I don't want to just chase paychecks. It's never been my thing. It creeped into my mind maybe for a second, but I never really asked for it, never really went for it, searched for it, because I'm here to fight the best. If I can't fight the best, I'm going to move on to the next subject.
So do you feel like is this must win for you? If for whatever reason
This is a 1-2. This is a 1-2 punch, man. I'm coming back. I've dedicated the last 7 months of my life to just being the best, fighter I could be, and mentally and physically prepared. So, I chose Paulo Costa because I'm going straight for the jugular. I want to fucking go straight for the crown. So I beat Paulo Costa. Now I'm right position for the world title. And then that's it. There's nothing else after that. You couldn't bring me back.
Do you have any fear because you've been so vocal that you won't get a title shot? They wouldn't want to reward you.
It doesn't matter. If I don't get a title shot, then I got plenty of other things to do right now. But I feel like I've already won. Coming back and fighting this fight, I reached a low point. I think we all did in COVID. We all drank too much. All fucking were, doing things a little bit different than what we did in the past. We're all living in a madhouse, in this craziness. We're all losing our minds. So we went to lengths. Henry Hoof.
Calling you right now? Yeah. I still got you.
You got me?
Yeah, I got you.
There you go. So, and I was in a place where it's like the time that I chose to take off, we just happened to hit COVID. Right. So it was like, that was the journey for me to be able to go do the things that I always missed. I never could do because I was fighting. But then COVID hit, and I was like, instead of being able to go do those things, I was just confined to that space. And so we all kind of, we all drank too much, partied too much. And, I hit a low point. My lifestyle kind of got me into some bad, situations and relationships and different things. And it just really kind of broke me down. And my body, all these surgeries I put my body through, I was like, I always had in the back of my mind, I might fight again, but I didn't know I was going to do it until I could get my health back. And, and going through all these things and drinking on the weekends and like trying to train a little bit in the week. It wasn't balancing. It wasn't working. I wasn't getting my body back. And then it got worse and worse. And I was like, and all those things came into play, and I hit the wall, and I was like, I just need to stop. All this needs to stop, and stop drinking. I've been sober now for 7 months. And, the parts getting back into martial arts is what gave me like inspiration, creativity, and kind of made me who I was and gave me everything. And so getting back into the fight game and cutting out all the bullshit, all that lifestyle, everything started to come back together, in my life. And the first couple months were just like invest in myself. I partnered with a company called Fount, a biohacking team. So just getting my nutrition, everything at its peak optimum levels to where I could be the best body I could be, and then when you get the vessel right, then the head gets right. And putting all those pieces in play. And then I was getting with Jason Perillo and Cheeto, and I loved being down there. And once I really invested in myself, everything started to grow. My technique, my skills, my body, my injuries started to clean. And then that gave me like the understanding that, I'm still the best at what I do, and I can do this thing. So, and then diving into that fight, it only, my life only got better.
I saw that you did an interview with Mike Bond of MMA Junkie, where you talked about like the turning point and some personal stuff that you went through. Can I ask you about that, or would you not want to
That's fine. I mean, it's. I mean, I know it's a touchy subject for people, but yeah, I mean, it's real, and we should all have a choice, man. Bringing ill-informed kids into this world and not having a secure place to raise a child is fucking dangerous. It's dangerous for everybody, you know. And you're creating more bad humans that aren't parented or aren't governed right. It's you know, it's not a good thing, and it's not a good thing in any end to make, you know, making the choice to take that away too. It's just, but it should be, you know, two people's choice and not anybody else's.
So you were supposed to have a child?
Well, we were talking about it. You know, it was you know, I was drinking and there's a lot, you know, and partying and doing things, and it was, you know, it was not like something I exactly wanted to do, but it happened, and I'm 37 years old, and I was like, maybe I could do this, and maybe we could do this, and you start to like kind of like put it together and think you can make it happen, and within that lifestyle, it's like it's not really realistic, and there's a lot of lies and untruths within that, and that only breeds and gets worse. You know, when you have something like that, you start thinking about, you know, this connectivity and the weight of the whole situation as it grows week to week to week. And your timeline is limited. Seeing counselors and doing different things and trying to like piece it all together, if it could work together, if it could work apart, and, you know, and all these things, and there was just not a lot of truth, you know, and the lifestyle bred that, and that's, you know, and then having to make that choice, which I believe was the right choice. We took that, and it was about Super Bowl weekend of all places, of all times, you know. Super Bowl in Los Angeles. It's a cool, wild time to do such a thing, but it provoked so much change in my life, and it really was such a low point. And you know, wanting that, you know, I want that life, you know, to have a family one day, but you have to be prepared. You have to be in a great position to where you have, you know, solid position on both sides of the table to do something, and financially, all these things, you know. It's like there's so many people in this world that, you know, that rush into things and they're not prepared. You got to know who you are, know what you want to pass on before you start bringing lives into this world. You know, people jump into it so quick, and just keep polluting the world, you know, with bad parenting. And I think that could really, you know, trying to build a stronger society. So that's how I feel. So that's my point of view, and my whole life has changed because of it. I've just dropped everything, and I've kind of recalibrated my brain to not ever want to do it back. You know, it's like in the fight game, it's always like, oh, what's the after party? I can't wait to go travel here, do this, do party this, that. I don't want any of that shit. I don't want to go fucking rip it and party. And I don't, like, there's a lot of friendships I built along the way that aren't even true, you know. And because you're always seeking this lifestyle and all that shit. So it's good. It's a happy place, man.
You're in a happy spot now.
Yeah, great spot.
You feel at peace. I see the relationship you have with Cheeto. It's a beautiful relationship. I saw the way you were reacting to his win. Why is that play, Perillo, of all people, right? The guy who coached Bisping against you. Why is that
my world title?
Yeah. Why is that play so good for you?
It is I mean, it's as real as it gets, man. It's an intimate situation, and it's not like this big team where it's just everyone's fucking out to kill each other. You know, we're all trying to build each other and then hone our skills and to be better people. And there's so much honesty within it. You know, Perillo's is a sick fuck, and I love him. You know, I always liked Perillo even before, you know, and then that's the world of MMA is very small. And, yeah, he did take my world title, fucker. But, you know, he tells it straight, and he always, you know, he always identifies the truth, and you got to forgive and forget those things and grow, you know. What better person to understand that than him, my weaknesses, right? Really, when it comes down to it. But you need someone to keep you honest in this game, and someone you can always connect with, and someone to motivate you too. You know, you got to learn from the youth, young kids. It's like, life is like Benjamin Button effect. You always got to kind of have that beginner's mindset and keep learning. And, no matter how much you know, you got to like just even pulling energy, pulling little things, like running a lot, stabilization of running and the mindset of just getting out there and seeing how much Cheeto's out, all the road work he's putting in, kind of inspired me to get on the road and that foundation, that balance when you get out there on the road and your mind and your legs and your body and just the density in your legs, you know what I mean? That from running, it's like when your legs feel vulnerable, when you step in and get in front of somebody, it's a dangerous thing. It's like when your legs feel strong, your body fucking feels strong. It's the foundation that we're built on. And all these things. And when you're out there running, it's like you draw the inspiration. It's like, you can quit at any time, or you cannot. And it's all you and nobody else. So there's a lot of things I draw from and drew from. But I'm fucking stoked to be here.
To be there last week to see Cheeto get that moment and then literally go from there to here, that probably gave you a huge boost, right?
It's motivating, no doubt. The nerves, everything, it feels like it's, feels right. It's just lucky. I mean, am I lucky or not? It's just, I'm blessed to be where I don't like luck. If it doesn't feel right, you haven't earned it. And I feel like I've done everything right. I haven't cut any corners and I've done exactly what I need to do. And the world works in mysterious ways, when you put that energy out there and you put the right things in play, it comes to you. And I believe it's my time.
Any concerns that he doesn't show up or that he doesn't make weight?
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit for sure. We'll see.
What happens if he misses weight?
I mean, to a certain degree, but I need to know. I'm not going to kill myself to make weight, and then we're not going to fight on those terms. It's like I need to know, and I'm supposed to be getting updates every day here.
Are you?
So, like I have been week to week, and yeah, I'm getting understanding of where he's at, and everything looks good. But I can see it. I can see him, Paulo. It doesn't feel like he's all there. I like it. I love it. I'm here. I'm not questioning myself, and I can see that. The less I question, the more he questions. And it's like Paulo Costa is a guy that built off emotion and intimidation, and he does not intimidate me one bit. I'm gonna fucking kill him if he thinks that's the case. He's gonna get hurt real quick.
What do you make? You follow him on social media? He's a bit of an oddball.
I don't follow idiots on social media.
Well, okay, that would answer that. I mean, I'm sure you've seen some of his fights. Yes, you have.
Yeah, of course.
You have.
It's different.
How do you foresee this playing out?
I feel like at range, he's in jeopardy. I got my length and my reach and what I can do. I can hurt him on the outside. His little chicken legs are going to get eaten up. And then if he comes forward, he's got to come forward. He's got to come after me. He's got to cross that line. If he crosses that line and he oversteps his boundaries, it's like there's a massive difference between me and him in wrestling and grappling. Massive difference. And, there's a small avenue for him to land his shots, which everyone thinks that is my weakness. Yeah, of course. But I've cleaned up a lot of things in my game. And when I'm not forcing the issue, when I'm in there relaxed and patient, it's like there's no one that can get to me. But it's about asserting myself too. It's about letting him know who's the man, who's the bigger fucking man. That's the problem with Paulo. You meet him in the middle and you show him what's up and you threaten him. He's going to hesitate. He does not deal with adversity well. He's crumbled, and it's only going to get worse. It's like he set the tone. He set the understanding of he just didn't back down from him and he met him in the middle, he make him hesitate and boom, he hit his shot. So, and Vittori, then he tried to show miss weight. That's a weakness, man. He missed weight twice. He was trying to gain an advantage. I'm not here to fight on unfair terms too. So it's like I want this motherfucker to make weight, or we're gonna make the same exact weight. Fuck this shit. It's got to be right. It's got to be fair. Yoel Romero missing weight for a reason, to gain an advantage. My last fight at middleweight was the world title against Yoel, who missed weight by 3 fucking pounds. Not only that, Yoel, you're doing some shit, Yoel. Yoel's is like fucking he's doing everything he can. And I know how that shit works. These guys there's a lot of cheap ass motherfuckers in the game. And I'm not here for that cheapness anymore.
Two last things, and I'll let you go. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I really appreciate you doing this in this setting, especially. You're the freaking man. This is something I talk about a lot and sometimes gets me in a little bit of trouble. You talk about it a lot. I'm just wondering, like, this whole thing about the business of the sport, like, would Luke Rockhold want to be, is Luke Rockhold the guy to bring change? Are you the guy to lead the association? Are you the guy that will do this? So we've thought over the years, it could be this guy, it could be that guy. A lot has to change. You guys aren't getting your fair share. You're not getting anywhere near the 50% that other athletes are getting. The sponsorship, the collective bar, all the stuff. We could sit here and talk about it for hours. Is this something that you're passionate enough?
The health protection. The health protection.
Right. The pension.
Everything.
Yes.
We're putting our lives on the lines. And these guys are out there like, trying to act like they're doing the rest for us. It's like the business has changed, man. There's growth. And Dana White's out there just trying to follow the Conor McGregor, putting his things and giving like more degenerate lifestyle kids like fucking, what do you gift that kid? Somebody told me I gifted that kid, full sin kid, like $250,000 for no reason.
Yeah. $250K, yeah.
Yeah. And then he's out there saying, and I even heard it too, but then people keep bringing to my attention that, we get what we deserve. Trust me. Like, come on, Dana, shut up. What are you doing?
Well, do you want to fight for this?
Nothing's right.
Do you want to head this up?
It's no, I don't want to head this. I don't want that. I don't want that battle. It's like you need to, there's a lot that needs to change, but we all know there's a few managers in the UFC managers, managing lots of fighters, and they keep and contain these fighters for a reason.
Right. There's like I've always said.
You gotta have balls, man. Not a lot of these guys have balls, and they don't have leverage. They don't have anything else but fighting, and that's the thing that makes me dangerous, because I have many avenues. I have a lot of things going. I have many. I can succeed anywhere I want. That's what gives me strength and gives me power.
What happens when you see Dana White this week? If you see him,
fine. It's business.
Mm.
It's business. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm cool with Dana, but I'm gonna tell it like it is. I mean, he might not like the way I say it, but it's like, come on, dog. I'm not saying anything that's not real. Everything I'm saying is real. You might not like it, but it's fucking truthful. So whatever. What are you gonna do?
Last thing, we'll leave it on this. I saw your Instagram post about your good friend Kane. To be there and knowing where he is, what kind of emotions are you feeling right now? Because the last time you fought, none of this happened. This is all very fresh. And I can read from the post, there's like a bit of a feeling like you're here doing your thing, you're fighting, you guys fought together, you came up together, and he's unfortunately behind bars at the moment. Yeah. What are you feeling knowing that he's where he is and where you are right now?
Yeah, no, it sucks. Society sucks, man. It's nothing's fair in this world, man. And it's all this corruption, breeds in, and it's like, how are these pedophile guys not seen as violent criminals? They're charging these guys, but they're not convicting them all. And it's just this whole, yeah. It's like, it comes down to the presidency right now. The presidency, you have a man that has dementia and Alzheimer's. And if that doesn't tell you the tale of that's a big lie. Donald Trump is as bad as Donald Trump is. At least it was Donald Trump that you knew was pulling the fucking strings. They have a guy that has dementia that obviously doesn't know where he is or what he's doing. And the people behind the scenes are the ones that really are using this man as a puppet and dictating and deceiving people. The Democrats are the biggest evil motherfuckers of all, I think. Really. I've really come to learn. It's like they're the fucking wrong. Climate change. But yet you're going to let pedophiles out and fucking hurting and ruining lives. Fuck off, dude. The world needs to wake the fuck up.
All right.
That's the end of that. Is
that
good?
All right. That's fine. I hope you're at peace, man. I wish you the best. It's great to see you back. And I hope you're in a good space. It seems like you're surrounded by good people. So go out there and freaking do it, Luke. It's been a long journey for you. You have seen it all. You have done it all in this game. I appreciate you very much, and I really appreciate you doing this here today, and can't wait to see you back and wish you the best on Saturday.
Thank you. Let's do it.
All right, you're the man. There he is. Luke, I'm like, was he getting kicked out right then and there? Wow. Okay, how about that? There's like an intensity there, right? When you're listening to Luke speak, there's a lot going on right there. And by the way, pretty freaking wild that he was doing that interview in the room. I hope no one's upset about that. That's where they do like the sit down interviews and whatnot. I didn't know that he was going to do it there, but you know, there's those guys that I was around as. I mean, you can look up Luke Rockhold, Ariel Helwani interview back, I think, in 2008, 9, when I was doing stuff for JerryPark.com. Same thing with the guys like Rory. Same with the guys like GSP. All these dudes who were there when, when I was just a pimply faced kid trying to make it, and they always gave me the time of day then. And the fact that there are some that are still around is just, it's, there's only a few left. And I have no problem saying, even though I'm supposed to be the journalist and the unbiased guy, I have no problem saying that I will always have a soft spot in my heart for those guys. And there's only a few of them left. So I wish them the best on Saturday. And I'm looking forward to that fight. I think a lot of people are. That fight, the Jose Aldo fight against Merab, obviously the main event. I wouldn't say it's the deepest card of all time. I certainly wouldn't say that, but I would say there's maybe 4 really interesting fights on this card. Main event, Usman Edwards, Costa, Rockhold, Aldo, Merab, and then you could pick one on the prelims. I'd say the top 3 are really interesting. It takes a lot of balls to talk the way he does about the business thing, like shut up, Dana. And he's there as a UFC fighter. Wild. It takes a lot of balls. All right, let's go back to the questions. A. Feldman. How's it going, Ariel? I work in the world of advertising / marketing sales, where organization and planning is important when it comes to the day-to-day part of my job. I've been watching you for over a decade, and I've always wanted to know how you plan and organize your days. I'm sure it has changed, plenty over the years with the growth. God, what is going on, Frank?
Why are you blaming me for your throat?
Not blaming, I want to know if you had any insight as to what is going on.
You sound great.
All right. How's it going, Ariel? I work in the world of, okay, blah, blah, blah. I'm sure it has changed plenty over the years with the growth of your brand. But what does Monday, Sunday look like in the world of Ariel Helwani? Congrats on 1 year of independent Helwani, and thanks for all the content per usual. Whew, Monday, Sunday. Monday, wake up, try to go for a little run in the morning. Mondays when my wife takes my kids to school, if you must know all the minutia. Then I come here, do the show, usually get here around 11:30. We do the show 1 to 5:30. Then I'm very tired afterwards, go home, have dinner, sit around, and start planning for Wednesday. Tuesday, I will usually, these days I've been doing Tuesday, Thursday at 10:20 a.m. my workouts with my trainer. We've been doing a lot of stuff. I don't want to show you guys the biceps just yet, but like things are happening. Okay, I don't know if you guys know this. Things are happening right here. Okay, I mean, even GC gave me the old FaceTime call yesterday. Tell them the state that I was in. Go ahead, tell them.
Yeah, when you picked up the phone, you looked like you were having some sort of health problem, a stroke.
Come on,
coughing a lot.
Wow. No, one of his eyes was closed and his mouth was all puckered up, and he was like, "Hey, what's up, man?"
Okay, so it's funny that you say that about the eye. That's always been a thing because one eye can't see far. The other one can't see close. So when I'm not wearing my glasses, I actually usually like look at people with one eye open, one eye closed, and people think it's weird. I don't know.
Okay. So that wasn't related to the workout.
Wasn't related to the workout, but I was like sweaty, red, just kind of taking it all in. Had a good workout. We were doing some combos. NBD. Okay. So then I'll do that. Then I'll usually do an interview for the YouTube channel on Tuesday afternoon. Yesterday I spoke to Billy Corgan of the Smashing Pumpkins.
Nice.
That is going to be out tonight. So stay tuned for that. That's a lot of fun. Prep for Wednesday's show, book the guests, reach out to them, remind them, send them the Zoom link, send the rundown, catch up on anything that I may have missed as far as their career is concerned. This past year, I was doing a lot of writing on Tuesdays, break from that, hang out with the kids, play sports, play soccer. My kids are into baseball these days. So that's a lot of fun. Very into soccer. We went to a sports card store yesterday. We bought some soccer cards. That was fun. We went out to eat. That was a lot of fun. Wednesday, same thing as Monday. Try to run in the morning, come here, do the show. Really tired. I've said this to the guys over there. Wednesday at around like 6 o'clock, probably my favorite time of the whole week. Because now I'm like, 2 shows. All right, cool. Thursday, do the workout again. Do my other show either on Thursday or Friday. Friday is kind of like the easiest day of the week. Do some of my other content, which I can't speak about here. And Saturday, obviously the fight, post-show, then come back Monday. So yeah, I mean, there's really no true day. Even Sunday, I'm preparing for the Monday show, book the guests, all that stuff. So there's no day where I feel like the brain is completely shut off, but I feel like the least stressful days are like Wednesday night and Thursday, because then I don't, like starting Friday, I start to worry about booking the guests. I will say it till the day I am done. The booking of the guests is the most stressful part. Are they going to be on time? Can they do this? Can I get this name? Can I get that name? Can I, like that's the most stressful part by far of my entire week of anything that I do. And yeah, I feel like it all kind of fits nicely. It's a nice little puzzle. I feel good about things. Jamal 2020, French fries. What's the best style? Personally, I'm a waffle fries guy. If I'm feeling fancy, I may go for the shoestring variety. GC is probably a steak fries guy because he's from the South, and nobody better mention onion rings. This is a note from Louis. Jamal is slowly becoming the resident food question provider of On the Nose. I'm here for it. All right, GC, what kind of fry guy are you?
Steak fries are my least favorite.
Wow.
Actually, I like it to be more crispy, more fried. Steak fries, you're getting a ton of potato in there.
Yeah.
Love waffle fries. Grew up on Chick-fil-A my whole life. Love waffle fries. Shoestring fries. Love onion rings. He said don't mention onion rings. I love onion rings.
Really? I used to love onion rings. There was a place in Canada, in Montreal, called Harvey's. They had incredible onion rings. And I hate onions, by the way. You were going to say something?
I was saying, sounds good. A little zesty sauce on the side.
I just like them. I mean, they're pretty damn good on their own. Yeah, I like, by the way, it's a huge thing for me. A huge thing for me are like, you'll get now the frozen fries, put them in the air fryer. Fantastic.
All-time move.
Have you tried? I don't put anything. I don't put oil. I don't put.
Yeah, you just drop them in.
Just drop them in, press French fries, and 20 minutes later, it's like you just went to McDonald's.
Rick says sweet potato. Sweet potato's all right.
I don't mind sweet potatoes. I was introduced to sweet potato fries, especially with the kids. You try to keep it a little healthier for them, but you can't compare.
Yeah. I mean, give me like the shoestring.
You like shoestring?
Couple of nice dipping sauces.
Why shoestring? I just like the, like the standard golden.
Yeah, like a McDonald's fry. I get a ton of hate for this. Arby's curly fries.
Wow, you like all those crazy ones. What about you, Frank?
Love them.
I like wedges.
Wedges?
With
boo. That's like steak
let's
fries.
ask Frank
Too
what
much
his opinion
potato
is,
going
and then
on.
just crap all over it.
You're kidding me right now. Really?
I like wedges with some malt vinegar, salt and pepper.
Wow.
Lots of pepper.
With you on the malt vinegar, great addition to fries.
I can't. You're either all in or you're not.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Wedges.
In-N-Out fries are also good though.
In-N-Out fries? No, I actually find that In-N-Out
I'm
fries.
stating an opinion.
Listen, In-N-Out fries taste like styrofoam. I actually feel like that's the worst part of
it.
In-N-Out.
Doesn't like onions. So what are you doing at In-N-Out anyway?
Why not? I can have In-N-Out without onions.
You
ever done In-N-Out animal style fries?
Yeah.
Does have onions in them.
I've heard about this.
You don't like onions?
Don't like onions.
Explains a lot.
makes me want to. By the way, Luke Rockhold is at the media day right now. I think someone was telling Luke to get to the media day. That's who that was. Did you guys get a look behind that?
No, but he put us. He stayed connected with him, us in his pocket for a few minutes.
Did you hear anything?
No.
Oh wow.
But yeah, he was still on the Zoom for a while.
That is.
We hadn't disconnected. We might still be in his pocket at the.
Oh wow! Actually, that would have been amazing if he would stream the media day from his perspective on the show.
Yeah, sorry guys, I'm just on the MMA Hour.
Yeah, Ariel, you got a question? Oh my, what a move that would have been, right? By the way, could we just talk about like the balls that it takes to speak that way as you are a UFC fighter on a pay-per-view? Like he's literally saying, "Shut up, Dana." It takes chutzpah. No?
I agree. He's got a ton of confidence too.
What a guy.
The man.
Anyway, good fry talk. Ahmed, hi Ariel. Which of these names will become champion first? Shavkat, Khamzat, O'Malley. Khamzat. What do you say, GC?
Khamzat for sure, based on his position. I think he gets a title shot after this next
He's the
fight.
closest one, right?
Yeah.
Although O'Malley, if he beats Jan, he's pretty damn close.
For sure. But I think it's Khamzat.
Christian, love the DJ interview. I've missed that man so much. My questions are, how much do you think his departure from the UFC had a direct correlation to the success of the division recently? Maybe a little more parity, but remember, he wasn't the champ. So the same thing could have happened, right? Cejudo, blah, blah, blah. Or was it always heading in the direction regardless? I think yes, to the latter. How do you think he stacks up against the elite of the division at this point in his career? He doesn't love cutting that weight as much. You know, at 1, he doesn't cut to 25. He cuts to 35. But by the way, one thing that I regret not asking him about, we ran out of time, was just like the state of the division now. It's amazing, right? With Moreno and Figueiredo and Kaikar France and Askarov and the Matt Schnells of the world, Mateus Nicolau. I mean, there's a lot of guys, so way more options than he had when he was champ. Putting aside his contract with 1, does anyone benefit from a DJ return to the UFC? He ain't coming back. I'd be shocked. Jose Massa, as a European, I don't understand professional wrestling. I get that kids watch it, but as an adult man watching a soap opera with fake fighting is beyond me. Ugh, are we doing this right now? Could you explain what is the attraction, and if I should watch one fight, what would it be? Are we really doing this right now? Really? The soap opera with fake fighting. You realize that you could say the exact same thing about any movie. I'm assuming, Jose Massa, that you are a movie fan, a TV show fan, I don't know, a fan of books, novel, like all of this is quote unquote soap opera, fake fighting. Like, do you say the same about Spider-Man? Do you say the same about Superman, about Batman? It's all the same. Now, I try to think about what people who say these sort of things, like where they're coming from. And is it because it's in front of a live audience that it throws you off? I recognize what pro wrestling is. I recognize that it is scripted, that they know who is going to win the matches. However, the part that I can't come to terms with is not recognizing the incredible athleticism that it takes to be successful in this, the incredible toll that it takes on their bodies when they're going, like those rings are not fluffy. They are not soft. It's pretty much plywood. They are incredible athletes. I find it very entertaining. By the way, knowing very well that it is quote unquote fake fighting soap opera stuff, who cares? That's the part that I can't get over. Who cares? You like TV shows, you like movies, you like comic books, you like novels. Those are all quote unquote fake as well. Why doesn't the same thought process apply here? I don't get that. And to me, what got me into MMA was pro wrestling, because when I was a kid and I thought it was real, I loved the idea of this guy versus this guy. And when you can have fun in life and suspend disbelief just a little bit, and you could say to yourself, you know what? I'm going to just put my feet up, kick back, and see who's the better athlete here. How is this going to go? How are they going to write this? Where are they going to go from here? Yes, men and women of all shapes and sizes, of all ages, love soap operas. They've been around for hundreds of years in all different kinds of forms. Why? Because people love stories. They love drama. They love conflict. They love all this type of stuff. And in the world of pro wrestling, they have figured out that bring all those elements, plus showmanship, plus athleticism, plus conflict, like this guy is actually going to fight this guy. This is fun. I don't understand why people are so A, offended by this, and B, why they just can't get it. Do you not appreciate the circus? Do you not appreciate theater? None of these things are quote unquote real, right? They're all doing incredible things that you and I, regular Joes and Schmoes, can't do. Why can't you appreciate that? Why can't you appreciate that, but also recognize, oh, it's good, but then also enjoy boxing and MMA? I've never quite understood this. It's really amazing to me that I still get these comments. Like these athletes, like the best wrestlers in the world do things that I couldn't even dream of doing, that 95% of the world can't even dream of doing. They are insane athletes. And we've had MMA fighters who have gone over to wrestling thinking that it's going to be easy and then come back and say, on second thought, that was way harder than I thought. That is really, really tough. Performing live in front of people like that, you don't get to do it over. You don't get to go, cut, let's do it again. Like in the movies that you love so much, that you pay so much. You don't get to, it's all live. It's all in front. That's even more amazing to me. And people just try to shit on it, crap on it. And no one's trying to force it down your throat. No one's trying to force it down your throat at all. But yet people want to like crap all over it like it's this horrible thing. You know it's fake, right? You know, yes, I've heard that it's fake. I've heard that it's fake for the last 30 years. Trust me, I'm aware. Still incredibly entertained by it, still love it, still appreciate it, still able to have fun and not take myself so seriously and suspend disbelief and be able to get invested, emotionally invested in the characters and the storylines. And guess what? Let me tell you something. I've been around these athletes long enough. In fact, I was just there backstage, Money in the Bank, last month in Las Vegas when Liv Morgan, who finally realized her dream of winning the belt, finally got that belt and quote unquote beat Ronda Rousey. And I saw the emotion. She was legit crying. That wasn't fake, because what people don't understand is, yes, there is someone in the back who is saying tonight you're going to win the belt, but that is the thing that people like to crap on, right? They like to say, oh, there's someone who decided you didn't really win it. No, that is validation. That is an achievement. That is a signal, a significant moment in your life that someone is saying to you, you have made it to a point where we are going to give you this thing that says you're the top dog and you're going to run with it. They don't give that to everyone. Only one or two people get that at any given point, right? Like Roman Reigns has that right now. He's the guy. He's the guy because he's worked to get to that spot, just like you are working to get to the spot where you want to be in your company that you work for or in your life, right? Everyone works up a ladder. So that belt signifies that. That belt signifies hard work, dreams, determination, getting crapped on, obstacles. Like, how do you not appreciate that? They don't just walk up to the schmo in the back who's the jobber, who's curtain jerking and saying, hey, bud, we're going to give you this belt because we decided to. No. They're giving you the belt because you worked your ass off for 10 years and you traveled the roads and you beat up your body and you bled and you sweat and you cried and all this stuff. And you finally made it to the point where the fans want you on top and they want to root for you and buy tickets and buy merchandise and buy pay-per-views and all this stuff. That's a huge achievement. You are getting that opportunity. And then it's up to you to run with it and then become a star and all this stuff. Like, how do you not appreciate those moments, those human moments? And I get it. It's not everyone's cup of tea. And I understand where people aren't going to be able to suspend disbelief and get invested. But like, to me, the part that really annoys me is when they don't want to give, when these haters don't want to give credit for the athleticism, for the toll, for the work, for the story, for all that stuff. Drives me nuts. Drives me nuts. Do you really come from a place where you can't appreciate that this guy is doing all this stuff and getting beat up? And as far as the one, quote unquote, you have to put a quote unquote fight. You have to put that in there, right? You couldn't just say match. You couldn't just say that. I mean, there's a million. Go watch freaking HBK versus Roman Reigns versus Razor Ramon. Go watch that. Go watch Owen Hart versus Bret Hart, WrestleMania 10. Go watch Rock versus Hogan, WrestleMania 18. Go watch the TLC. Go watch the TLC match from WrestleMania 17 and tell me that you are not just blown away by what those men did in there. Go watch that. There's a million. Go watch any of them. Any WrestleMania. Go and tell me that you're not blown away by all of this. But you want to get hung up on the fake. It's fake. No, it's not fake. You know what's fake? The little comic book that you read, or the little Harry Potter movie that you like to watch, or the little magic cards. That's fake. This ain't fake. All right? Enough with this crap. And by the way, for anyone who gets annoyed at me talking about it, reporting on it, covering it, doing interviews about it, it ain't going anywhere. Love it. I have so much admiration and respect And of course, I'm not watching everything. I'm not sitting there watching every show, but like they are incredible people, incredible guests, incredible people to talk to, interviewees. And I love the business. There is no MMA if there wasn't a pro wrestling long before. Mark my words. There is no such thing as something called MMA if there wasn't something called pro wrestling beforehand. That's a shoot. And if you don't like it, I got 2 words for you. Ryan. Hi, Ariel. Ryan from Australia. Just a few things. You've said a few times now PFL is the number 2 brand. Do you think they should make brackets bigger because having 2 fights, then finals doesn't seem like enough? Potentially. Rory won 1, lost 1, and was the number 1 seed. Yeah, I've thought about that. But at the end, it's like 4 or 5 fights in a year. Tough to get more than that, right? But yes, I have thought of that. David, hi Ariel. What's the latest on Carlos Esparza? What's more likely for her next title defense against Zhang Weili, November 12th at MSG or December 10th? I could tell you this, Frank, hit the breaking news. Thank you. The plan right now is for that to be on the MSG card. And I saw someone saying, I don't know if it's going to pop up, Ariel, why don't you break news like you used to, like Brock Lesnar? Where are you people? I mean, just because I'm not doing it in one specific spot, don't get it twisted. I'll break news all I want. I'll run circles around everyone. I don't need to go chase it and beg for it like I used to. But let's not forget who broke the Chandler and Poirier thing and all the other stories over the past year. Come on. Still here. Doing it in different ways. Don't really care. To go, breaking. Colon, blah, blah. And by the way, I'm not crapping on that. That's, something that was great for me, that got me in. But the problem is, this is the problem. The problem is the UFC puts the fear of God in these poor managers and tell them, if you tell anyone about this, we will cancel the fight. This is what they say. This is what I had to deal with for 3 years. We will cancel the fight if you tell Ariel about this. We will cancel the fight. Can you believe that? Meanwhile, I've always been an advocate, and I've said it many times before, let the fighters break their own fights. Let them put out their own graphics, their own videos. I love when I see like Kevin Holland do it or Sugar Sean O'Malley. Why do they care so much? I have no idea. Because A, they want to use these little fight announcements as these little things to get people, to curry favor. And B, they want to put out like a little social media graphic. I would say that you could still put out the social media graphic because when they make it official, it's sort of like when Woj breaks a news story or Shams or Schefter or whatever, and we could get into how that all works. But like they break it. And then when the team makes it official, it still get a gazillion likes and retweets and all that stuff. No one cares. No, it doesn't matter who broke it. It really doesn't. You'll get attention here and there. Most people won't credit you, and everyone's, moving on to the next thing. But anyway, the plan is for it to be the co-main event on November 12th. It's just not a done deal yet because they're waiting to see if both participants can make that date. There's a couple of hurdles, but that's what they want. They want it to be on the MSG card November 12th. That's what they want. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but that right now is what they have penciled in. Carla versus Zhang, November 12th. MSG. And yes, it's true. They would say, we'll cancel the fight. They've never actually canceled any fight. It's just like a crazy threat and was a part of a whole long chapter that I'm going to do one day in my soon-to-be critically acclaimed book, memoir, Highway to Helwani. Will you buy it, Frank?
Of course.
Hello, Ariel. This is from Matan. Time for you to spill the tea. On another show, a certain agent mentioned that there were rumors of Bellator trying or in the process of being sold. So what is the scoop? I have not heard that at all. I've heard that there might be some changes, this, that, and the other, but I have not heard anything. This is Malky. Malky said this to me, and I have not heard that they are trying to sell them, that Viacom is trying to sell them, or that they're on the chart. But I will say, like, I do feel like the Aaron Jeffery win over a guy like Austin Vanderford, who just fought for the belt, should feel like a bigger deal. And I think what Platinum Perry was saying, there is some truth to that. Like, Bellator needs to get on track here. I feel like they need a kick. They need a kick in the balls. They need something. Maybe it's Sabatello and Stotts. Like, there's something that is missing there that was there a couple of years ago, and that was definitely there in Strikeforce. And I'm not quite sure what it is and how they get that magic back. But I personally have never been a huge fan of the name or the logo. I don't know what it is, but it feels like there's something missing there. Do you know what I'm saying, GC? There's something missing there. What is missing there? You tell me as an outsider.
Something is definitely missing. As someone that attended an event just a couple months ago, it feels like something's missing.
Something's missing, right?
Yes, it just like why doesn't it feel bigger about that upset? Now he's talking about he could potentially be fighting for the belt.
But Johnny Eblin is like exhibit 1,000, right? Like that should have been a big deal.
Should have been a huge deal. He essentially embarrassed Mousasi in that fight, and it felt like no one talked about it.
Yeah, I don't get it. There's like an energy. There's an energy that's missing. There's a buzz that's missing, and I would say the events, I'm not, they're just lacking a little bit, right? Like the main event this past, like, you know what? I was actually thinking about this. You know what's missing? What's missing are the stakes. What do these fights mean, right? At least with Bellator, with PFL, all right, I know that if Chris Wade wins on Saturday, he's going to the finals, right? I understand that. I can latch onto that. I could build that up. UFC obviously is a little murky, but they're the UFC and it's the best of the best. And they don't necessarily have to make things as clean. What are they fighting for? What are the stakes? Now they're trying with these rankings, but like what does an Aaron Jeffery win over Austin Vanderford truly mean? I don't know. What are the stakes? What's happening? I think that's what's ultimately missing. What are the stakes? What does Goichi Yamayuchi's win actually mean? What does Alimale McFarland's win mean? The stakes. Explain it to us. Make it feel important. Jordan, hey Ariel. Also, I think they have to do a better job of building up the talent. Like, we shouldn't find out about Aaron Jeffery after the win. We should find out about him before the win. Now, how do you do that? It's work. It's social media. It's YouTube. It doesn't come easy. With Rory MacDonald retiring, Aaron Bronstetter said it is the end of the golden era for Canadian MMA. GSP, Rory, Cote, Hominick, do you agree? Yeah, I do. There was a great run there. What is the current state of Canadian MMA in your opinion? Any notable names that could carry the torch? There are some. Mr. Jeffery could be one. Michael Malott. There aren't a ton, I will be honest. I do think that something that is missing right now is the regional scene. The regional scene in Canada used to be tremendous. You had things like Maximum Fighting Championship and the Score Fighting Series and obviously TKO. You had promotions in BC all the way to Quebec. You don't have that as much. I know there are some here and there, but you don't have that as much. This is a rebuilding phase, no doubt about it. And, certain figures will pop up here and there. And there, there's the Charles Jourdains of the world. There's the Iman Zahabis of the world. But I don't see a GSP and I don't see a Rory. And that's a bit of a bummer. But, there's always going to be, like Irish MMA was on fire and then there's a down period. Obviously, Canada way bigger than Ireland. But the point is, it's not always going to be, there was a point where Brazilian MMA wasn't great. So I have no doubt that it's going to come back. And I think more shows in Canada, more regional shows would certainly help develop that new breed. But I'm actually starting to feel now like there's a nice crop of young, like 2 years ago, I felt like there was nothing going on. Now I'm starting to feel more and more like there's a nice crop of young talent coming up. So here's hoping. But I agree with Aaron's statement. And it's a bit of a bummer. And I'll always love those guys. Justino, Ariel, I'm currently in the hospital because my wife has just given birth to our first child. Frank, breaking news. Congratulations, Justino. And while we're talking about children being born, how about a hearty mazel tov, breaking news for our own Shaheen Al-Shadi, who became a dad yesterday as well. Congratulations.
So
yes, to him and his wife. Beautiful stuff, beautiful photos. Very, very happy for him. And happy for you as well, Justino. I know becoming a dad was a really huge deal and something that Shaheen wanted very, very much. And I couldn't be happier for him and wish the best to him and his wife. Back to the question. So I figured what better time to ask the GOAT of MMA coverage a question with all the talks of Stipe and Jones fight being for an interim belt. Haven't heard a ton of that talk, but fine. And the winner, of course, fighting Francis. How do you realistically see that going? I mean, I think it's still up in the air. As I said on Monday, wouldn't be surprised if they try to get Francis to fight John. the Francis thing doesn't work out. Then they try to do Stipe Jones, and I think it could end up being Stipe Jones for the interim belt, but that situation is way too fluid, way too developing for me to predict at the moment. But this is what they want. They want John on December 10th. They do want John on December 10th. And I think in a perfect world, they would want John versus Francis. I don't know if that's going to work out. Nick, hey, Ariel, you are often asked for journalism advice, but I want to flip the script a little. Tomorrow, I have the opportunity to be the guest on a local radio music show. Can you offer some pointers on how to be a good guest interview? I know the basics. Be friendly, be authentic, be prepared with a couple interesting stories. Anything less obvious? When you have a first-time guest, what do you hope from them? That's a great question. Be fun, be entertaining. I feel, dare I say, can I say this, guys? Can I give myself the old Barry H?
Say it.
I feel like I'm a great guest because I know what I want out of a guest to be great, right? So if you just sit there with short answers, boring answers, uninterested, all that stuff, no one's going to want you back. But I want someone to be like, damn, that was a great spot. Like, I know what a great spot is, what a great guest is, who a great guest is, what it takes to be a great guest. So you have to have energy. You have to be fun. You have to be invested. You have to be excited. You have to be energetic, all that stuff. Bring it. Now, a lot easier, in my opinion, to be a good guest as opposed to a good interviewer, because there you're just sitting back and you crack some jokes, and it's always fun to break the fourth wall, have a little fun, be a little heelish, if you will. Just have fun with it.
Why are we whispering?
I'm not sure. All right. Last one, Ben Curtis. Hey, Ariel. First time asking a question here, but I have been listening to the show for a while now. My question is for the whole crew, including anyone else behind the scenes who wants to answer. As the 1-year anniversary for this show has just recently passed. And by the way, 1 year since we came back, but let's not get it twisted. We've been going since 2009 with this particular show. All right. So like, you know what I mean? It's like 12 years, 1 year. What has been the greatest, best thing that has resulted from your involvement with the MMA Hour? So again, are we talking past year? Or are we talking past, 13 years? I'm not sure. Frank, why don't you go first?
I have found watching MMA to be quite fun.
Did you ever watch an MMA fight?
One fight. The one where, is it Weidman? I don't know why I can't get it. All right, don't do this to me. Someone got their leg broken.
Oh, God. That one?
Defending a kick, yeah.
Why that one?
Just some friends
showed it to you?
Were like,
wait,
hey, come over.
Was it Weidman getting his leg broken?
I don't know why I said Weidman. I know Weidman, that's why.
But was it, like, because he's been in that situation, he was on the receiving end, yeah.
Yeah, no, this was it Silva that he was fighting?
Yeah, okay, back in the day.
Silva broke his leg. Mm-hmm. And there were some people who were like, we're doing a pay-per-view, you should come over. I did that, watched that. That was the only fight that I watched.
Wow. Okay, so what's the best thing? Like, just that you love?
I just said that now I'm like watching it more on the regular.
Now you're like freaking killing it.
Just doing picks
Cheeto,
left and right.
Cruz,
Yeah.
What about you, GC?
Side note, how many drinks do you have back there?
A lot.
We just took like 4 different sips, consecutively. Every time you went to take a different sip, it was a different
drink. I got the orange juice. I got the water. Yeah, it's true. It's very
the orange juice that probably did your throat in.
You know what? The pulp killed me, right?
Highly acidic. I kept thinking it was like when you were sipping it, I kept thinking it was like it looks like a fireball shooter with the red top and everything.
You took both kids' water bottles?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a mess of a situation. I got this, on my way from the Black Fox coffee shop. Shout out to them.
That's a great spot. I went there for the first time last week.
You did? Yeah, you got the cappuccino?
No, I got the butterscotch latte.
Butterscotch latte? What the hell is that? I mean, it's a latte with what? Butterscotch syrup?
Flavoring, yeah. It was good.
It was good? You went before the show?
Last week I did, yeah.
It's the best. Their food's pretty good too.
It's a nice spot too. We used to have one here in the building.
I know. We talked about this. Anyway, I got this because I thought maybe it would give me some energy. Long show, a lot of guests. I think we had 8 people on the show today, right?
Yeah, 8 people.
So, but you're right, Frank. Why do you think this did me in?
Well, you should only drink orange juice to fend off scurvy.
What?
And then the pulp is what got in your throat. And you shouldn't do that before the show.
Pulp, 100%. You know what? I'm done with that.
And didn't Billy Corrigan tell you anything yesterday about vocal performance or?
Tonight.
Okay, no. Let Connor answer the question.
By the way, the DraftKings page is up on my screen right now, and like a bunch of fights just flashed. What does that mean? Does that mean the odds just changed?
Yes. Yeah, they do that.
Wow. I think Aldo flashed. Plus 115, is that accurate?
Yeah, that would mean he's becoming even more of an underdog, despite it seeming like everyone being on him.
Weird. Anyway, what's your pick?
Probably with Frank. You know, I love like diving super deep into being an MMA fan, but favorite actual moment, hitting the air fryer, bringing the air fryer in, enjoying some chicken nuggets on the show, and the highlight of that was you actually believing the crunching sounds were real.
Oh my God, that was
an
great.
all-time moment. Cooking with Volk too was pretty sick. Anytime we get food involved,
you nailed it. That is definitely.
Anytime we get food involved.
Yeah, that is definitely the high point of your past year. I mean, it's just been great. It's been great to have new characters. And there's a lot of people back there, by the way, that we don't hear from. We don't hear that much from Joe.
Helwani was also pretty cool.
Oh,
when you just went off on how they were talking smack on the other.
That was big, right? That was like right at the beginning.
Yeah, that was right at the beginning. I was like, I guess I don't know Ariel as well.
Yeah, I didn't really know what to think then. I was like, oh, this guy's.
You were pretty angry.
Were you guys thinking like I was crazy?
I mean,
yeah, every time you know, that's where the Frank, you know, oh, here he comes joke stems from.
Right.
Every time you walk up to lunch, we'd be like, oh, we got to quiet down.
This guy's crazy. You guys really thought I was crazy.
At Joe, while you were going off, I'm like, what's up with this guy?
What's up with this dude?
I mean, you're walking in to hit him up by Tupac.
I know, it was freaking fun. I remember there was one time I was at my kids' soccer on a Tuesday, and I was watching this one clip of them talking about like, oh, he's banned in Vegas and all this shit. And like, I was freaking. I could like if I was doing a show that day, I probably would have said a lot worse. Yeah, it was fired up. I think we got our point across, right?
Yeah, I mean, all kidding aside, I loved it.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
It was amazing.
It is a good art, you know.
But you know, not a lot of people taking shots since then. Am I wrong? I mean, I guess you got jabrones here and there with their little like YouTube page with 3 subscribers, but like, I mean, I'm talking about like notable people, right?
Did you just take a shot to describe how there's not any shots being taken at you?
What a time. What else? You guys got anything else or?
Rick coming back. That was fun.
Oh yeah, Rick coming back was a huge surprise. A lot of people were asking about that.
I mean, this time last year, I did not know Rick at all.
That's true. Never even met him, right?
Never met him.
Yeah.
There's too much. It's been a whole year, which is insane.
Oh, Corporate Alex says, my pick would be On the Nose. So much I never knew about you despite years working with you. It's amazing. Okay, how about that?
Wow. That's heartfelt.
That's heartfelt. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Typing feverishly 3 feet away from me.
Installing a mute button under
Alex,
the desk.
yeah, there we go. Another emoji.
We've tons of emojis.
Wow.
Yeah, no, we've done a lot, and I think the best is yet to come. Like the great, is it Frank Sinatra who once said, "The best is yet to come"? No.
Yeah, that's it.
No one asked me about the fighter pay stuff from yesterday. Can I just quickly touch on that before we go? No one.
Yeah, my
asked
permission.
First of all, I saw some people saying, do you think that ESPN is going to back Raimondi, who Dana was talking about in that interview with Kevin Aioli about the fighter pay stuff? And of course they're not going to do. I mean, like the guy called me a douche when talking about the Gina Carano situation. What are they going to do? They're not going to do anything. And I don't think he actually said him by name, so there's the out. Second of all, this is classic in that deflect from the actual issue at hand and just crap on the media, the journalists. Oh, I was just kidding around. There is enough that we know, and I think my good friend John Pollock put this perfectly on Twitter. There's enough that we know about the business, about what the fighters make and don't make, that, you know, I think we can have educated conversations on the state of the business. And there's a reason why they get so defensive when you talk about this, because they know deep down that this is an incredible deal, that they're making more money than they've ever made before. They're selling out. The pay-per-view is great. The merchandise is great. The sponsors are great. Everything is great. And they get annoyed when, how dare we talk about this? But it's only, I would say, speaking for myself, out of love and admiration for these great fighters who gave us this great entertainment. I make no money off of this. I have no skin in the game. We're doing the show if they're making 10 and 10 or 100 and 100. And so it just always kind of, I always laugh when I see this because it's just a way to deflect. Dana White had a crazy rant on the media again, the same type of rant that we've heard for 10 years, but never actually addressing the issue, never actually talking about the issues that the likes of Luke Rockhold or anyone else is going to bring up. And by the way, that comment or those comments that he made to GQ, which I didn't find them to be like comedic or anything like that. They were comments from the president of the company talking about fighter pay. They chose the question, by the way, from an account that didn't even exist. They created the account. Chad Dundas found this out. He just put in the account. It was just a brand new account that was made on, June something 2022. So they chose that. They like, that wasn't something that was asked at a press conference. They picked the question. They picked the topic. And then you're going to get mad when people write stuff based on your comments. By the way, he loves to bring up this thing where it's like, oh, the media like to write articles based off of interviews that I do with other people. Yeah, you're the most important guy in the sport. You're the face of the UFC. If you say something that is noteworthy, why wouldn't they write off of it? Like that's a testament to the spot that you're in. Why would we just ignore it? Why would we not talk about it? I'm not the one writing the articles. I'm not doing that. But like, why would you think that people would ignore it? You're doing interviews, media. People are going to watch this stuff. You say something that's noteworthy. No difference than a politician saying something to CNN and someone else writing about it, or an actor saying something to Entertainment Tonight. It's like, that's how this all works. That's not an indictment on the media. You're a public person saying important things, noteworthy things to the media. Other media, they're allowed to talk about it. They're allowed to write about it. They're allowed to document it. That's journalism. That's okay. Now, is it better if they said it to you? Great. But guess what? He ain't talking to everyone. So take what you can get. The days of the scrums where everyone was asking questions and all that stuff, not exactly here as much as they were. Now, I know he does the press conferences and all that, but though, you remember, there was the press conference and then there was the scrum and all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. Point is, don't be fooled by the deflection. That's all. And ultimately, people can say what they want about, the state of fighter pay and whatnot. What I just find most comedic is it's always a deflection. It's always just talking about how stupid this guy is, what kind of a scumbag this guy is, all this like vitriol and animosity and hatred about people just doing their job like everyone else in this sport, doing their job. It's this whole big hamster wheel. Without the media back in the day, and Dana himself has said it on the UG, the media kept the sport alive on the internet, but now the media, they're the enemy and they're the scumbags and they're this and they're that. Everyone had a part. And of course, more people invested, the Fertitas invested money, all this. Everyone had a part. Now the media are the bad guys. We've been the bad guys for 10 years. It's cool. But don't be blinded by the deflection is all that I will say. If you think, like, you sit there and you hear Dana talk about boxing is dead. Meanwhile, Anthony Joshua and Alexander Usyk are going to make more money than, the entire roster on Saturday. Meanwhile, Tyson Fury and Dillian White made more money than the entire roster. Tyson multiple times more money than the entire roster. And the likes of George Kambosos and the likes of Devin Haney and the likes of Tank Davis and the likes of Ryan Garcia and all these dudes, they're making a lot of money. And then you have Tyron Woodley and Ben Askren going over to box a YouTuber, and they're saying they're making more money doing that than they're doing. Like, again, don't be blinded by the deflections. Don't be blinded by any of this stuff. Your favorite fighter, a Rory MacDonald, probably didn't get what he was deserved. Does that mean he walks away with his head down? No. He's happy. He's content. He has memories. It was his decision. Whoops, there's my text. Do you like my text sound? It's a weird one.
I was confused for a second.
Yeah, it's a weird one. But don't be blinded by the deflection. They'll never present you with anything that says, hey, this was our revenue. This is our fixed revenue. This is our pay-per-view revenue. This is what we make from the TV deals. And this is the cut that they get from that. And this is what we make from Venom. They'll never present any of this. And none of this will ever be made public, at least right now. And it hasn't. They'll never just, and now you figure it out. And we make all our fighter pay public and we make all this. No, what they'll do is sign people and they'll have a deal on the side so that this person doesn't know, and they'll do this deal and they'll do that deal and they'll cut this crypto deal. And like, come on, guys. You know what's up. I know what's up. We all know what's up. We still love it. We still watch it. I'll still be here on Monday. I'm still talking about the UFC 98% of my freaking week, doing 14 hours worth of shows on it. But that doesn't mean that there aren't things that could be better for the fighters. Don't be blinded by the deflection of the fighter, the media are the scumbags, and we don't know what we're talking about and all this stuff. Just ask the fighters themselves. They'll tell you. They'll tell you. On that note, Frank, I think it's time to go. What do you say?
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to UFC 278, Frank.
It's going to be exciting.
These are the stories that I love. Leon Edwards, a guy that has worked his way to this moment, defied the odds, probably shouldn't even be here. And I'm not even talking about his UFC run. I'm talking about him as a youngster, growing up, mean streets, Birmingham, coming over from Jamaica. And by the way, it's a story that's been told, but Kamaru Usman deserves his flowers as well. I joke about the scene and the legging and all that. Like, this dude has overcome a lot and deserves everything that has come his way. And he's a tremendous champion. And I'm just happy that Leon is finally getting this shot because we know they didn't want him to get this shot. They didn't. But he withstood it. He defied it, and now here he is Saturday night with a chance to finally realize his dream. And then you got Luke Rockhold returning 3 years against Paulo Costa. What a freaking spectacle that's going to be. And what about Merab Dvalishvili of Georgia getting a shot against a legend like Jose Aldo, who is defying the odds at this age after all these years in the bantamweight division. It's beautiful stuff, just like today's program has been a beautiful, beautiful program. We started with Chris Wade and Brendan Loughnane. Thank you so much to them. Appreciate them very much for doing that. That was a lot of fun. Good luck to them on Saturday. All the best to Tom Aspinall. Tommy Aspinall. He will be back. I have no doubt about that. Thank you very much to Rory MacDonald. Congratulations on a tremendous career. MVP and Mike Perry were great. Good luck this weekend. Aaron Jeffery, tremendous stuff. Luke Rockhold, good luck this weekend. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to them. Back on Monday. Peace. I'm out of here.